Lord of Mysteries, Lord of Order by Da Bai Bu Shi Xiong. Chapter 126 to 150. Aaron pushed open the door to a room next to Michelle Wade's forge and saw Solo Binter and several injured operatives. Before Aaron could ask, Solo Binter stepped forward and explained, during yesterday's operation, a demoness of pleasure, likely a sequence 6, appeared. Although I wounded her, she fled without hesitation, leaving behind many spider webs along her escape route to hinder our pursuit, so we didn't catch her. However, the traces of our battle are enough to prove that this matter is related to the demonist sect. Captain's collusion with the demonist sect in human trafficking means he's finished. Although Captain was a wealthy man involved with many influential figures, he never truly gained respectability. Even if his relationships with certain nobles, parliament members, and government employees were deep, no one would be willing to stand up for him when it involved human trafficking with a cult. Aaron glanced around and nodded slightly. The involvement of the demonist sect was enough for them to stop here, there was no need to get too involved in the remaining matters. Thinking this, Aaron continued to look at Solo Binter, who instantly understood and quickly added. Captain Glenn has already taken the demoness we captured earlier back to Military Intelligence Department 9 to report this matter. I also disclosed some details of this operation to the People's Daily and other influential newspapers in Backland. I can assure you that by this afternoon at the latest, all citizens of Backland will know about Captain's collusion with the demonist sect to harm the public. No one can hide it. Aaron nodded in satisfaction and said with a serious expression, terminate further investigation. This matter ends here. Solo Binter hesitated for a moment, then nodded. Backland West District, Beloto Street, Military Intelligence Department 9. Jonas Coleridge sat behind a mahogany desk, scrutinizing the documents on the table with his dark blue, almost black eyes. A moment later, Jonas took a deep puff of his cigar, his dark blue, almost black eyes narrowed slightly. His stern and serious face showed no emotion, and Glenwell, standing opposite him, felt a sense of oppression. He felt a bit uneasy, remembering Aaron's previous instructions. Tapping his fingers lightly on the desk, Jonas asked in a steady tone. How did you discover Captain's collusion with the demonist sect for human trafficking? Glenn slowly exhaled, lowered his head, concealing the emotions on his face, and replied to Jonas according to Aaron's earlier instructions. Jonas listened in silence, then waved his hand a moment later, signaling Glenn to leave. Sonia C. The Future. There was a celebratory atmosphere on the deck. Thanks to Bernadette's mystical reenactment and the subsequent treatment from Source of Peach Blossoms, most of the sailors were only unconscious and not severely contaminated. Everyone was celebrating their survival from yesterday, though some seemed out of place. Catalia, dressed in a black classical robe, had a somewhat vacant gaze. After the great battle last night, Her Majesty the Queen had vanished. She recalled the trembling arms that extended from the door last night and the illusory figure with 12 wings on its back that made the final move. Catalia sat silently in the captain's cabin, reflecting on her own weakness, and watched the revelry on the deck, somewhat lost in thought. Sharon, dressed in an intricate black Gothic court gown, sat quietly in her room. On the table were 3 golden spheres of varying sizes. After setting up the wall of spirituality, Sharon quickly arranged the sacrifice and grant ritual, placing the 3 golden spheres of varying sizes in the center of the altar, and began to pray in a low voice. You are the origin and shadow of order. You are the great emperor of the chaotic kingdom. You are the lord of order who controls the rules. Your loyal follower seeks your gaze. We ask you to accept their offerings. We ask you to open the door to the kingdom. Aaron had just finished understanding the situation and arranging for his butler to personally go to the newspaper office to expedite the paper's distribution when he heard a familiar prayer. Aaron understood. He found an excuse, sent everyone out of the room, skillfully set up the wall of spirituality, and then submerged his consciousness, passing through layers of dark golden mist to arrive at the magnificent temple. Sitting on the throne, Aaron cast his gaze upon the pulsating prayer light points below. With a slight lift of his finger, the prayer light points expanded into a dark golden double door, existing between illusion and reality. Sharon only felt a gentle breeze sweep through the room, and the items on the table vanished. Using Sharon's still visible prayer light points, Aaron cast his gaze towards Frank, who was squatting in his room nearby, staring blankly at a fish. Frank, looking at the creature that might have mutated from the battle last night and no longer quite resembled a fish, was about to pick it up for a closer study when a burst of dark golden light suddenly erupted before his eyes. This light, like flowing water, instantly enveloped Frank. At the same time, Bernadette's figure appeared, with two eyes without eyelashes constantly rotating in front of her. By the time Frank had initially regained consciousness, he found himself standing in a magnificent temple supported by huge stone pillars. At the deepest part of the temple was a throne with mysterious carvings, situated on a 9-tiered stone staircase. On the throne sat a blurry figure enveloped in thick dark golden mist. Below the stone steps, on either side of the temple, stood 9 high-backed stone chairs, each surrounded by dark golden mist. Below the high-backed chairs, 49 peculiar stone chairs were strangely arranged, exuding an overall sense of majesty, mystery, order, and chaotic mixture. Beyond this, the surroundings were empty, ethereal, and vast, with an endless expanse of dark golden mist and unreal crimson light points at the bottom. Frank remained in a squatting position, his hands extended forward, looking around somewhat bewildered, almost blurting out, "Where is this?" Aaron did not speak. With a slight movement of his spirituality, a beam of light appeared out of thin air and merged into Frank's body. Frank's body trembled slightly, and a flood of information instantly appeared in his mind. He also learned about the hidden existence before him and his corresponding honored name. Aaron sat on the throne, looking at Frank below, who was still processing the information, and couldn't help but feel a sense of emotion. Frank's biggest problem was that his way of thinking was different from normal people. He was purely frightening. He even thought it would be great to make cows grow from the ground, or for fish blood to directly turn into alcohol. What if one day he felt that growing cows from the ground was too troublesome, and just created a type of cow that grew out already cooked? If he felt there wasn't enough beef to eat, he would transform the soil into edible matter. When hungry, he would just eat some dirt. Thinking these thoughts, Aaron couldn't help but feel a chill. Frank's somewhat terrifying imagination and execution made Aaron feel that it was safer for the entire world to bring him into his direct oversight as soon as possible. After a brief moment of shock and confusion, Frank stood up and scratched his head somewhat awkwardly, momentarily unsure of what to say. Looking at the somewhat restless Frank, Aaron chuckled, "I believe your experimental ideas are, on some level, very meaningful. Many experimental failures might simply be due to your insufficient strength." Frank, who was currently only a Sequence 7 harvest priest, immediately brightened, and the apprehension in his heart was instantly thrown to the winds. He hadn't expected this previously unheard of hidden existence to actually agree with his ideas. Aaron watched Frank's expression and nodded inwardly, then continued, "There are some people similar to you here. I've established a regular gathering for them, and I am the witness." Frank then noticed the other empty seats and, without hesitation, excitedly asked, "Can I join that gathering?" "Yes, but you cannot disclose it to others without my permission." "Okay." Frank responded without hesitation. Aaron nodded with satisfaction, extended his hand, and with great self-control, cut off the connection. Then, he watched the dark golden light recede, and Frank on the other side dissolved into a phantom, disappearing bit by bit. "Phew, I finally managed to trick this dangerous guy into joining. In the future, I need to use my identity as a dependence more often to properly guide this guy's thoughts. I absolutely cannot let him go astray." As the prayer light points completely dissipated, Aaron withdrew his attention and retrieved the 3 bundles of spoils that had just been sacrificed from the pile of sundries. Aaron's mind stirred slightly, and the Black Emperor card instantly merged into his body. He held the sun-chasing scepter in his right hand to guard against any accidents. Dark golden mist surged, and invisible forces integrated into the 3 golden spheres of varying sizes. As the golden outer shells receded, the items within were revealed. What attracted Aaron's attention the most was the scepter with a surface covered in dark patterns and a deep blue, almost black, tip. Even though it had been severely damaged, the scepter still exuded a tyrannical and evil aura. It was precisely the Rose School of Thought's Level 1 sealed artifact, the Scepter of Calamity. With the divination pendulum hanging from his hand, Aaron slowly closed his eyes, already prepared for the backlash. Accompanied by a hazy illusion, a moment later, Aaron suddenly opened his eyes. Black patterns appeared on his face, and as the dark golden mist churned, black smoke rose, and the patterns dissipated. Scepter of Calamity. Ability 1. Tornado. Violent wind collides with the air, producing an explosive sound, summoning a terrifying hurricane visible to the naked eye, destroying all items in its path. It can be combined with other lightning abilities of the Sailor Pathway, simultaneously accompanied by dark black waves approaching 10 meters. Ability 2. Lightning Storm. Summons streaks of silvery white electric snakes, carrying an intensely violent and destructive aura that feels almost tangible, striking densely all around. It can cover an area of several hundred meters in a forest of thunder, causing enveloped creatures to shatter, evaporate, and disappear. The disadvantage is that it's an area attack and doesn't distinguish between friend and foe, which is why Mahams didn't choose this ability at the time. Negative effect. Each use of the ability is accompanied by strong pollution, an extreme craving for blood and slaughter. Long-term possession will lead to an uncontrollable belief in a great existence. Casually clearing the invading pollution, Aaron frowned, recalling the enlightenment he had just received from the divination. Although it was expected, Aaron was still a bit disappointed. As expected, it was a sealed artifact contaminated by an outer god, and in the end, it would still need to be crushed and restored to a Beander characteristic before it could be used. However, gaining a demigod Beander characteristic from the Sailor Pathway was already more than worth it. Aaron turned his gaze to the remaining 2 defective items. After divination, Aaron learned of their functions. Maham's left arm also contained some Beander characteristic, roughly equivalent to Sequence 5 level, and even if the Beander characteristic was extracted, the left arm itself could serve as a carrier for certain ritual materials. The puppet's right hand, however, was more special. Even when separated, it maintained a certain connection with the main body, though this connection was currently blocked by the dark golden mist. Outside, Aaron could use this to pinpoint the puppet's location, and of course, the other party could also reverse locate Aaron's position. At the same time, it greatly enhances the user's spirituality, allowing for the use of a weakened version of summoning door. The effect doubles during a full moon, but it will lead to a period of bloodlust. Aaron nodded with satisfaction, immediately feeling that the previous backlash was not so unbearable. He secretly mused, this is essentially a spirituality amplifier that can currently only be used above the dark golden mist. It can temporarily alleviate my problem of insufficient spirituality. However, I still need to find another mystical item that can amplify spirituality in reality. I wonder if Louise has found anything recently. Lowen, Enmat Harbor, a warehouse in the port area. Shattered corpses lay scattered throughout the warehouse. Some small, malnourished, and scarred children trembled in the corners, some having already fainted from the bloody scene. Damien Thale, the head of the largest local gang, stared with bloodshot eyes, but no sound could escape his hoarse throat. A woman in a black tight-fitting suit held a snow-white sharp knife, her lips crimson as if smeared with fresh blood. She repeatedly cut Damien Thale, slicing open his skin to take flesh but leaving the skeleton. The woman stood up, looked at the imperfect artwork at her feet, and pouted, somewhat dissatisfied. She then looked around at the malnourished, scarred children, a smile curving on her lips. The few remaining children who hadn't fainted were startled and quickly lowered their heads. Only one boy with a round face, a gentle and slightly shy demeanor, and no more than 16 or 17 years old, raised his head. He stared at the tormented corpse on the ground, his eyes revealing a deep hatred. The woman walked over with the knife, pinched the boy's face, and stared into his eyes, asking, "What's your name?" Feeling the sharp knife so close and seeing the corpse not far away, the boy swallowed hard and quietly replied, "Tris." The woman chuckled, threw the dagger at Tris's feet, and recited in the tone of a preacher. "Spirit is the essence of man, the body is merely a cage that binds the spirit. The reason why humans commit evil is due to the influence of the body. One must gain knowledge through spirituality, allowing the spirit to gradually free itself from the body and see one's true self. After undergoing layers of trials from the astral bodies, one can finally break free from the material world and return to the purest, truest self, thus achieving eternal salvation." Amidst these chants, which seemed to carry some mysterious meaning, Tris's gaze gradually focused. He slowly picked up the dagger from the ground and walked towards Damien Thale. The chanting in his ears gradually faded, and Tris seemed to finally come to his senses. He looked at the hacked-open skeleton, gradually recalling the memories of children who, like him, had been controlled by the gang, tricked, defrauded, and stolen from, dying by his own knife. Tris trembled and dropped the blood-soaked dagger. The woman's figure slowly emerged, smiling as she extended her hand and said, "Tris, welcome to Theosophy Order." The wealthy Capon colluded with cult organizations to harm the populace, but Lord Aaron uncovered the conspiracy and saved many innocent people. Numerous newsboys walked through the streets and alleys of Backland, and the pedestrians around them, hearing such sensational news, stopped one after another, called over a newsboy, and bought a newspaper. Capon, the wealthy man who is rumored to have connections with some nobles. I've long heard that he engaged in disgusting businesses, but I never expected him to collude with a cult. Fortunately, Lord Aaron presided over justice. Hugh, who was disguised and deliberately made taller, was also mixed in the crowd, hearing the discussions around her and the newsboys' shouts. Last night, because of the sudden appearance of a blood moon, Furs suffered many injuries, so Hugh went out today to purchase daily necessities and some medical supplies. Lord Aaron. Hugh's eyes lit up slightly. She called over a newsboy and bought a newspaper. After a quick glance, she found that it was basically consistent with the process Lucy Joseph had told them. Hugh felt slightly at ease and finally learned that the powerful figure behind the organization they had joined was this Lord Aaron. Recalling Lucy Joseph's earlier warning to them to stay away from the subsequent developments of this matter, as well as the vaguely appearing demonist sect in this incident, Hugh put away the newspaper and returned home against the indignant flow of people. Sherwood Borough, Capon's home, first floor living room. The living room, which had originally seen servants and a butler moving in and out, was now empty. Capon lay on the sofa, his face ashen, his pupils dilated, clearly dead. A man in a black robe with a golden mask stood quietly opposite, also holding a newspaper. Nadeli Mana, the Sequence 6 demoness of pleasure, who had just escaped from Sorrow Bint's hands, still had a pale face. Her fragility and charm combined, revealing a strange beauty, and she chuckled. The culprit, Capon, committed suicide out of fear of his crimes. Don't worry about the others. I have already dealt with everyone who saw your faces. This matter is only related to my demonist sect and will not involve your military intelligence 9. The black-robed man with the golden mask turned his head and spoke in a cold tone. That had better be the case. If you ruin something important because of you, you know the consequences. Quote, disappear from here quickly. Don't let me see you in Backland again. They must not be allowed to follow the clues and investigate further. Nadeli Mana's delicate face stiffened slightly, and she put away her smile, responding in a low voice. I naturally know. Despair Nightingale, Panatia has already given me another mission, sending me to Anmart Port in Loan. Saying this, Nadeli Mana narrowed her eyes and added, what exactly do you plan to do about Lord Aaron? Even if he didn't discover it this time, what about next time? And the time after that. With him causing trouble everywhere like this, our plan will sooner or later run into problems. The man with the golden mask stared coldly at Nadeli Mana. After a moment, he slowly said, "This is not for you to worry about. He is involved in many things, so it's not convenient to act. However, we will soon make him leave Backland and will not give him a chance to continue investigating." It was already evening when Aaron received the news. He was currently sitting in the living room, preparing to go to St. Samuel Cathedral. Suicide out of fear of his crimes. As expected. Looking at the intelligence in his hand, Aaron clicked his tongue. It was an expected development, and he was not surprised. After Glenn returned to report, Military Intelligence 9 quickly dispatched, thoroughly searched Cappen's residence, and discovered Cappen's death and the civilians imprisoned in the basement. Putting away the mocking smile at the corner of his mouth, Aaron nodded to the butler and got into the carriage, heading to St. Samuel Cathedral. Accompanied by the clatter of hooves, he passed through streets and alleys to reach St. Samuel Cathedral. After being announced, he met Archbishop Anthony. As soon as Aaron saw this archbishop, his body and mind involuntarily trembled. It was uncontrollable and uncontainable, as if he had returned to his childhood, facing his deepest fears. With a thought, Aaron immediately understood that it must be due to the significant increase in his spirituality after advancing to sequence 6, and the fear brought by Saint Anthony was clearer the stronger the spirituality. So, he quickly meditated, trying to restrain himself. A moment later, Aaron placed a dark green ring and an arm opposite Archbishop Anthony, and slowly explained, meeting his surprised gaze. This ring comes from a demonist and can be considered a relatively powerful level 2 sealed artifact. And this severed arm is from a sequence 3 disciple of silence. I have already taken the Beander characteristic contained within, but even the remaining arm is a very valuable spiritual material. Meeting Anthony's surprised expression, Aaron did not continue speaking but changed the subject. In this incident, many abducted civilians were rescued, including many children, and not a few of them were church believers. And the church's charity organizations, as far as I know, are incapable of accommodating so many civilians. If they are allowed to return to the East Borough, they will most likely face death or become a disaster in another sense. Anthony frowned his eyebrows. After a moment, he looked at Aaron and slowly said, "What are your thoughts? You can tell me." Aaron took out a document from his pocket and handed it to Archbishop Anthony. The title of the document was prominently, East Tucker Charitable Foundation Organization. Seeing that this was not something prepared on the spot but a plan drafted long ago, Anthony's eyes narrowed slightly. He took the document and read it carefully. A quarter of an hour later, he put away the document and looked at Aaron with an unclear meaning in his eyes. Aaron's plan was not complicated. He intended to donate £150,000 and 5% of East Tucker Bicycle Company's shares as the startup capital for the East Tucker Charitable Foundation organization. The primary focus of this charity organization currently was to help liberated civilians rebuild their lives and to provide scholarships for impoverished children. However, this organization would not be limited to Backland. What Aaron wanted to do more was to leverage the influence of the Church of the Evernight to promote this charitable organization in the southern continent. In this way, with a front as a public agent, using the establishment of a charitable foundation as a lead, publicly aiding the poor, and secretly funding labor resistance in various countries. This could both contend with the upper echelons of society, improve the lives of the lower class people, and to a certain extent accumulate power among the populace, to be released at an appropriate time. On the other hand, Aaron would also actively encourage other nobles to participate. Only by binding interests together could they advance and retreat together when facing certain issues, reducing resistance. Anthony's fingers tapped lightly on the table. After a moment of contemplation, the ring and severed arm on the table suddenly disappeared, and then he spoke. "I understand. Whatever the purpose, it is enough that the goddess's believers benefit from it. Next Monday, I will host a charity gala and fully cooperate with you. In the Sonia Sea, aboard the Future, Catalia returned to her captain's cabin and found a letter suddenly appeared on the table, which had been empty. Catalia's eyes brightened. She quickly walked over and indeed saw the familiar handwriting. There was only one sentence, similar to a prophecy. Your opportunity for advancement lies with Frank Lee. Catalia was momentarily stunned. As a pirate general, she naturally knew that the ritual to advance from Sequence 5 Constellations Master to Sequence 4 Mysticologist required fully analyzing a drop of a mythical creature's blood. That corresponded to a true angel. For some reason, Catalia's mind immediately recalled the figure with 12 wings on her back that night, and her emotions surged. Dash 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 dash. On Monday evening, Aaron, dressed in formal attire, arrived at St. Samuel Church by carriage with his butler to attend the charity gala hosted by the Evernight Church. After passing through the main entrance, he was led by a priest to a hall on the side. There was a shrine here, containing the sacred emblem representing the Evernight goddess. Several small crystal chandeliers hung above it, and in front, there were slender candles and inverted metal covers filled with oil wax. At this moment, they were all lit, illuminating the hall brightly and cleanly, exuding a sacred aura. Aaron's gaze swept across, seeing rows of neatly arranged seats and guests dressed in extraordinary attire. Among them, female attire was mainly divided into two categories. One type of dress, either vibrant or dark, was bold and revealing, showing a large expanse of white skin on the chest and bare arms. The other type of clothing was fresh in color, quite conservative, with even the collarbones only vaguely visible or even covered. In the Loan Kingdom, this signified the difference between married and unmarried women. Widows and divorced women could choose either style, though the former's colors would lean towards darker shades. Besides these, Aaron also saw sparkling necklaces, exquisite earrings, and various precious ornaments. Compared to the balls and banquets hosted by Counselor Matchton himself, the guests here were clearly more distinguished. Stepping into the hall, Aaron greeted the bishops he knew, Counselor Matched, and others, exchanging pleasantries and chatting idly. Just then, a sound came from the entrance. Many guests turned their gazes there, all smiling and moving to greet them. Aaron's eyes lit up, and he walked to the very front. The arrivals were none other than Audrey Hall and Earl and Countess Hall. Audrey's long golden hair was casually styled, falling smoothly and lustrously. Her emerald eyes were as deep as the ocean, yet like the purest gems. Her features and face shape combined to create a breathtaking beauty, with an elegant and pure demeanor. After a round of greetings, Aaron and Audrey's family walked deeper into the banquet hall, discussing Capin's evil deeds. Marquis Rosent, Earl Gross, Viscount Lefrand, one after another, noble devotees of the goddess proactively stepped forward to exchange a few words with Aaron, their attitudes quite amiable. Before Aaron finished his greetings, an old man entered through the door. He wore a black and red clerical robe, adorned with 5 darkness holy emblems on his chest. His face was clean, without a beard, and his eyes were deep, dark, and tranquil. Including Earl Hall, everyone turned to face this elder, bowing respectfully and saying, "Good evening, His Grace Saint Anthony." This elder was Saint Anthony Stevenson, one of the 13 archbishops of the Evernight Church. He was the head of the Backland diocese, a true high-ranking official of the church. Saint Anthony smiled, looked around, and tapped his chest 4 times clockwise, saying, "Praise the goddess! Praise the goddess!" The guests attending the charity gala responded in unison. With the arrival of the archbishop, the gala officially began. As per custom, everyone first sat in their places and prayed devoutly to the goddess for 3 minutes. Then, the church choir walked to the front of the shrine and praised the goddess with ethereal, harmonious singing that seemed to cleanse the soul. After the religious ceremony, Bishop Electra, at St. Anthony's instruction, came to the side of where the choir had just stood. There was a tall wooden stand there, where various scriptures could be laid out. "Thank you all for coming. Your character is like brilliant stars in the tranquil darkness." Bishop Electra first offered a few polite words, then continued. "This time, we are establishing a charity foundation, primarily focused on an education assistance fund for the poor, originating from Lord Aaron's proposal. He is a truly noble aristocrat. His piety and character are impeccable, enough to serve as an example. Aaron gave a slight nod and walked towards Bishop Electra amidst applause. Seeing Aaron leave, Earl Hall turned to Audrey and chuckled. "My dear little princess, would you like to work in this foundation after you come of age?" Without Audrey needing to ask, Earl Hall sensed her confusion and explained with a smile. "Aaron is a very insightful person. Some of his ideas have inspired me and resonated with me. Moreover, we cannot ignore suffering just because it objectively exists and is difficult to truly solve for a long time." He looked at Audrey again and said with a smile, "You don't have to force yourself. I can find others to join this charity fund. I just hope that through this, you can see more and not view certain things as inevitable, never to change. Haha, and even if you miss this one, there are other charity organizations." Before Audrey could answer, Earl Hall seemed to think of something and said with some emotion, "Most of the commoners abducted by Cap'n lack skills or resources. Sending them directly back to the East Borough would only lead them into even more difficult living conditions, and it could increase the various challenges and risks they face. They would find it very difficult to find suitable work or earn a living, would be more likely to become objects of social exclusion, and very possibly become victims or participants in underground gang activities, or even be swayed by cults. Once the corn laws are truly abolished, food prices should plummet. Even now, the rental standards for farmlands and pastures have already begun to drop sharply. Additionally, those workers who protested the corn laws did indeed see a reduction in food prices, but their quality of life has not improved, and there's even a tendency for it to worsen. Many bankrupt farmers have entered the city, competing for jobs with low wages. Currently, wages for the labor class in many areas of Backland are rapidly declining." Earl Hall glanced at Audrey, who was deep in thought, and added, "And all of this could lead to a large number of displaced people and unemployed individuals. Therefore, this current charity fund is indeed a very good countermeasure. Here, you can also gain considerable experience and establish connections with other nobles." Audrey was silent for a moment, recalling what Aaron had said to her earlier, then looked up at Count Hall and said, "I want to add psychology to my home curriculum and become a true psychiatrist when I grow up. I think this should allow me to help more people. I am also willing to join this charity organization to truly do something for those suffering and to get to know the real world." Count Hall nodded, took out a check for £100,000, and handed it to a deacon of the Church of Evernight nearby. As the charity gala drew to a close, Aaron, while exchanging pleasantries with guests from all sides, also received the total amount and list of donations for the evening. The total donations for the night had reached 500,000 gold pounds, covering people from all walks of life. Seeing Count Hall, whose donation amount was only below his own, Aaron couldn't help but feel a little emotional. And after hearing Count Hall's suggestion and Audrey's idea, Aaron readily agreed, as this was one of his original goals. Since this was a charity gala initiated by the Church of Evernight in Aaron's name, and not a simple family banquet, the feelings of guests from all sides needed to be considered. After the gala, Aaron merely saw the Hall family off to their carriage before returning to the Church of Evernight. Just as Aaron was about to discuss with Archbishop Anthony how to establish a charity foundation in the southern continent, and some assistance Aaron wanted to receive in the southern continent, Archbishop Anthony Stevenson's deep eyes suddenly froze. He abruptly turned to look at a certain spot, and under Aaron's somewhat bewildered gaze, the Archbishop's figure suddenly vanished. Dash 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 dash. In an underground pipe on Williams Street, at the junction of West District and Empress Borough. A woman dressed in a dark warlock robe, her attire very peculiar, trembled with some excitement, holding a badge in her hand. The badge was only the size of an eyeball, its surface a combination of the symbolic patterns for fate and concealment. Originally, this badge would only undergo a change during the Hermit of Fate gathering, but now it was glowing brightly, and a faint, worm of time, symbol with 12 segments vaguely appeared in the void before her, echoing it from afar. As a descendant of the Jacob family, and also the last member of the small, unconnected families formed to avoid being uprooted by Aemon, Flora Jacob was incredibly excited. Half a year ago, she had come to Backland, hoping to find the secret treasure left by the Jacob family. I finally found it. The treasure left by my ancestors must contain a method to deal with him. The Jacob family will definitely not perish in history. Only this thought remained in Flora Jacob's mind. She eagerly stretched out her hand, touching the symbol in the void. A strange sensation came, and then a dong sound, like a bell, seemed to ring in Flora Jacob's ears. It was ethereal and faint, as if coming from an infinite distance. Flora Jacob felt as if she had been in a trance for a moment, as if she saw an ancient and majestic palace filled with various Beyonder materials and mystical items, and even 2 blurry tarot cards. Flora Jacob instinctively stepped forward, wanting to grab something, but she couldn't take any of them. These items seemed to be sealed by an invisible force. In an instant, a warning sign immediately rose in Flora Jacob's heart, and then information recorded in the family's generational books appeared in her mind. Sequence 3 inches Mentor of Deceit. And its core ability, deceit, is essentially a deepening of the swindler, which can mislead enemies, causing them to make errors in judgment, and can even deceive natural laws. Thoughts raced through her mind, and patterns instantly appeared on Flora Jacob's body as she quickly retreated. At this moment, a dong sound suddenly rang in Flora Jacob's ears once again. Unlike the previous sound, this time the sound was mixed with a babbling that was enough to tear and pollute Flora Jacob's spirit body. As a demigod of the Marauder pathway, Flora Jacob was fully capable of minimizing the impact of this babbling. The simplest and most practical method was to temporarily steal her own hearing. At the demigod level, this theft would also radiate to the spirit body level, reducing the impact of the babbling to a certain extent. But just as she was about to do so, Flora Jacob seemed to hear the true names of her ancestor and that blasphemer from the babbling. Recalling the thousands of years of fleeing and the silent demise of various family branches, Flora Jacob gritted her teeth and did not immediately defend herself. Instead, she wanted to gain as much information as possible through these babblings. Moreover, in her opinion, this was a treasure left by her ancestors. Even if there was danger, it would be directed at Beyonder of the Marauder pathway who were not descendants of the Jacob family. As a descendant of the Jacob family, and a genuine demigod, she was definitely the best candidate to inherit the ancestral treasure. Although Flora Jacob felt as if she had missed something, under the influence of this thought, she couldn't help but relax her vigilance a little. Suddenly, rays of light burst forth from all directions, as if a well-laid net had finally revealed itself. The surrounding scenery instantly became hazy, condensing into a clear and pure figure, like an angel but without wings, not far in front of Flora Jacob. This figure was also 100 meters tall, with tiny lights constantly flashing and jumping on its body, seemingly indicating the passage of time. Due to her eagerness to understand information and actively accepting the babbling, Flora Jacob's spirit body became somewhat chaotic, and her reaction was a beat too slow, failing to escape the range covered by the light. After clearly seeing the changes around her, Flora Jacob's heart sank slightly. She subconsciously raised her hand, attempting to steal the Beyonder characteristic of whatever this thing in front of her was. At the demigod level, for the same target, the Beyonder characteristic that could be stolen had increased from 1 to 3, and the duration could last for 2 hours. Of course, only one could be stolen at a time. Immediately, Flora Jacob's expression became incredibly ugly, because she hadn't stolen anything, not even the most basic thoughts. Not good. As this thought just surfaced in her mind, Flora Jacob's skin quickly cracked and peeled off, revealing the withered flesh and bones beneath. And on the bones, one hole after another cracked open, and strange insects with 7 or 8 segments crawled out. The transparent parts of these insects had many 3-dimensional patterns, and above their segments, time seemed to be flowing, which were indeed worms of time. Accompanied by a hoarse, painful scream, Flora Jacob's entire body exploded, and a small portion of light emerged and merged into a disc-shaped item with a crack, which was originally hanging on her chest. This was an item passed down through her lineage, aside from Beander characteristic, said to be a remnant from the very first ancestor. Welcome to Fanfic Audiobook, your go-to place for immersive audiobooks. If you enjoy the content, don't forget to like the video and subscribe to our channel for more amazing stories. And please support the author by link in description. As light surged in, the already cracked disc-shaped object instantly shattered completely, forming a massive, ancient, and mottled phantom. This phantom resembled the surface of a stone-carved wall clock, divided into 12 segments, each either grayish-white or dark greenish-black, intermingled but with clear boundaries, and bearing different symbols. As the clock hands on it turned, an indescribable, invisible torrent emerged, as if traveling through a long history. This invisible torrent swept up the remaining majority of the light, broke through the obstruction of that clear and pure figure, and escaped from here. As if sensing the intruder's departure, the clear and pure figure slowly shattered, turning into a stone sculpture. The stone sculpture depicted a gloomy-faced middle-aged man, yet with a mocking curve to his lips. If one looked closely at the stone sculpture's right eye, there seemed to be a faint trace of a monocle. The stone sculpture's skin cracked and peeled off, revealing one hole after another in the bones beneath, from which strange worms of time crawled out. It was exactly like Flora Jacob's state just now, the only difference being that the worms of time on the stone sculpture didn't have 7 or 8 segments, but a full 12. If Flora Jacob could see this stone sculpture, she would surely realize that this was the ability of the Sequence 2 Trojan horse of destiny to graft destiny, as recorded in her family's annals. The surrounding scene gradually revealed itself. The stone sculpture stood in the middle of a spacious hall, surrounded by many objects. Not far from the stone sculpture's feet, where Flora Jacob had originally stood, lay 2 corpses with no trace of decay, as if they had just died. 2 Beander characteristics, radiating divine fluctuations, lay quietly on the chests of the 2 corpses, neither merging with a part of the bodies to form a sealed artifact nor showing any other unusual movement, as if the time of these 2 corpses was forever frozen at a certain moment. Beside each corpse lay a tarot card, bearing 2 different images. One was a portrait of Irisil with the cosmos as his backdrop and a phantom door appearing before him, while the other was a portrait of Irisil with a 12-segment clock formed by light and shadow as his backdrop. And in the upper left corner of the 2 tarot cards, brilliant starlight condensed into a line of text: Sequence 0, door, Sequence 0, error. A playful voice sounded. So it's a descendant of Jacob, how interesting. Although I really want to eat her, patience is the most precious quality for hunting prey, I can't lose sight of the bigger picture. I've been sleeping there for over 1,000 years, and although I still haven't waited for that old fellow pals, I have a premonition that day is coming soon. The playful, ethereal voice gradually dissipated, and the phantom of a roulette wheel appeared, as if deceiving some rule, making everything here chaotic, unpredictable, and undiscoverable. Dash 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 dash. The top of a clock tower above William Street. Anthony Stevenson, wearing a black robe with red trim, appeared, frowning as he scanned the street below, but could no longer find anything unusual. After pondering for a moment, Anthony whispered a prayer to the Evernight goddess, but received no revelation. After watching the area below for a moment longer without result, Anthony's figure disappeared, returning to St. Samuel Cathedral. Aaron remained seated, deep in thought, not anxious. Seeing Bishop Anthony return, he did not rush to inquire. Anthony glanced at Aaron, and after a moment of silence, still spoke. Just now, I sensed an extremely subtle yet incredibly powerful fluctuation emerging on William Street in Backland. That was definitely not something an ordinary demigod could cause. That fluctuation was extremely subtle. Even I, benefiting from the Evernight goddess's favor of the hidden authority, could only vaguely sense its aura. But by the time I arrived, everything had vanished. William Street. Aaron's brows furrowed sharply upon hearing this. His first thought was that there was a problem with the Blood Emperor ruins beneath the house on William Street and the Red Angel evil spirit within them. Aaron's heart sank, and he no longer bothered to conceal himself. He directly took out the death mask, nodded to Archdeacon Anthony, and then used spirit world teleportation to leave. He wasn't going to William Street. If it really was a problem with that Red Angel evil spirit, going now would be like walking into a trap. The dense, colorful blocks dispersed, and Aaron had returned to his bedroom. He sent Evelyn, who was studying psychology books, out of the compartment, skillfully set up the ritual, and ascended above the dark golden mist. Aaron sat on the throne, his divination pendant hanging from his hand, and he chanted softly. A moment later, in a hazy dream, Aaron saw the Pound family ancestral home on Williams Street shrouded in night, and the diligently guarding sentries in the basement. No abnormalities at all. Aaron withdrew from the dream divination state, frowning slightly. Is this a trap, or am I overthinking it? Moreover, the hunter pathway doesn't seem to have any means of interfering with divination. No, an angel, even if only in an evil spirit form, what other means it might possess is not something I can guess at now. After a moment of contemplation, Aaron reached out and summoned the Black Emperor card, which merged into his body. Golden divine patterns encircled his entire body, and as the dark golden mist surged, Aaron performed dream divination again, obtaining the exact same scene as before. Aaron lightly tapped the throne, peeled off the Black Emperor card, and then looked at the paper crane folded by Wei anxiety in the clutter, bringing it back to the real world with him. He wrote a message on the back of the paper crane, and after waiting for a moment, Aaron suddenly felt sleepy. With a slight stir in his heart, Aaron willingly succumbed to this feeling and closed his eyes. In a hazy dream, Aaron seemed to see a scene of the symbols for destiny and concealment combined appearing before a black-robed lady in an underground pipe. The dream shattered, and Aaron opened his eyes, falling into thought. This seems to be the corresponding symbol for the Fate Hermit's gathering. Marauder pathway. It seems that it really has nothing to do with that Red Angel. At least, in the current state of that Red Angel evil spirit, it cannot deceive Wei anxiety, who is most familiar with destiny. Aaron immediately breathed a sigh of relief, then thought of more. From Amon's description at the time, the descendants of the Jacob family, after their ancestor's death, had tried to attach a secret treasure near the place where Tudor became the Blood Emperor. That means besides the Blood Emperor's ruins, William Street also hides the Jacob family's treasure. It's just a pity that an Amon's clone is also lying within that treasure. From a temporal perspective, what caused Archdeacon Anthony's reaction this time should be the Jacob family demigod's exploration of the treasure. And she was severely injured during the exploration, thus forced to parasitize a rat. A severely injured marauder pathway demigod. Aaron lightly tapped the table with his fingers, his eyes flickering. After waiting for a while and confirming there was no abnormal reaction, Aaron put on his death mask and activated spirit world teleportation. Williams Street, Pound family ancestral home. Aaron's figure appeared, holding the paper crane folded by Oppptin in his hand, just in case of any sudden situations. The mark of night on his arm glowed faintly, and his whole body seemed to be covered in a dark mist, having entered a concealed state. Even with Oppptin's revelation, Aaron still activated his spirit vision and circled the Pound family ancestral home, observing it. After detecting no abnormalities, he looked in other directions on William Street. A moment later, Aaron withdrew his gaze in disappointment, walked to the entrance of the Pound family ancestral home, and exited his concealed state. The guards stationed at the ancestral home instantly spotted Aaron's figure and, after confirming his identity, hastily welcomed him inside. While listening to the report from the captain of the stationed guards, Aaron went straight to the basement to confirm that the original seal was still effective and intact. Leaving the basement, Aaron still instructed, "Double the number of guards originally stationed here, and focus patrols on the basement and surrounding areas to prevent anyone from digging tunnels nearby." How has Loft Pound been recently? Has he shown any unusual behavior? The captain of the guards took out a compiled document from his pregnant and handed it to Aaron, saying, "Lord Aaron, this is Oppptin's complete record up to this morning. His Excellency the Baron continues his usual indulgent behavior, and the £5,500 he received from selling the ancestral home have already been mostly squandered. However, hidden within these seemingly normal behaviors are some unsettling details. He takes a carriage through here every week, quite discreetly. It took multiple comparisons to confirm, and he seems to be trying to confirm something." Aaron nodded, returning the record to him. Backland, midsection of Backland Street, deep within a certain sewer. A light appeared, faintly showing the phantom of a clock, as if drawn by some force, and plunged into a gray-white rat whose fur was covered in dirty water. The rat's body instantly swelled several times its size, and its state was extremely unstable, filled with a brutal and mad aura. A flash of light in its dark red eyes instantly made all the creatures in the surrounding sewer freeze in place. Suddenly, a gasp, as if from the depths of the soul, echoed in the sewer. Immediately after, a hysterical voice came from within the gray-white rat. "Why is this happening? I am a descendant of the Jacob family. Why is this happening?" The venomous, sharp voice resonated throughout the entire sewer, and the surroundings were silent, as if everything had died. After giving his instructions, Aaron returned to his villa in Empress Borough. It was too late, and he planned to visit Archbishop Anthony at St. Samuel Cathedral tomorrow to discuss matters concerning the southern continent. After an unknown period, Aaron suddenly awoke from his dream, sensing a power attempting to pull him into deep sleep and invade him. Is it Will Oppptin? But didn't he already give me a revelation? Why would he want to enter my dream again? At the same time, Aaron felt his consciousness constricting, as if hiding from something. No, this is different from a normal dream invasion. I've clearly regained my lucidity and can break free and wake up on my own, yet I can't leave the dream. This isn't Will Oppptin. Who is it? Aaron made a brief attempt and discovered more oddities, and questions and vigilance immediately arose in his heart. However, he wasn't too nervous, because this was in Backland, and he could still sense the mark of night on his wrist. But the current sensation made Aaron very uncomfortable. He clearly knew he was sleeping, and could even sense and control his body outside the dream, but no matter what, he couldn't wake up. Immediately after, Aaron's vision was filled with a blurry white mist, which condensed into an indistinct figure. Aaron's eyes narrowed slightly, his spirit piercing through the dream, causing his real body to move silently. He then put his hand into his pocket, touching the paper crane folded by Will Oppptin. At this moment, the blurry figure spoke calmly, with a hint of allure. "Leave Backland, and stop investigating all matters related to the missing persons case. People from the king's faction." Aaron's mind raced, then he pretended to still be half asleep and responded dully. "Okay." The blurry figure chuckled. As expected of that once favored one, to be able to remain conscious in such a situation with merely a sequence 6 status. "I've been discovered." Aaron was slightly dumbfounded but did not respond, maintaining his silence. At the same time, he silently grumbled to himself. "No, no, no, you should say, as expected of the great Lord of Order." The blurry figure smiled and shook his head, his attitude very casual. "The color of your emotions has changed significantly, and you might have even guessed some things." Since he had been discovered, Aaron stopped pretending and said in a deep voice, "Who are you? And who do you represent?" The blurry figure paused for a moment, then sighed and chuckled. "You don't need to know who I am. As the heir of the East Tacker family, you should be well aware that everything has its destiny, and every era is the same. Do not defy the destiny of an era, which is its trend. This will only make you, and your family, become sacrifices of history. The destiny of an era, the trend of an era, sacrifices of history." Upon hearing this, Aaron's pupils contracted slightly. He overturned his previous thoughts, and a term suddenly came to his mind. Twilight Hermit Order. But Aaron didn't speak, didn't utter those words. Instead, he tried his best to suppress his emotions and not let himself make too many associations. Seeing Aaron fall silent, the blurry figure said nothing more. It transformed back into the spreading white mist and disappeared from this dream. Aaron instantly broke free from that state, abruptly opened his eyes, and without hesitation, grabbed the paper crane beside him. After writing a message on it, he closed his eyes again. After an unknown period, Aaron suddenly awoke in his dream. Unconsciously, he found himself on a desolate plain, with black stones underfoot, not even a blade of grass. In the center of the plain stood a black pointed tower, around which coiled a gigantic, scaleless, silver-white long snake. Its body was covered in dense patterns and symbols, which formed interconnected revolving wheels, and around each wheel were different markings. At this moment, its head was raised, and its crimson eyes stared coldly at Aaron. Aaron cleared his throat and bowed, saying, "Good evening, esteemed speaker." A human-like look of disdain flashed in the silver-white long snake's eyes. Its massive mouth opened, and Oppptin's voice emerged. "All right, no need for pleasantries. I know what you want to ask. The person who invaded your dream earlier has already left. No one is monitoring you now." Aaron breathed a sigh of relief upon hearing this, his eyes shifting slightly as he continued. "A few days ago, I asked someone to severely teach the Rose School of Thought a lesson for you. Do you think you could do me a small favor? You don't need to act. You just need to disrupt fate within the next week, 2 weeks at the latest, to conceal the special aspects of my destiny, apart from being a favored one of the Evernight goddess." The silver-white long snake's crimson eyes scrutinized Aaron strangely from top to bottom, then nodded. Splash! The dream instantly shattered. Aaron opened his eyes, sat up from the bed, and went to the adjacent compartment. After confirming with Wei Ang-Sai-Ting that no one was monitoring him, Aaron quickly set up a spiritual wall and ascended above the dark golden mist. That was definitely not a simple dream intrusion. Aaron frowned slightly, tapping his throne with a finger, replaying the initial dream. The reason for this judgment was simple: the power first tried to pull him into deep slumber. A nightmare with such ability can directly see dreams and could not make such an error. Aaron had cooperated with Sost, a soul assurer, multiple times, and had even used the Lord of Mysteries to record the Beyonder abilities of a nightmare, making him very familiar with a nightmare's abilities. Therefore, Aaron was very certain about this. So, the guy who was playing tricks just now wasn't using a nightmare-like Beyonder ability or mystical item, but some other method. Twilight Hermit Order, Adam, Psychology Alchemists, Hugh Lambeth. Aaron muttered to himself, his thoughts gradually clearing. If that's the case, it should be a Psychology Alchemists Council member who acted. In Backland, it's most likely Hugh Lambeth. After knowing my location, did they use the surrounding collective subconscious sea to infiltrate the island of the mind and directly affect my mental body? Recalling the feeling of being unable to break free from the dream despite having regained his sanity, Aaron became even more convinced of his idea. As if suddenly thinking of something, Aaron sat on the throne and quickly summoned the Black Emperor card to merge into his body. Relying on his control over the Nation of Disorder, Aaron examined his spirit body from a strange angle. After repeatedly confirming that he had not been psychologically influenced, Aaron exhaled and took out the Black Emperor card. Aaron neither worried nor believed this was Adam's instruction. It was more likely a transaction proposed by a member of the King's faction who had joined the Twilight Hermit Order. Although the Twilight Hermit Order only interferes with major issues concerning the trends of the times that Adam anticipates. But as the leader of a secret organization, Aaron also clearly knew that similar organizations, in addition to fulfilling their own tenets and philosophies, also existed for mutual help among members. The Twilight Hermit Order has members of different fields, statuses, and sequences. Apart from some who fanatically believe in the first creator and await the coming of dusk and the awakening of the true God. The rest all have their own interests and demands, such as Hermes, and also George III. In such circumstances, as long as the organizer doesn't strictly control it from the beginning, internal commissions will inevitably appear. Hey, they think my investigation might affect George III's godhood plan and intend for me to leave Backland. But I'm not an unknown person. If you want me to leave without giving me some benefits, that won't do. Thinking this, Aaron suddenly sighed. Other secret organizations primarily fulfill their own tenets and philosophies, interspersed with mutual help among members, but my Chaos Council is not so profound. It only has mutual commissions, without tenets and philosophies. However, this is also a common problem for all newly established secret organizations. Dismissing his thoughts, Aaron's figure disappeared from the throne. Wednesday night, Toscade Island, the easternmost part of the Sonia Sea. As the easternmost colony of the Loan Kingdom, it faces the Gargas Islands to the north, which belong to the Fasak Empire. Toscade Island primarily relies on plantation economy and pirate black market trade, which in turn fostered the prosperity of bars, brothels, and casinos, making it a haven for pirates. The future arrived at the port of Toscade Island, forcibly docking at the pier. Frank smiled very happily, handing a leather case filled with a package of yellowish-green potions to Marich. As Frank, who had the Sequence 8 Doctor in his prerequisite sequence, upon hearing that the guest would experience bloodthirsty madness during the blood moon, he proactively formulated a potion with his exclusive recipe for him. Marich expressionlessly took the potion. If he hadn't tried the potion beforehand and genuinely felt its effects, he would have thought it was poison. After thanking and bidding farewell to Frank, who had an enthusiastic smile, and Catalia, the Star Admiral, who stood beside him, Sharon and Marich, carrying the leather case, left the future and boarded the pier of Toscade Island. Relying on their extraordinary physical fitness, the two quickly disappeared. Even while on the ship, Sharon had heard Frank describe the situation on Toscade Island, knowing that the forces here were mixed and very chaotic. Even though they had severely struck the Rose School of Thought's pursuit with the help of Queen Mystic Bernadette and that hidden existence's power last time, she dared not let down her guard. Sharon clearly recognized that she only had the strength of a Sequence 6. After confirming that she had left the future, the Rose School of Thought, having suffered heavy losses from the last failed capture, would surely search for them even more frantically. Therefore, they decided to covertly infiltrate tonight and buy black boat tickets, but instead of going to the pirate-frequented bar Frank suggested, they headed to the Oak Bar, recommended by Catalia. They planned to travel to Alavi Island early tomorrow morning, an island located on the Rorstad Archipelago, Toscade, shipping route. The reason was simple. Steele McVeigh, the second mate of Blood Admiral, Sr., had recently appeared on Toscade Island. As fellow Sequence 6 zombies, even if they teamed up, Sharon and Marich would not be able to defeat him in a short time, not to mention he also had helpers. To avoid revealing their whereabouts and alarming Blood Admiral, Sr., and consequently being discovered by the Rose School of Thought behind him, Marich found a street broker and, through friendly communication, had him buy 2 black boat tickets to Alavi Island at the Oak Bar. After getting the tickets, Marich, to prevent the guy from blabbering, casually knocked him out and threw him into a room. Thursday morning, Backland, Loan Street, George District. Many thanks to all guests for attending the opening ceremony of the East Taker Charity Foundation. After a passionate speech by the host, Aaron personally cut the ribbon. As Aaron and other guests discussed the future development of the foundation, Solo Binter quickly walked to Aaron's side and whispered, "Earl, Military Intelligence Department 9 has agreed to your terms. However, Jonas Coleridge asked me to tell you that King George III intends to summon you to the palace this Saturday, and the conditions you proposed will be personally announced by the king." Aaron nodded silently for a moment. On the second day after his dream was invaded, he applied to the Military Intelligence Department 9 for a transfer out of Backland. Aaron had already intended to leave Backland. Having known George III's plan and intentions for a long time, he did not intend to continue the investigation. Since he had already attracted the attention of the Twilight Hermit Order, it was naturally best to quickly escape this whirlpool when his strength was insufficient and his wings were not yet fully grown. However, George III summoned him at this time. Did he have other intentions? Thinking about these matters, Aaron did not continue to exchange pleasantries with other guests. He left his butler to attend the remaining opening ceremony and made the most reasonable choice, heading to St. Samuel Cathedral. Accompanied by the clatter of hooves, the carriage arrived at St. Samuel Cathedral in the North District. Aaron did not look for Archbishop Anthony but found a random seat in the prayer hall and quietly prayed to the Evernight goddess. He recounted the warning about the tide of the era, which seemed to come from a spectator demigod, his plan to go to the South Continent, and King George III's summons. Sitting on a chair in the prayer hall, Aaron quietly waited for a response while pondering in his mind. Every king is bound by the 3 major covenants and can only reach sequence 5 at most. But George III, with the help of the Twilight Hermit Order, has bypassed this obstacle by conjuring another George III, who is at most sequence 5, thereby evading inspection by the major churches. According to Huon Rambis in the original work, the president of the Psychology Alchemists, Black Throne King, Bauhaus Hopkins, a sequence 3 dream weaver, personally ensured that George III became more talented. Aaron tapped his fingers lightly on the chair, listening to the bishop's sermon in the prayer hall, a slight smile playing on his lips. However, this so-called talent is to make one's spirit and soul more like the high-level ancestors, thereby gaining the recognition of the corresponding Beander characteristic or the spiritual imprint within the sealed artifact, making it easier to overcome the huge negative effects of consuming the potion and wielding the sealed artifact. With George III's active cooperation, a sequence 3 Dreamweaver was indeed enough to achieve this. I need to be more careful in the future. Although this method can speed up digestion, it is by no means a perfect solution, and it even carries huge hidden dangers. Even if one can act in advance to make oneself more talented, and reduce the impact of the spiritual imprint in the potion, the spiritual imprint will also reversely change the soul of the consumer or wielder, causing them to undergo certain mutations. This is to make George III conform to the spiritual imprint of a fallen sequence 2 feet balancer, ancestor, thereby rapidly advancing to sequence 2, and then transferring to the Black Emperor pathway to advance to sequence 1. What a cunning plan. However, George III is probably a deeply hidden, insidious, and cunning lunatic now. I must make more preparations. At the current timeline, George III has already substantially acquired a higher status, at least sequence 2, and most likely has already become sequence 1, just waiting for the tide of the era to arrive to successfully ascend to Black Emperor through the Blood Emperor's ruins. With such a status and a mixture of the Black Emperor pathway and Arbitrator pathway, even with a conjured George III in between, Aaron was very worried that he might discover his uniqueness. As for asking the Evernight, Storm, and Steam churches to arrest him, Aaron never even considered such a foolish approach. Even if they did, they would only catch the conjured George III, who was only sequence 5. Given the abilities and status of a certain fanatic, as well as the resources he controlled, and with George III's full cooperation, the major Orthodox churches alone would not be able to discern whether the George III they caught was a conjured one. Aaron shifted his posture and looked at the Evernight holy emblem at the top of the cathedral, his thoughts drifting further. Moreover, regarding someone wanting to become the Black Emperor, the 7 gods in the astral world have a very ambiguous attitude. Facing the about-to-break original barrier and the coveting outer gods, they are happy to see a mentally sound, Black Emperor, born. However, for the sake of their interests, they prefer it to be the one they support, but also to prevent the outbreak of wars between churches. This would affect their respective anchors. Therefore, they will not give their respective churches too specific revelations, only letting them follow normal procedures. If they can investigate, they will punish; if not, they will tacitly allow it to develop. Of course, during this process, it is not ruled out that some existence might want to cause some damage, but it will not be so direct and obvious because it will inevitably be stopped by other gods. But they are all extremely restrained with each other. Even the later World War was only because George III died, and the Black Emperor could not reappear in a short time. The Evernight goddess obtained the uniqueness of the death pathway, which directly enraged the god of combat, and with the push of many forces, the god war finally broke out. In the current relatively restrained relationship, the gods would not directly intervene, and Aaron dared not confront the Twilight Hermit Order at this time. Putting away his chaotic thoughts, Aaron prayed again, waited for a moment, and after confirming he received no response, Aaron stood up somewhat disappointedly and walked towards the offering box, very devoutly putting in 200 pounds. Dash 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 dash. In the villa of the Audrey family in West Backland, Louise Sears met Casimir, who was also a blood clan baron. This Sanguin, who was in his prime, was the spokesperson for the blood Marquis Nibs Audrey. After learning that Louise Sears wished to obtain a very powerful mystical item that could greatly enhance her spirituality, her grandfather, Earl Mistral, recommended Louise to come here. After a few days of notification, as the most prominent Sanguin of the younger generation, Louise, coupled with Earl Mistral's recommendation, Louise gained the opportunity to personally meet Marquis Nibs. As a powerful Sanguin active in the Fourth Epoch, that chaotic era, only here within the Backland Sanguin could one obtain mystical items of that level. Seeing the person arrive, Louise quickly stood up from the living room sofa and bowed to him. "Good evening, Baron." Casimir smiled and nodded, being very friendly to this young blood clan baron. Whether it was due to her background, or the meaning represented by such rapid advancement, especially as a beautiful lady, all these made him display a sincere smile. Without unnecessary words, Casimir smiled and spoke, walking ahead. "Good evening, Baron Louise, please follow me." After speaking, he turned and walked towards another staircase on the second floor. Louise followed behind, feeling a bit uneasy and nervous, but she was not afraid. After all, a blood marquis was ultimately just a sequence 3. She had even seen that great existence in the Chaos Council who could be compared to the Primordial One, so she naturally wouldn't feel fear because of this. Louise's nervousness was simply due to the upcoming transaction. As a Sanguin, lying in front of a blood marquis who had made great contributions to the Sanguin always made Louise feel ashamed. Doing this will make the Sanguin stronger, and in the future, I will also become a Sanguin who makes such great contributions. Louise cheered herself on in her heart, secretly recalling the terms of the transaction she had reached with Mr. Favored One through prayer. The two walked down the stairs to the underground area, and Louise Sears passed through several secret doors, entering a spacious grey hall. After Casimir Audrey reported, a deep, aged voice slowly emanated from the coffin. "Louise Sears, you may state your request." Louise looked at Casimir Audrey, who was standing to one side. The latter was startled for a moment, then gave a dry laugh and bowed out of the hall. "Respected Lord Nibase, I wish to obtain a demigod-level mystical item that can greatly enhance spirituality, preferably with minimal negative effects." Seeing Casimir Audrey disappear from the hall, Louise retracted her gaze and responded without hesitation. The underground hall briefly fell silent. After several seconds, Nibase Audrey, lying in the coffin, spoke with a serious tone. "A demigod-level mystical item, do you know what that means, Blood Clan Baron Louise?" Louise coughed dryly. She could very well understand Lord Nibachi's current mood, much like a distant relative's young child suddenly asking to borrow $1 million. "Only a fool would agree," Louise muttered to herself, her expression unchanged as she spoke. "Respected Lord Nibase, I know what that means, so I have also offered generous exchange terms. I am willing to exchange a blood count Beander characteristic. It comes from a sequence 4 Shaman King, and was not obtained by killing a Sanguin." Louise quickly spoke while Blood Marquis Nibase had not yet responded, and finally explained the source of the Beander characteristic to avoid misunderstanding. The underground hall instantly became silent. After a long time, just as Louise was about to speak impatiently, Nibase Audrey, lying in the coffin, suddenly asked out of the blue. How did you obtain the Beander characteristic for your promotion to Blood Clan Baron? The envoy I sent to Fenaport has already returned. Your parents said you exchanged it for a sequence 6 wind-blessed Beander characteristic. Tell me in detail, where did you make the exchange? Louise's heart tightened, thinking, as expected. However, she had already prepared her answer and immediately responded. Please, Lord Nibase, isolate the inside from the outside. No response came, but the underground hall was instantly enveloped in a rich crimson moonlight. Feeling her spirituality and inspiration continuously strengthening, Louise subtly nodded and then spoke. I traded for that Blood Clan Baron Beander characteristic at an extremely secret gathering. This current transaction was also proposed by a member of that gathering. Without giving Blood Marquis Nibase time to inquire further, Louise continued to speak as Aaron had instructed, but her face also immediately showed an irrepressible excitement and joy. The member who proposed the transaction also asked me to convey a message to you. Lilith is reviving. When uttering that sacred name, Louise's voice trembled slightly, but it was a tremor of surprise and excitement. For thousands of years, the Sanguin had basically not received clear divine revelations directly from their ancestor. Even if they had, they were vague, leading some to mistakenly believe they were from evil gods like the original moon, which caused some Sanguin to have unpleasant conjectures. Recalling the words of Mr. Favored One transmitted through prayer, even if Mr. Favored One's tone on the last two words, reviving, was a bit strange, it did not prevent Louise from believing it implicitly. On one hand, it was reverence for the ancestor, and on the other, trust in the hidden existence of the Order Master, as all their conversations were transmitted by that hidden existence. Under these circumstances, Louise believed that Mr. Favored One would not lie about this matter, and the Order Master had not objected to this statement either. For a moment, the underground hall, bathed in crimson moonlight, once again fell into a deathly silence. After an unknown period, just as Louise was still pondering the relationship between the Order Master and her ancestor, Blood Marquis Nibase suddenly spoke in a low voice. I am aware of your request, but I need some time. You may wait outside the hall first. Louise nodded, and while the surrounding crimson moonlight had not yet dissipated, she added, do not pray to the moon, and do not reveal this secret, otherwise it will affect the ancestors' revival. She received no response, but Louise did not mind. She turned and left the underground hall, giving a slight nod to Casimir, who was standing not far away, and then said nothing more. As the stone door of the hall closed, Aaron, above the dark golden mist, also retracted his gaze. Long before Louise entered the underground hall, she had prayed to him, and Aaron had seen the entire process through the prayer light spots. Even when Blood Marquis Nibase isolated the inside from the outside in the middle, relying on the Black Emperor card and his increasingly close connection with the Nation of Disorder, it only made the images obtained by the prayer light spots turn crimson, but they could still be seen. Recalling the lack of response at St. Samuel's Cathedral and some subsequent plans, Aaron sighed, glanced at his pile of miscellaneous items, feeling a bit reluctant but still condensed a light spot and cast it towards the prayer light spot below. Louise, standing outside the underground hall, looked slightly dazed, a scene appearing before her eyes. In the boundless dark golden mist, a familiar figure bowed and spoke. My lord, please inform Louise that I am willing to exchange an item that can locate a sealed artifact corresponding to Sequence 3 High Summoner, and a Blood Clan Viscount Beander characteristic, for a Sequence 4 Beander characteristic or sealed artifact. After the transaction, if you need to deal with that sealed artifact, I can also provide assistance, but that demigod Beander characteristic or sealed artifact must be from the god of combat pathway, death pathway, or night pathway, one of the three. After watching the scene and receiving the information, Louise's crimson lips parted slightly, and she immediately didn't know what to say. The Sanguin Beander characteristics, usually so hard to find, had appeared so many at once, Sequence 5, Sequence 4, and even clues for Sequence 3. If it weren't for her extreme trust in that hidden existence and Mr. Favored One, Louise couldn't help but have some unpleasant suspicions. Aaron, seated on the throne, sighed. The demigod Beander characteristics from the god of combat pathway, death pathway, and night pathway were, of course, to be sacrificed to the Evernight goddess. As a favored one, Aaron was very clear about his position. Without possessing matching strength, all cooperation was empty talk. To receive help, one must at least provide items of equal value. Just as Aaron was thinking this, the picture transmitted by the prayer light point rippled, seemingly disturbed by some force, but returned to calm after a moment. Aaron's thoughts were also interrupted by this sudden change, and he looked through the prayer light point at the tightly closed stone door. Even though Aaron used all his power, Louise Sears, the true owner of the prayer light point, was not in the underground hall. Through layers of obstruction, Aaron could only see a translucent, ethereal gate inscribed with numerous mysterious symbols. And this was also because the aura emanating from that illusory gate was too powerful, like a dazzling torch in the dark, which allowed Aaron to notice it through the barrier. That illusory gate was the summoning gate. Aaron, who had already experienced a battle with the Rose School of Thought, quickly identified it, but then a question arose in Aaron's mind. Why did Nebuz open the summoning gate? Could it be at the behest of a Sanguin Duke? Beyond the stone door, in the spacious gray hall. In the center of the hall, suspended above a heavy coffin inscribed with numerous symbolic signs and magical markings, was a translucent, ethereal gate adorned with numerous mysterious symbols. From within the gate came a rich, ageless voice. Nebuz, what matter requires you to recite my honored name? Has something happened in Backland? As this voice echoed, the ground and walls rapidly became covered with green grass, flowers, and even grains. Numerous insects crawled amidst the dense vegetation, and even though he was still within the coffin, Audrey felt the vibrant surge of life. From within the heavy coffin came Nebuz's respectful reply. Esteemed Duke Ormer, I apologize for disturbing your slumber. I have encountered some questions, and I am even unsure how to make a decision. I wish to request your approval, Duke. Duke Ormer, one of the three great dukes currently in charge of the Sanguin, an ancient powerhouse who existed before the Great Catastrophe, titled Full Moon, over 3,000 years old, and once followed the progenitor Lilith. Ormer's rich voice came from within the gate, accompanied by clear curiosity. Tell me, what exactly is going on? After listening to Nebuz's report and a long silence, Duke Ormer's voice came from behind the door again. The sudden appearance of the blood moon last time, I did indeed receive some vague revelations. Duke Ormer did not continue speaking, nor did he comment on what Nebuz had reported. After saying something out of context, he added, that young Sanguin is called Louise Sears, right? Agree to her trade. I will be watching from the side. The rich voice echoed in the vibrant underground hall, accompanied by Nebuz's respectful assent. Outside the stone door, Louise Sears was chatting with Baron Casimir Audrey, who stood beside her. From his appearance alone, Casimir Audrey was a very elegant middle-aged gentleman, but Louise knew that he was over 200 years old. He had witnessed Emperor Rosel's rule in Intis and later moved to Loan because he had lived too long and feared his neighbors would notice something amiss. As Marquis Nebuz's grandson, Casimir had naturally not only traveled through Intis but had also ventured as far as the Rorstad archipelago, even establishing an underground intelligence organization in the generous city of Byam. Only the South Continent remained unexplored due to factors like the Rose School of Thought. It was also thanks to such rich experience and competence that he became Nebuz Audrey's spokesperson. Louise ignored the Baron's flattery, instead diligently recording his travel experiences and insights, which would be very helpful for her goal of traveling the North-South continent. Just then, the closed stone door slowly opened, and Marquis Nebuz's voice came from within. Louise Sears, you may come in. Louise's heart tightened instantly. After nodding apologetically to Baron Casimir beside her, she walked into the hall, simultaneously recalling her previous transaction with Mr. Favored One and the images that had just been transmitted. As soon as Louise entered the hall, the stone door closed heavily. Louise was about to speak when she was stunned by the strange scene before her. The originally spacious and desolate grey hall was now full of life. On the green grass were mouth-like slits from which fibers flew out, capturing insects. Flowers, using their branches and leaves as hands, collected nectar on their own. Grains like wheat were heavy, yet occasionally a crying sound emanated from within them. The insects were all unusual, some had snake heads, others bird faces. Just as Louise's gaze was drawn by this peculiar sight, Aaron, seated on the throne, turned his attention to the center of the hall. The coffin that had been placed there was now covered by those strange plants, which had entwined to form a vibrant tomb. With the true vision provided by the nation of disorder, Aaron clearly saw an ethereal gate, normally invisible, floating above the plant-entwined tomb. A phantom, as if merely a projection, appeared behind the gate. Blood-red threads surged from the projection, spreading throughout the entire underground hall. All the strange plants and the immense life force were caused by these red threads. Sequence 2 inches life giver. This term instantly surfaced in Aaron's mind, corresponding to an angel, and also one of the Sanguin dukes. However, Aaron was not flustered. This angel was not of the fate pathway, nor the justiciar pathway, nor the Black Emperor pathway. As long as he did not use his power to respond, merely observing the prayer light point would not attract his attention. I agree to your trade. The mystical item I intend to exchange is called Crimson Eye, and it is shaped like a pendant. As he spoke, streaks of red light condensed into a pendant that seemed to be formed from rich blood, like a miniature red moon. Nibus's sudden voice startled Louise. She instantly detached from the strange atmosphere created by a certain power contained within the surrounding peculiar plants. This must be an overflow of power from a very high sequence of the Sanguin. Louise's mind drifted with this thought. Her eyes had just scanned the pendant when she heard Marquis Nibus's subsequent words. The Crimson Eye can cause an area to be in a full moon state, which can greatly enhance the wearer's spirituality and inspiration, and also accelerate the recovery of spirituality. At the same time, it can create an environment favorable to oneself, producing a full moon effect or concealing the moon in that area. Within a certain range illuminated by moonlight, it grants abilities like instantaneous teleportation. Moreover, it can also cast the moon paper figurine substitution technique, using a paper figurine seemingly condensed from crimson moonlight as a substitute to evade one fatal attack. It can be passively triggered or actively used. Louise instantly broke free from her previous thoughts, her eyes shining as she listened to these abilities she had never encountered before, secretly guessing what sequence one would need to reach to possess such powers. Nibus paused at this point, then added. However, it is important to note that all abilities can only be used under the created full moon state, and the negative effects of the Crimson Eye arise from this. Using the Crimson Eye for more than 10 minutes will cause one to hear illusory whispers from within the full moon, making the user irritable and bloodthirsty. Each use can last a maximum of 12 minutes. Once it exceeds 12 minutes, one will be unable to escape the illusory whispers and will gradually go mad until their spirituality is exhausted and they die. If each use does not exceed 10 minutes, there only needs to be a 6-hour interval. If it exceeds 10 minutes, there must be a 12-hour interval before it can be used again. By simply paying attention to the time during use, the negative effects of the Crimson Eye can be effectively avoided. When not in use, merely wearing it will only cause varying degrees of bloodthirst, which can be alleviated by drinking blood or suppressed by willpower, thus allowing for long-term wear. After listening to Marquis Nibus's explanation, Louise's eyes slightly brightened. She increasingly felt that Mr. Favored One would surely be satisfied, and she began to secretly ponder how much commission she could earn, her eyes almost turning into the shape of gold pounds. Aaron, seated on the throne, nodded slightly, very satisfied with this mystical item. As expected of an ancient race that has been passed down since the Second Epoch, there are indeed many good things. Aaron looked forward to the upcoming transaction even more. After a few seconds of brainstorming, Louise quickly came back to her senses and respectfully replied. All right, Lord Nibus. I will contact that transactor as soon as possible and will give you a response by this Saturday. From the coffin, now submerged by strange plants, came Nibis's muffled reply. Just as Nibis intended to let this young Sanguin leave, Louise's subsequent words plunged him into a long silence. To exchange an item that can locate a corresponding sequence 3 feet high summoner, sealed artifact and a Sanguin Viscount Beander characteristic for a sequence 4 Beander characteristic or sealed artifact from the god of combat pathway, death pathway, or night pathway. Not only Nibis, but even Duke Ormer, who had projected himself through the summoning gate, fell silent for a moment. However, just as Nibis hesitated on how to reply, Duke Ormer's voice echoed in the underground hall. I can agree to this trade. I have a sequence 4 feet undying, Beander characteristic that can be used for exchange. But I need to see the item that can locate the corresponding sequence 3 feet high summoner, sealed artifact first, and the transaction will proceed after its authenticity is confirmed. Louise looked around in surprise, trying to find the source of the voice but found nothing. Seeing that Lord Nibis had no intention of explaining and did not object, she suppressed her doubts and silently noted down the words. Sequence 4 feet undying, that sounds like the name of the death pathway. I've learned another high sequence potion name. Louise thought with a hint of excitement, almost impatient to return to her residence and pray to the Order Master, to convey tonight's results to Mr. Favored One. The stone doors opened, and Nibis's deep voice, tinged with surprise, came out. Louise, you may go back. After the underground hall returned to silence, Nibis's voice sounded again, but with a hint of doubt. Duke. Duke Ormer's rich voice came from within the gate, slowly fading as the gate disintegrated and dispersed. I feel a gaze, but I cannot find its source. The trade will proceed as usual. I will visit Backland soon. The capital of the Rorstad archipelago, the generous city, Byam. This place is also known as the Spice Archipelago, possessing a variety of peculiar spices, with plantations in this area serving as the backbone of its economy. Among them, Blue Mountain Island, where Byam is located, occupies more than half of the archipelago's land area. It has mineral deposits like gold, silver, copper, coal, and iron, a high forest coverage rate, many fruit varieties, and exceptionally fertile land. Because of this, the first colonists named their city built by the sea the generous city, believing it to be a land of treasure promised by the gods, flowing with milk and mead. Danitz scratched his nose, inhaling deeply the refreshing sea breeze before the rain fell. Feilun Edis, standing beside him, glanced at the hunter and spoke in a low voice. Your wig is about to fall off. If you're recognized here, even if you get killed, I won't avenge you. Byam is the fulcrum of the Loan Kingdom's colonial rule in the central Sonia Sea, one of the largest cities in this region, with a considerable number of powerful official beyonders. No matter how arrogant a pirate general was, they dared not openly show themselves here. Most of the time, they had to rely on local gangs or people with deep backgrounds to handle stolen goods and purchase necessities. Even when going out, they would be disguised to avoid being recognized. Danitz was choked up, grumbling unhappily. He adjusted his wig, glared at Feilun Edis, who had just become a Sequence 7 seafarer, and extended his right hand, saying, "Give me back the money." Danitz was also quite frustrated. Because of his merits in searching for that giant key last time, the captain had only approved his vacation. He had just wanted to head straight to Byam, planning to relive the warmth of the Red Theater here. Who knew that as soon as the captain heard he was coming to Byam, he sent Feilun along, ostensibly to understand the Golden Dream's contact points in Byam. Feilun's expression remained unchanged. He slapped away Danitz's hand, which was already extended towards him, glanced at the fuming Danitz, and calmly replied. Isn't the repayment deadline not due yet? I will definitely pay you back before the deadline. First, complete the task assigned by the captain, and then you can truly enjoy your vacation. His mission in Byam was not merely to understand the Golden Dream's contact points in Byam. More importantly, it was to spread rumors and create a false impression that the treasure had not been found and was still being sought. This was to buy time for the captain to research that giant black iron key and to mislead other interested pirate generals, thereby alleviating pressure on the captain. Originally, this mission was quite difficult to accomplish. Blood Admiral, Senior, who was extremely interested in this treasure, had been leading his flagship, the Flesh Tree, to search for the Golden Dream near the Violent Sea Safe Passage. But in the past week, Blood Admiral, Senior and his flagship, the Flesh Tree, suddenly sailed away from the Violent Sea area, heading to the waters near Toscade Island, which borders the Sonia Sea. Rumor has it that it is related to the Rose school of thought behind Senior. After this news was confirmed by Edwina Edwards, several of the stronger and more trusted Beyonders on the Golden Dream paired up and went to the vast sea area from Dichi Bay to the Rorstad archipelago, avoiding Senior and his fleet, to execute the captain's plan, and would rendezvous at a designated location a week later. Fei Lun followed Danitz's steps and arrived at an inconspicuous room near the port. Danitz knocked heavily on the door. A moment later, a hunched old man, reeking of alcohol and a bit tipsy, opened the door, holding a local, Byam Backland, in his hand. Seeing this, Danitz cleared his throat, took a step forward, and whispered to the old man. "What are you doing? I sent you a telegram yesterday saying I was bringing a new crew member to check out the contact point today. Your drunken state has completely disgraced Blazing Danitz, you know." Then, somewhat awkwardly, he turned to Fei Lun behind him and explained. "This is old Lin En, one of our Golden Dream contacts in the Rorstad archipelago. He likes to drink, but he's very capable and has never affected the transmission of messages, so you can rest assured." Fei Lun's mouth twitched, but he said nothing, following Danitz's steps inside. After listening to old Lin En's somewhat slurred introduction, Danitz cleared his throat and looked at Farron Edis, who was dressed in native attire, and said, "What I just introduced to you is our usual method of information contact. You can learn about it, and I'll take you to practice it when I have the chance in the future. To complete the captain's mission faster and better, I thought of a way." Before Fei Lun could ask, Danitz chuckled conspiratorially and lowered his voice. "I plan to take you to visit a local force. Spreading news through them is much faster and safer than doing it ourselves. Maybe we can find some good things there, they have a considerable demand for Beyonder materials, food, and weapons." "What local force?" Farron Edis asked somewhat confusedly, muttering to himself, "They actually acquire Beyonder materials, food, and weapons." Fei Lun, who mainly studied Beyonder knowledge on the Golden Dream, did not understand the forces or history of Byam and was momentarily surprised that a force dared to acquire contraband here. Danitz scrutinized Farron Edis, and seeing the confusion on the new crew member's face, he, for once, found a psychological advantage and laughed. "It's those rebels who shout about independence and locals managing local affairs. Their main base is deep in the jungle, and on the sea, they cooperate with many pirates and adventurers. Of course, they are mainly supported by Fosak and Intis. Missionaries of the god of combat and eternal blazing sun often sneak over here." Farron Edis suddenly understood. Having been at sea for so long, he had some understanding of the secret struggles and various schemes between the major churches. He then nodded slightly, not opposing the visit to that local force. After reaching a consensus, the two left the contact point. Fei Lun, led by Danitz, who had blackened his face, walked through streets and alleys, heading southeast. After leaving the earliest area of the generous city, they entered an area with distinct architectural styles. There were houses supported by wooden piles with empty ground floors, and 3 or 4-story buildings in a row, evolved from Lowen-style small buildings. The roads they separated were narrow and dirty, with many stalls on both sides selling various stone ornaments, headwear, earrings, and hand ornaments, with vibrant red and colorful ones being the most numerous. "They're a bunch of guys with strange aesthetics, liking particularly bright colors, just like venomous snakes in the jungle," Danitz muttered softly. Passing by dark-skinned, thin, and shriveled natives, and through alleys with clothes drying overhead, their vision suddenly opened up to a not-too-large square. In the square, a group of locals surrounded a central pool, either kneeling, prostrating, muttering to themselves, or singing softly, their expressions devout yet numb. As soon as they sensed someone approaching, they suddenly rose and rushed into the surrounding alleys in a panic. All the windows on the second, third, and fourth floors of the surrounding houses slammed shut, and the square became quite quiet. But Fei Lun's spiritual intuition told him that many people were behind the windows, at alley corners, and in dark corners, watching the strangers who had suddenly intruded into this space. Danitz lowered his head and said in a suppressed voice, "Don't mind them, this is their self-protection." Fei Lun expressed his confusion. Danitz chuckled. Before being completely colonized, the natives of the Rorstad archipelago always believed in the sea god, Cavatua, believing that this deity, often appearing as a giant sea snake, protected all the islands here from being swallowed by earthquakes and tsunamis. Now, this belief has been openly abolished, and the Church of Storms has been cracking down on heretics. Even the Church of the Night and the Church of Steam cannot expand their influence here, with only a few churches. But in reality, such a belief of hundreds or thousands of years is not so easy to eradicate. Byam, Blue Mountain Island, and the Rorstad Sea area still have many believers of the sea god. Even if a group of people is arrested and subjected to various extreme punishments every 1 or 2 months, this situation cannot be reversed in a short time. The main pillars of those rebels are the believers of the sea god. The sea god, Cavatua, its image is a giant sea snake. Fei Lun listened thoughtfully, secretly guessing that the sea god should be a high-sequence strong person of the sailor pathway. He continued to follow Danitz into a 4-story house on the front right, walking up the narrow stairs to the top floor. Danitz turned back and warned, "The people here are a bit abnormal. Don't talk later, I'll deal with them." Fei Lun looked suspiciously at a certain hunter, then reluctantly nodded under Danitz's glare. Thump thump thump. Danitz knocked on the door to his left. "Who is it?" a low voice asked from inside. Danitz chuckled and replied, "A friend bringing fine wine and roasted meat." "Where is it?" the person inside asked a strange question. Danitz stepped back and said, "On the sea." Creak. The door slowly opened, and Fei Lun saw a shirtless man standing behind the door, with a blue-green ferocious sea snake tattooed on his arm. Fei Lun was about to avert his gaze but was almost made to frown by the man's coarse eyebrows and cold-blooded animal-like eyes. A faint sense of danger surfaced in his heart. At least a Beander, and he has killed many people. Fei Lun made a rough judgment based on his spiritual intuition but did not speak, following behind Danitz into the room. "Edmonton, who's here?" a mellow voice came from the window. The tattooed man closed the door as he said, "They've disguised themselves." Upon entering, there was a living room, not large, and already cramped with just a cabinet, a table, and a few chairs. The person who had just spoken was a man in his 40s, sitting in an iron wheelchair, with a blanket over his knees and wearing a jacket. He had a shaved head, bluish stubble on both sides of his cheeks, and deep brown eyes with restrained, seemingly waveless emotions. He glanced at the visitors and slowly smiled, blazing, "Long time no see." Danitz was stunned for a moment, then forced a smile. "Carrot, your eyesight is really good." At the same time, he secretly decided that after completing this mission and returning, he must learn more about makeup and disguise techniques from the captain. "What are you doing here? I remember the rumors said you were looking for treasure." Carrot did not dwell on the previous topic, and Edmonton also walked back behind Carrot. Danitz and Fei Lun exchanged glances, then Danitz cleared his throat and spoke. "The captain led us to search the western part of the Violent Sea for a long time, but there were no clues. So we came to Byam to see if there were any other clues, and by the way, to see what good things you have here." Carrot listened quietly, his eyes narrowed slightly, then pointed to the table and said, "The usual rules, all the things you want are on it, and I can also buy the materials and items you sell." On the table were many strangely shaped items, including bone whistles, simple and crude bagpipes, iron black leaves, and blood-stained stones. To the right of that pile of items was a slender bone dagger, slightly longer than a forearm, milky white all over, with several dark red, deep patterns. Fei Lun's gaze remained on this dagger. He always had a strange feeling, as if this dagger was attracting him. But his studies on the Golden Dream and the captain's teachings made him resist the urge to use his spirit vision, fearing he would see things he shouldn't. Noticing Fei Lun's gaze, Carrot and Edmonton exchanged glances, then spoke with a smile. This bone sword can drain the enemy's blood, it's pretty good. Do you want it? Fei Lun's eyebrows twitched, but he did not speak, shaking his head in silence, and averted his gaze to other items. A hint of disappointment flashed in Carrot's eyes. He did not press further and bought a Beander material from Danitz for £60. Danitz didn't notice these things. Happily taking the £60, he was eager to go to the Red Theatre and pulled Fei Lun away. Seeing the two leave, Carrot raised his hand to stop Edmonton, who was about to say something, and spoke in a low voice. He has not been chosen by the god. Prepare another sacrifice. Recently, the god's response has become increasingly vague. Mist Sea, a hidden island near the headquarters of the Moses Ascetic Order. A tall building made of red bricks stood quietly. The building's exterior was very ordinary, without any mysterious elements, resembling a more common museum or library. In the center of the building stood 3 men and 1 woman. The woman in the middle had simply tied black hair and a pair of very distinctive blue-gray eyes. Her appearance was the type that became more appealing the longer one looked at her. She wore a men's shirt, paired with a tea-colored thick jacket, and a round-brimmed hat with a dent in the middle lay beside her. She was the very famous archaeologist and adventurer, Letizia Dorella. This was a common adventurer's attire at sea, and the 3 men standing beside her were also dressed similarly, with obvious signs of sun and rain exposure. Before the 4, a phantom figure, entirely condensed from starlight and whose gender was indiscernible, gradually appeared, its ethereal voice echoing. The great star and moon pillar has glimpsed a secret of destiny and sent me to give you a mission. There is an ancient elven ruin in the primeval jungle of Zemim Island in the Rorstad archipelago. You need to secretly infiltrate, take this key to open that ancient elven ruin, and retrieve the Book of Calamity from within. As the voice drifted, specks of starlight condensed, forming a dazzling key inscribed with complex and strange patterns. In just an instant, this key merged into Letizia Dorella's arm, transforming into a key-shaped symbol. With this, you can receive help from the star and moon pillar. Upon completing this mission, you will receive all the contribution needed to be promoted to Sequence 6 Feet Scrolls Professor. Beware of the false god Cavatua and his believers. Originally, upon hearing that she was going to the Rorstad archipelago, Letizia felt uneasy. As a member of the Moses Ascetic Order, she knew very well that there was a sea king from the Church of Storms there. That was a demigod, just like the star and moon pillar, one of the foremost among the 10 pillars of the Moses Ascetic Order who issued this mission, not to mention a false god. Moreover, going there would require crossing half of the Mist Sea and the entire Violent Sea, conservatively estimated to take several months. But looking at the patterns on her arm and the phantom's promise, Letizia's mouth felt bitter, but she still nodded in silence. Friday night, Backland, Empress Borough, East Taker Family Villa. George III is summoning me at 3 p.m. on Saturday. Looks like I need to hurry. Aaron opened the belated official summons, glanced at its content, muttered, and then tossed it aside. Thinking about the trade with the Sanguin tomorrow, Aaron felt he needed to make some preparations in advance. After telling the butler he wanted to rest early and not be disturbed, Aaron went to the cubicle and skillfully set up the ritual. Passing through layers of dark golden mist, Aaron sat on the throne. With a slight thought, he incorporated the Black Emperor card into his body. The boundless dark golden mist seemed to gather into waves and strong winds. A majestic armor formed on Aaron's body, a pitch-black crown appeared on his head, and a long cape of the same color draped behind him. Lines imbued with divinity also emerged on the armor. Holding the sun-chasing scepter, from the clutter pile in his hand, Aaron frantically poured his spirituality into it. As the dark golden mist expanded, golden threads, seemingly condensed from pure light, emerged from the top of the scepter. They wrapped around the incomplete right hand of the puppet and several Beander characteristics. After placing these items into separate boxes, he felt the strength of the newly applied seals. Due to the high status of the sealed items, the seals would only last for 2 or 3 days at most. But this time is already enough, as long as the seal doesn't expire before Louise completes the transaction. Aaron nodded in satisfaction. With a slight spiritual movement, the dark golden mist surged, transforming into a phantom figure with 12 wings on its back, suddenly enveloping those items. After using the angel phantom to erase traces and ensure no one could track them, Aaron threw them into the clutter pile, intending to grant them to Louise through the sacrifice and grant door after this Chaos Council meeting. Pressing his finger on the sun-chasing scepter, as blood gushed out, the negative effects of the sun-chasing scepter gradually receded. Feeling that the time was about right, Aaron put the restored, sun-chasing scepter back into the clutter pile, his figure disappearing from the throne. Leaning back in the high-backed chair below, he slightly raised a finger, and several figures immediately appeared below. As the dark golden light dissipated, Frank, sitting on the stone chair, curiously looked around at the people vaguely visible through the surrounding mist. Sharon's azure eyes looked at the tall new member beside her, who gave her an unusually familiar feeling. She suppressed her curiosity and remained silent, secretly guessing his identity. The rest of the members had similar thoughts, and the atmosphere became somewhat heavy. Aaron broke the silence at the right time and spoke to Louise. I have agreed to the Sanguin's conditions, but the transaction with the Sanguin must begin as soon as possible. I have already prepared all the items. After this meeting, I will request our Lord to deliver the items to you through the door of sacrifice and grant. All the items have been sealed and will not harm you. The only requirement is speed. I need to receive the items for the transaction tonight, or by tomorrow morning at the latest. Louise was stunned for a moment, and the smile that had just appeared on her face instantly froze. Tonight. The Sanguin indeed do not require much sleep, but that doesn't mean they don't need it at all. Visiting Marquis Neba's Audrey at this hour. Louise pondered for a moment, gritted her teeth, and nodded in agreement. Since the transactions between Aaron and Louise were conveyed through prayers and similar methods, and only the exchange of mystical items to enhance spirituality was mentioned in the previous Chaos Council, the other members immediately began to speculate. Seeing that someone had already started the conversation, Frank no longer remained silent. He scratched his hair and said with a chuckle, "Hello everyone, it's an honor to attend this gathering. I'd like to purchase the Potions Professor formula for Sequence 6 Feet Biologist. I'm willing to pay £2,000 for it. Additionally, I'd like to acquire some Rose Bishop flesh and blood. Some of my experiments require it. Friends, trust me, this is crucial. With this flesh and blood, I believe my experiments can advance significantly." Frank's eyes gleamed as he continued passionately. "Not much Rose Bishop flesh and blood is needed, a dozen grams will suffice, but I need it to be as fresh as possible. It's hard to judge the value of this, but I have some unique and effective proprietary elixirs. If you're willing, I can exchange them for the flesh and blood." As soon as Sharon heard this familiar voice, the name, Frank Lee, popped into her mind. The more she listened, the more certain Sharon became. Then, with a somewhat strange expression, she looked at Frank, recalling Frank's mad experiments aboard the Future. The other members, who were not yet aware of Frank's terrifying nature, were not focused on this. What caught their attention more was the information about the sequence. A Sequence 6 Feet Biologist. Could it be someone from the Earth Mother Church? Louise instantly came back to her senses, observing Frank with a slight frown. Through the dark golden mist, she could vaguely make out the distinct pirate attire he was wearing, and then she dismissed her previous guess and said, "I can exchange the formula with you, but you might need to wait for a while. I know where the formula is, and once I get it, I will transfer it to you through a ritual." Frank was overjoyed. Although he didn't get the Rose Bishop's flesh and blood, Having a definite lead on the next sequence formula was already very satisfying to him. Checkwald and Farron Edis, who had recently advanced to sequence 7, showed no inclination to trade. They observed silently, lost in their own thoughts. Sid Watson was surprised that there was another sequence 7 member and was also worried about his own sequence progress. Perhaps due to the previous Rose School of Thought incident or some other events, Caesarport was once again under martial law, and the underground trading market was temporarily suspended. This led to Sid, despite having obtained the sequence 7 feet spirit medium potions professor formula from Sharon during this period, still lacking a main ingredient, the eyes of a netherwolf. Feeling that his strength might be at the bottom, and despite his recent financial constraints, Sid gritted his teeth and made his offer. Netherwolf eyes, £600. The transaction was quickly concluded, with Sid ultimately purchasing the main ingredient from Czech for £650. Seeing that both parties had reached a transaction, Aaron recalled the sequence 5 feet gatekeeper, Beander characteristic he had obtained from Amon's mausoleum. His eyes flickered, but he temporarily suppressed the thought in his mind. Seeing that no one was proposing further trades, Farron, who had been silent, spoke up, initiating the exchange session. I met the local rebels in Byam on the Rorstad archipelago. They worship a false god named Kaltuva, whom they call the Sea God. Sea God. Louise, who was always interested in sea news, immediately responded, is that the name of a high sequence potion? Kaltuva. That sea snake isn't doing too well, and it's almost at its end. Speaking of which, I might have a chance to retrieve that calamity book. Thinking this, Aaron spoke, interrupting the somewhat lively discussion below. Kaltuva's true form is a gigantic azure sea snake. He became the deity of the Rorstad archipelago's indigenous people after devouring the Beander characteristic of a high-ranking ancient elf. He then looked at Farron, who had elven blood, and added with a smile. However, after being colonized by Lowen, Kaltuva was wounded by Jan Kortman, the Archbishop of the Rorstad Sea from the Storm Lord Church, and has been barely clinging to life. Sea God is just a title. His true corresponding sequence name is Sequence 3 Feet Sea King, and that Jan Kortman is at that rank. Everyone was slightly startled, and at the same time, excited to learn of a new high sequence potion name. For a moment, no one spoke again. Seeing that it was almost time, Aaron took the initiative to conclude the gathering. The dark golden mist before her dissipated, and Louise had returned to the real world. She immediately stood up and skillfully set up a spiritual wall in her bedroom. Louise picked up various spiritual materials, set up the sacrifice and grant ritual, and softly chanted the Order Master's honored name. Aaron, who had returned to his throne, slightly raised a finger. Several boxes instantly flew from the clutter, rushing into the dark golden double doors formed by the converging prayer lights beneath the platform. After a sigh of relief, Louise carefully put away the boxes that appeared in the center of the ritual, meticulously erasing all traces of the ritual. Dense dark energy emanated from her back, forming a pair of illusory bat wings. This was the wings of darkness that Louise had condensed, granting her the ability of temporary flight. With her sequence 6 strength, it was enough to fly to the Audrey family villa in the West District. To enhance her safety, Louise took out a bottle of silver-white potion and drank it. This was a special potion she had concocted after becoming a potions professor. Under the moonlight, it could greatly conceal her tracks and prevent her from being discovered. Backland, Empress Burrow, Audrey family villa basement. After Louise followed the stairs to the underground area, she found that it was not the path she took last time to meet Neba's Audrey. She secretly touched the boxes hidden in the seams of her clothes, finally unable to bear it, and asked in a low voice. Baron Casimir, where are you taking me? I want to see Lord Nebas. Casimir, who looked like a middle-aged gentleman, turned his head and scrutinized Louise from top to bottom, then replied with a respectful tone. Of course, I'm taking you to see Duke Ulmer. He just arrived in Backland this afternoon. As soon as you came, he asked me to bring you to him. Duke Olmer. Louise subconsciously straightened her back and looked at the lamp stand on the wall beside her, as if trying to check her appearance in the reflection on the metal surface. That was one of the 3 great dukes currently in charge of the Sanguin, titled Full Moon, over 3,000 years old, and once a follower of the progenitor Lilith, a symbol of Sanguin history and glory. Immediately, Louise's heart began to pound. After all, that respected duke was an angel. With such trepidation, passing through layers of secret doors, Louise and Casimir arrived in an iron-gray hall. The ground and walls here were covered with various strange plants, and the vigorousness of life permeated everywhere. This familiar scene instantly reminded Louise of her second meeting with Marquis Nebas, and she immediately had some conjectures. Casimir led Louise to a vibrant tomb in the depths of the hall and bowed respectfully. "Your Grace, Louise Sears has arrived." "Good evening, Your Grace." Louise was a little nervous, even somewhat flustered. From within the tomb, a mellow voice, whose age could not be discerned, chuckled. "A very outstanding young Sanguin. Casimir, you may withdraw." "Yes, Your Grace." Casimir bowed in response and left the iron-gray yet fresh and vibrant hall. Louise stood rooted to the spot, hearing the mellow voice from within the tomb say, "You needn't worry. I will personally witness this transaction." Louise's heart skipped a beat. She coughed lightly and quickly took out all the boxes from her arms, placing them on the strange plants with extending branches. Before Louise could speak, a red glow appeared on several branches, and the boxes instantly shattered, revealing the items inside, wrapped in golden patterns. Accompanied by a soft exclamation from within the tomb, Louise seemed to feel a surge of power. In just an instant, all the items vanished. Louise opened her mouth, raised her finger, then lowered it, not knowing what to say. After a moment, just as she was getting anxious, the mellow voice from within the tomb sounded again. "I have confirmed all the items. Tell that person to remember his promise." Along with these words, 2 items appeared before Louise. One was the crimson eye Louise had seen before, seemingly condensed from rich blood, resembling a miniature red moon. The other was a heart that seemed to be still beating, entirely black, with pure light flashing at its core. It was the Beander characteristic corresponding to sequence 4 feet undying. The surface of the heart was covered with blood-colored patterns, without any aura leaking out, like a seal. Louise was stunned for a moment before she remembered that the Duke's promise referred to providing assistance with the item corresponding to the sequence 3 feet high summoner, sealed artifact. Seeing the young Sanguin put away the 2 items, the Sanguin Duke Olmer's voice slowly sounded. Although the Sanguin are a long-lived race, they still experience growth and aging, birth and death. Regardless, for a race, nurturing young members is a necessary task, and you have recently shown exceptional talent and excellent abilities, becoming one of our most valued individuals. Therefore, I have come to meet you personally, to give you some trials, so that you can grow as quickly as possible." Without the slightest hesitation, Louise respectfully replied, "I am always ready." The Sanguin Duke Olmer hummed in affirmation and continued. "Recently, Nebas will leave Backland for the South Continent to search for the sealed artifact corresponding to High Summoner. You shall accompany him on this journey as a trial. Backland, Empress Borough, East Taker Family Villa." After delivering the items for the transaction to Louise through the door of sacrifice and grant, Aaron did not pay attention to the subsequent transaction process and returned to the real world. Looking at the paper crane he had brought down from above the dark golden mist, Aaron's lips curled into a slight smile. He used a pencil to write a sentence on the blank back of the paper crane. "Please do your best to disrupt my fate tomorrow. Street, George District." In a certain room, on a bed covered with tarot cards, a little boy turned over and mumbled, "This guy is really rude, disturbing my sleep at this hour." Placing the paper crane aside, Aaron tossed and turned in bed, not waiting for Ang Sai Ting's dream, but instead for Louise's prayer. Sitting on the throne, Aaron observed the situation around Louise through the prayer light points using true sight. After confirming that no one was secretly peeking, he then looked at the two items placed on her altar. Besides the crimson eye he had already seen, Aaron sensed a different aura from the undying Beander characteristic. Aaron's lips curled slightly. He summoned the Black Emperor card and the sun-chasing scepter, casually condensed a light point, and responded to Louise's prayer. A moment later, looking at the gradually forming door of sacrifice and grant, Aaron raised the dazzling sun-chasing scepter in his hand. As soon as the undying Beander characteristic appeared above the dark golden mist, it was struck by a spear so intensely white it seemed to be made of pure sunlight. It suddenly expanded into a miniature blazing sun, with wisps of red mist rising within it, yet it seemed to possess infinite vitality, constantly driving this power to regenerate. The golden patterns on Aaron's body flickered slightly, and the dark golden mist instantly boiled. Invisible forces emerged, seemingly interrupting that regeneration, and only then was that power finally worn away. At the same time, in an empty underground hall somewhere, a low sigh came from a vibrant tomb. Aaron took a breath, pressed his finger on the sun-chasing scepter, and after removing the negative effects, brought the black heart back from above the dark golden mist to the real world. Without hesitation, Aaron set up a spiritual wall and immediately began the ritual. He lit the candles, burned the corresponding essential oils and herbal powders, stepped back 2 paces, and skillfully chanted the goddess's honored name in a low voice, finally speaking respectfully. I offer this undying Beander characteristic to you, wishing to receive your grace. Immediately, Aaron mentioned his summons by George III tomorrow, as well as the Blood Emperor ruins hidden beneath William Street and the Red Angel evil spirit concealed within them. Aaron did not directly state his request, merely stating the facts, which was equivalent to an exchange of equal value, rather than an offering of items in plea for a bestowal. Other aspects of the ritual could be less meticulous, but Aaron, as a favored one of the night, felt that this fundamental issue of attitude needed attention. As Aaron finished speaking, 2 of the 3 candle flames suddenly expanded, intertwining to form a illusory and dim mysterious door. The door slowly opened, bringing with it a strong, invisible wind. They swept up the undying Beander characteristic, allowing it to pass through the gaps of the illusory door and disappear into a scene resembling the boundless cosmos. Immediately afterward, a flash of light appeared, and a pure darkness, like a tide, enveloped Aaron with a power of quiet serenity. At the same time, specks of light illuminated, deep and dazzling, penetrating the barrier and quickly outlining a metal, which fell onto the altar without a sound. The metal was crystal clear throughout, as if cast from black gems, giving one the feeling that when they looked at it, it was truly there, but when they didn't, it would disappear. Immersed in the quiet and serene atmosphere, Aaron reached out and picked up the metal, and streams of information immediately surfaced in his mind. Ariana's night mark. It possesses no characteristics or power itself. Its sole purpose is that once activated, it will establish a connection with Ariana, the servant of concealment, no matter where one is in the real world. If more direct help is needed, while activating it, pronounce the name, Ariana, in ancient Hermes. Ariana, head of the 13 archbishops of the Church of the Night, head of the Black Knight Monastery, a sequence 2 angel. Aaron instantly grasped the essence of the night mark. This is equivalent to a solidified altar and ritual pointing to itself, which, with the angel's status, can respond to prayers worldwide. With a slight sigh of relief, Aaron put away the night mark, faced the altar, and sincerely bowed, saying, "Thank you for your bestowal." After speaking, he tapped his chest 4 times clockwise, drawing a scarlet moon. Praise the goddess. Aaron had always been wary of Adam, who was vaguely associated with Red Angel, and was unwilling to involve his ancestor Varna, who was also of the Red Priest pathway, like the Red Angel evil spirit. He was worried about unpredictable anomalies, but now that Aaron was about to leave Backland, to ensure that Red Angel caused no trouble, Aaron decided to deal with her as soon as possible, whether by killing or sealing her, it could no longer be delayed. And facing those potential unexpected situations, the intervention of Ariana, the servant of concealment, who in some sense could symbolize the Evernight goddess's attitude, could minimize such risks to the greatest extent. For the sake of immediate benefit and future plans, after much deliberation, Aaron still endured the hardtake and sacrificed the undying Beander characteristic. With the addition of this servant of concealment, even if ancestor Varna did not make a move, he could still borrow Ang-Saiting's one-time assistance to explore the Blood Emperor ruins where the Red Angel evil spirit was hidden. But the final proceeds will probably be split in half. Thinking this, Aaron sighed, ended the ritual, tidied up the altar, and returned to his bedroom. After lunch, on the road to Backland's Sadrak Palace, Aaron was not wearing his luxurious formal attire, but a military uniform, sitting upright in a luxurious carriage adorned with the East Taker family emblem. Through the wide and bright carriage window, one could see layers of magnificent palaces and towering Gothic clock towers in the distance without even needing to look up. That was the highest terrain in all of Backland, and where the Lowen royal family resided. Its status on the north-south continent, and in the entire world, was equivalent to or even slightly higher than Intis's White Maple Palace and the Fasak Empire's Ormir Palace, but its name was neither romantic nor ancient. It was called Sadrak Palace, and in the ancient Fusik language, the word meant balance. Aaron withdrew his gaze from outside the carriage window, a slight curve on his lips, and tossed the golden silk brocade in his hand onto the table. Not only was I directly promoted from major to colonel, but they even gave me this position of deputy director. Hey, how generous. Although it was a good thing for him, Aaron felt a sense of mockery in his heart. As Aaron, who was destined to inherit the title of Duke of East Tarak in the future, there was no need for additional titles, only military rank promotions. Just yesterday, along with George III's official document, came the conferment of honors for Aaron. Aaron was promoted to colonel and concurrently served as Deputy Director of Military Intelligence Department 9 in the Pass River Valley colonial area of the Lowen Kingdom in the South Continent. That region directly bordered Intis's colonial area in the South Continent, and was a complex mix of forces including the Resistance, the Rose School of Thought, the Numinous Episcopate, and various churches. Due to historical issues and conflicts between churches, small-scale wars frequently occurred in this area, even if both sides did not acknowledge them. Although this region had various drawbacks, its proximity to the East Taker family's colonial territory in the South Continent was not far, making it one of Aaron's core strategic areas for future covert expansion, and thus one of the 3 locations Aaron initially submitted. The other 2 locations were Irisil, the capital of East Tarak County, and Byam, the capital of the Rorstad Archipelago. Perhaps not wanting Aaron to be out of control in East Tarak County, and even less wanting Aaron, who was so close to the Church of the Night, to re-establish ties with the Church of Storms in Byam, he was ultimately assigned to the South Continent. Although he had already learned of his reward, the conferment ceremony still needed to be attended. This afternoon, after His Majesty George III finished his governmental affairs, he would, in his busy schedule, set aside an hour to receive him and several other individuals who had made outstanding contributions in Lowen and its other colonies. Although Aaron did not believe it would be the real George III summoning him, it was more likely Adams imagined George III. But out of reverence for the angel, especially without understanding the opponent's methods and true intentions, Aaron maintained the utmost vigilance, using all available means. As the future heir of the East Taker family, he inherently carried original sin and was inevitably scrutinized by George III. Given that he was also associated with the Judgment Pathway's corresponding Sephira, the Nation of Disorder, Aaron had already planned to divert attention and reasonably leave Backland as early as when he decided to intervene in the Capon case. Backland, outside the Sadrak Palace. As Aaron stepped out of the carriage, he saw many familiar nobles and council members. Such a gathering of noble council members was not required merely for a reward, but as a prominent figure in Backland, the news of Earl Aaron's promotion to colonel and his impending departure to the South Continent still made many noble council members restless. Especially at the critical moment when, the proposal for the establishment of the Kingdom Atmospheric Pollution Investigation Committee had just begun discussion in the Parliament. However, not everyone was worried about the uncertain future of the Kingdom Atmospheric Pollution Investigation Committee. Audrey walked slowly, complex emotions swirling in her emerald eyes, reluctance, pride, and worry. She wore a fitted light-colored dress, her bodice tightly cinched, her waist extremely slender, and the multi-layered cake-cut skirt perfectly supported by whalebone hoops. Her golden hair was elegantly coiffed, her earrings and rings sparkled brightly, a jade necklace Aaron had given her adorned her fair, delicate neck, and on her feet were white dance shoes adorned with roses and diamonds. Aaron immediately felt a sense of familiarity well up in his heart. With a slight recollection, he remembered that this outfit was exactly what Audrey wore when they first met. Meeting Audrey's gaze, Aaron smiled, took Audrey's slender, delicate hand. Audrey lowered her head, her expression hidden, but she did not resist. Aaron then glanced at the somewhat anxious noble council members around him. Earl Hall, not far away, immediately coughed lightly, stopping other nobles who wanted to approach. Aaron gratefully nodded to Earl Hall, and led Audrey towards the distant Sadrak Palace. Aaron, are you really going to the South Continent? My second brother, Alfred, is also in the South Continent. His letters never mention the dangers there, but I have already learned from father what the real South Continent is like. Having moved away from the crowd behind them, Audrey finally raised her face, still tinged with a slight blush, and spoke with some concern. Aaron stopped, looking at the girl's flawless face and delicate, crimson earlobes beside him. His heart stirred, and as if by some strange impulse, he lowered his head, his lips lightly touching Audrey's left ear as he whispered, I promise you, I will definitely protect myself. Feeling the warm breath on her left ear, Audrey's mind went blank for a moment, then an indescribable sensation surged through her, instantly turning her face red to her earlobes. Ah, what should I do? Audrey, pull yourself together, you must say something. Audrey thought to herself, flustered, suddenly missing Susie terribly, but she couldn't utter a single word. Finally, she could only manage to say, okay, then nervously pulled her hand away and, hiking up her skirt in a manner somewhat unbefitting noble etiquette, scurried towards the side hall of the Sadrak Palace not far away. That was the resting place specifically prepared for the noble ladies attending the conferment ceremony. Aaron's lips curved slightly as he looked at Audrey, then turned and walked towards the main entrance of the Sadrak Palace, standing with the other honorees, among whom was an acquaintance of Aaron's, Glenwill. After exchanging smiles and nods, everyone waited in silence until a servant arranged by the palace earl brought the announcement. Please, sirs, adjust yourselves quickly, and then follow me to the Grand Council Hall to await His Majesty's arrival. Aaron nodded slightly, expressionless, briefly tidied his attire, and with a slight spiritual movement, the night mark on his arm seemed to resonate with the power from last night, and any subtle irregularities seemed to be gently smoothed away. Feeling the change in himself, Aaron was the first to pass through the very solemn and dignified members of the royal guard, and accompanied by stirring music, he entered the Sadrak Palace. George III, wearing a crown, had a resolute face and a stiff, upturned mustache. He sat on his throne, scanning the 10 subjects, some in military uniforms, some in formal attire, separated by the guards. His gaze lingered inadvertently on Aaron for 2 or 3 seconds, his eyes seemingly glowing with a faint light, scrutinizing him for a moment before shifting his attention. Welcome, my warriors. Without a loudspeaker, his voice was not particularly loud, but it was very magnetic and full of vigor, and with his intentional restraint, it sounded even deeper and more resonant. Gentlemen, you are the heroes who expanded the kingdom's territory, my most proud warriors, I am sincerely proud of you. Listening to this brainwashing rhetoric, Aaron curled his lips in disdain in his heart. Aaron inwardly rolled his eyes. Whether from the family's perspective or the sequence advancement perspective, he naturally had no good feelings for George III or the Augustus family. He had long designated George III as his prey, viewing him as a doomed man, and these words did not cause a ripple in him. But the performance had to continue. Loyalty to His Majesty the King. Without being taught, everyone, including Aaron, strained their necks, exerting themselves to express loyalty. Compared to the deliberate performances of others, Aaron appeared indifferent, even somewhat perfunctory. As an unstable factor in George III's eyes, and the person involved in being kicked from Backland to the South Continent at the most crucial moment of the submitted proposal, it was a reasonable display to show a bit of indignation. Taking the colonel's rank and the official appointment document presented by the attendant, Aaron merely bowed symbolically and then retreated to the side. From beginning to end, he felt a gaze fixed upon him. Upon entering the great hall, Aaron felt two powerful, oppressive gazes, but after only a moment, one of them disappeared. Maintaining vigilance, Aaron continued his performance, displaying the indignation and helplessness he should have, until the ceremony ended. Backland, inside a certain underground ruin. This was a world ruled by darkness, with faint light coming from strange moss growing in different places and the firelight reflected from human buildings. Aided by their illumination, even beyonders without dark vision could grasp the overall appearance of this vast ruin. On one side was a gray stone wall, extending upwards, without a visible end, seemingly connecting to the surface. On the other side was a deep, dim valley with no visible bottom, like the abyss dwelling of a devil. A stone-paved road ran between the two, connecting various halls and buildings, with humans constantly moving back and forth, quietly and silently. On a peculiar metal base at the upper end of the rock wall, a faint blue light suddenly rose, forming a door. 4 guards in dark full-body armor immediately looked through the faint blue light to check the situation outside, and prepared to use certain methods to confirm whether the one who awakened the teleportation door was disguised as someone else, thereby deciding whether to open the door. Through the light screen, the image of a benevolent old man appeared, none other than the former royal advisor, member of the Psychology Alchemists' Council, Xiong Rambus. A figure flew out from the dim deep valley, heading straight for the teleportation door. The figure had a rectangular face, wore a white wig, had 2 mustaches that curled slightly upwards at the ends, thick eyebrows, and large eyes, bearing a strong resemblance to a character on a playing card. He wore formal attire, a large cloak, and shoes with extremely long tips, his dress out of step with the current era, as if he lived in the last century. He was Prince Sonia Grove Augustus, a chaos hunter of the Arbiter Pathway, Sequence 3. The 4 guards in dark black full-body armor immediately looked solemn and opened the passage, and Xiong Rambus walked out of the door of teleportation, with a gentle smile. Looking at Prince Sonia Grove Augustus, who had a stern and serious face, he spoke in a calm tone. I heard that the Saintess of Darkness, of the demonist sect has also come to Backland. The president's virtual personality is still at Sadrak Palace, so he sent me here. Grove nodded silently and walked in front. His Majesty the King and the 2 from the demonist sect have been waiting for you for a long time. Follow me. Xiong Rambus's eyebrow twitched, and he composed himself. Led by Prince Grove, he entered the depths of the underground ruins. Passing by men and women who were taught to form different rituals, they entered a magnificent, irregular ruin hidden in the darkness. A black mausoleum stood there, displaying an extremely grand presence. The mausoleum's shape was not the common pyramid, but more like a towering mountain, asymmetrical but absolutely majestic. Various texts and symbols were inscribed on the mausoleum, and on the front, there was a heavy stone door nearly 30 meters high, seemingly prepared for giants. Xiong Rambus was not unfamiliar with those texts and symbols. As a former royal consultant, he recognized them as laws enacted and promulgated by Lowen in recent years, as well as some promoted new social trends, after only a slight identification. He withdrew his gaze and walked into the opened heavy stone door. Even though he had been promoted to a demigod and become a manipulator, Xiong Rambus still felt his consciousness blur for a moment, as if he had broken through some kind of barrier, and his perception of the outside world was distorted. When Xiong Rambus opened his eyes again, he seemed to have arrived in another space. The interior of the mausoleum was empty, with nothing but deep black walls inscribed with twisted patterns and complex texts, and a high platform in the center. On the high platform, a huge black throne was placed. Its overall appearance was like iron, with intricate and twisted strange patterns engraved on its surface, and the top of the backrest extended upwards into the shape of a crown. At this moment, His Majesty the King George III of Lowen Kingdom sat on this heavy and huge seat, wearing the Barum Empire crown, as if proudly looking down on everything. Prince Grove stood in place, silent, with his head lowered. Huon Lambus was about to tentatively step forward, approaching the high platform, when he suddenly found that his body was completely unable to move, as if firmly bound in place by an invisible shackles. Feeling the oppressive sensation, Huon Lambus, who was at a loss, suppressed the emotions in his heart, showed a respectful posture, and bowed towards the high platform. Huon Lambus, a member of the Psychology Alchemists' Deliberation Board, greets Your Majesty. Not far from Huon Lambus, a figure emerged from the shadows, followed by the terrified, despair nightingale, Panatia. A clear and pleasant sound echoed around, as if possessing some captivating magic. Prince Grove frowned slightly but said nothing. "Ha, Your Majesty, please calm your anger. There's no need to vent your temper on this elegant gentleman. I am quite satisfied with him, you know. Mr. Huon Lambus." The lady who spoke was covered in jewels. The surfaces of the jewels faintly flashed with wailing souls, and when she moved, they made a clinking sound, like a musical piece played by souls. Her dark black long dress was like a long river in the void, its hem winding and varied, with jewels of different colors adorning the hem and body, symbolizing her. Her hairs stood up one by one, thick as small snakes. Their outer layers were slick and sinister, with either distinct black and white eyeballs embedded at the tips or snake-like heads growing out, their mouths slightly open, flicking their tongues. Huon Lambus turned his head to look at where the sound came from, and upon seeing this scene, his mouth twitched slightly. He had already recognized the person. It was Marischka, a high-ranking member of the demonist sect, who had been a sequence 3 inches demoness of Undying, many years ago, the Saintess of Darkness. Even the psychology alchemists knew very little about this Saintess of Darkness. Huon Lambus had only vaguely learned some things from the president, who walked the world as Pauli Delau. He knew that Theosophy Order, which appeared in the early 5th epoch, had close ties with her, and she might even have been one of its founders. And this Saintess of Darkness only joined the demonist sect at some point in the 4th epoch. Even within the demonist sect, very few people called her by her surname, as if it were an unspeakable taboo. With the major churches and the various kingdoms of the northern continent consciously destroying or hiding information, concealing the true history of the 4th epoch, 3rd epoch, and even the 2nd epoch, Huon Lambus could not make accurate judgments on these matters. Thinking this, the corner of Huon Lambus's eye caught sight of the sapphire ring on the Saintess of Darkness' left hand, which was flashing with a faint light, as if resisting some power. Perhaps it was the external manifestation of the opposing power, or perhaps it was due to his demigod status, that Huon Lambus seemed to see an indescribable sight within that faint light. The star-filled night sky was torn apart by one python-like black tentacle after another, like the doomsday. The tip of each of these tentacles had an eye, either closed or open. Anything they looked at instantly turned into grayish-white stone. And anything directly touched by the tentacles would twist, sprout limbs and a head, and turn into women, large or small, with very good looks. Huon Lambus's body tensed, and a name flashed through his mind. Primordial Demoness, Cheek. Bang bang bang, Huon Lambus instantly closed his eyes, and the sound of his rapid, violent heartbeat followed. An indescribable sense of fear welled up in his heart, and Huon Lambus's body instinctively transformed into a dragon, using an incomplete mythical creature form. But even so, Huon Lambus's mental island on the subconscious sea was uncontrollably invaded by grayish-white, and the virtual personalities on the mental island transformed into charming women, accompanied by indescribable shrieks echoing. Upon realizing his predicament, he no longer tried to resist on his own, as it was utterly meaningless. On Huon Lambus's mental island, a grayish-white, rather illusory, and extremely cold mask instantly appeared in his hand. It was Pride, one of the 7 personality masks held by the psychology alchemists. Without hesitation, Huon Lambus quickly covered his face with it, and at the same time, he uttered 2 words in ancient Hermes. Adam. All anomalies, all invasions, stopped at this moment. The originally turbulent collective subconscious sea instantly became calm without a single ripple. A new mental island, identical but untainted, appeared out of thin air beside the mental island that had largely turned grayish-white. Huon Lambus's main personality, wearing the pride mask, twisted and disappeared from his original spot, reappearing on the new mental island next to it. Perhaps because he had lost too many virtual personalities, or perhaps he was affected by something, Huon Lambus, who had calmed his breath, suddenly found that the pride mask could not be removed and seemed to be deeply bound to his mind-body. Silently, the figure of an old man appeared, wearing an unusually simple white robe and a light gold beard that covered the lower half of his face. His eyes were clear and pure like a child's, his expression gentle and reserved, and a silver cross pendant hung from his chest. Even standing beside Huon Lambus, he did not notice him. Adam's emotionless eyes glanced at Huon Lambus. The pride mask instantly peeled off his face, but it seemed that several invisible threads still connected the two. The new mental island and Huon Lambus on it instantly disappeared from their original spot. Outside the mausoleum, another Huon Lambus appeared. His face was somewhat unsightly but had already returned to normal. The original Huon Lambus's body twisted and transformed into a beautiful woman covered in grotesque tentacles, but silently, she shattered into specks of starlight and merged into the sapphire ring on the Saintess of Darkness' left hand, which was flashing with a faint light. Adam's figure then appeared. The pressure that had restricted movement had disappeared. Huon Lambus, with a somewhat unsightly expression, silently walked behind Adam without speaking. The Saintess of Darkness gently shook her head and put away her smile. With her movements, the jewels and metal made slight sounds, and the entire underground mausoleum fell into a terrifying and indescribably oppressive atmosphere. A moment later, the Saintess of Darkness looked at Adam with apprehension, raised the sapphire ring on her left hand, turned to look at George III, who was sitting on the black throne on the high platform, wearing the emperor's crown, and chuckled, covering her mouth. Well, now even this one has come. To show our sincerity and cooperation, I am willing to take a step back. She paused, then added. But the will of the primordial one is not to be defied. I must obtain that sequence 1-foot conqueror, Beander characteristic this time. To ensure our cooperation can continue, I am willing to promise that I will not sacrifice this Beander characteristic to the primordial one before our cooperation is completely finished. But the sequence 1-foot conqueror, Beander characteristic that was promised to us earlier must be kept by us. This is the will of the primordial one, and it is also the key to whether our cooperation can continue. Before George III on the high platform could respond, Adam's gentle voice sounded, echoing in everyone's mental island. George, you can sign the contract, and I will be the supervisor. George III, wearing the Barum crown, slowly spoke after a moment of silence. Good. As the words fell, golden lights condensed into an ancient-looking scroll. This was a contract scroll created by George III based on his status and sequence. Even Adam would have to pay a certain price to violate this contract. A flash of light on the scroll, and an emblem of a judgment sword, pointing vertically downwards with a ruby crown as its hilt, appeared on the scroll. Immediately after, a black hair from the Saintess of Darkness broke off on its own and merged into the scroll, forming a mark. Seeing Adam finally sign the contract, the ancient scroll flew back into George III's hand and disappeared. At the same time, a peculiar crown, covered in rust and bloodstains, appeared out of thin air. It was the sequence 1-inch conqueror, Beander characteristic. A phantom figure seemed to walk out of Adam's body and merge into that peculiar crown, and a gentle voice simultaneously sounded. When your cooperation ends, this restriction will naturally disappear, and then you can sacrifice it to Cheek. Before the Saintess of Darkness could respond, Adam's gentle voice sounded again. Unlike before, this time it only echoed deep within the Saintess of Darkness, mental island. Don't use this ring anymore. You don't want to be a sacrifice for Cheek's descent, do you, Mariska Tamara? Hearing this familiar yet unfamiliar name, the Saintess of Darkness seemed to recall some unpleasant memories, and the surrounding subconscious sea rippled. However, she did not respond. She silently accepted the peculiar crown, covered in rust and bloodstains. Her figure gradually became illusory, and she left, taking the despair nightingale, Panatia, who had been standing with her head down, trembling with fear. Backland, Sadrak Palace Side Hall. After receiving his commendation and changing into a brand new colonel's uniform, Aaron slowly walked into the side hall, finally noticing that the scrutinizing gaze had disappeared. Although he felt relieved, he dared not relax his guard. Aaron, who had already come into contact with the Twilight Hermit Order, despite having the Evernight Goddess's protection, always guarded against the sudden appearance of that fanatic. Unlike the ill-tempered Aemon, Adam, who was left with only his divinity, would only act more ruthlessly. Moreover, in the current era where true gods are confined to the astral world, filling the original barrier and finding it difficult to descend into the real world, Adam and Aemon, the two brothers, represent the upper limit of status, level, and strength. They are synonymous with terror, power, dread, and invincibility. After all, a king of angels is inherently the closest existence to the god seat. What's more, both brothers are king of angels who have accommodated a uniqueness. A king of angels of the spectator pathway, who knows when he might sit beside you, listening to you speak, watching you smile, making you die naturally, reasonably, and inexplicably. Thinking of this, Aaron couldn't help but look around, truly afraid that in some corner, a simple priest with innocent eyes and a beard was standing, watching him with a smile. Backland, 39 Buckland Street, Councillor Mahet's house. Madame Liana thanked Miss Wahana, the etiquette tutor who came to teach Halier. Wahana, with her black hair neatly tied, humbly said a few words, then asked, "Madame Liana, why haven't I seen Councillor Mahet? I also met a few gentlemen who are very interested in the Kingdom Atmospheric Pollution Investigation Committee, and they want Councillor Mahet to help introduce them." As she spoke, she placed a bulging small bag on the table. Madame Liana accepted it without changing her expression and said with a smile, "My husband accompanied Earl Hall to attend His Majesty the King's commendation ceremony for Lord Aaron. You can wait a little longer here, he should be back soon." Halier, with her dark green wavy long hair casually draped, stood at the corner. After watching the two women chatting and laughing for a while, she changed into clothes that were easy to move in, picked up a tightly wrapped cloth bag, and tucked it into her arms. She climbed down from her bedroom balcony, carefully avoiding the bodyguards in the house, sneaking all the way out of the garden and arriving at the middle section of Buckland Street. Seeing no one around, Halier quickly moved the manhole cover, climbed down, and then closed the manhole cover from the inside. This set of actions was extremely skillful, clearly not the first time she had done so. Halier stepped onto the slightly damp ground, looking at the rusty iron pipes and the slowly flowing sewage river. She let out a soft breath, clutched the package in her hand, and murmured after looking around, "The scenes in my dreams are all real. Could there really be Beyonder powers in this world?" For the past week, Halier had the same dream every day. In her dream, she left home, opened the manhole cover of the underground passage again and again, and at the end of the underground passage, she saw a mysterious woman in a black robe. Each time, Halier would receive different, never before heard Beyonder knowledge from the mysterious woman and was also asked to collect some strange materials Halier had never heard of before. As a believer of the Evernight Goddess, in such a situation, Halier should have immediately gone to the Church of the Night for shelter and help, but under the influence and interference of the dream, Halier did not do so. Instead, she actively collected materials and decided to explore the sewers today. Withdrawing her gaze, Halier quickly moved forward with a clear purpose, following the route from her dream. After walking about 10 meters, she turned into a more secluded and eerie passage, where moss and dirty things covered the walls and ground. Halier stopped, her voice unconsciously lowered, and she called out, "Senior, are you there? I've brought what you wanted." Her voice echoed in the secluded, eerie passage, sounding even stranger. Halier couldn't help but shiver. She pulled her clothes tighter and placed the package from her embrace on the ground. Just as she felt a little lost, a familiar, slightly hoarse female voice sounded. "Well done, you possess all the potential to become a Beander. I will fulfill my promise. From today onwards, you are my student. I will guide you into the world of Beyonders." As the words fell, the package on the ground instantly disappeared, replaced by a necklace. This necklace was strung with 7 translucent emerald stones, spaced equidistant from each other, surrounded by tiny diamonds, and even in the secluded and eerie passage, a faint glow still emanated from them. Halier's previously anxious mood instantly turned excited and joyful. She quickly picked up the necklace, which was eerily floating in the air. At the same time, mysterious symbols and patterns appeared in her mind, allowing her to instantly understand the miraculous abilities of this necklace. Ignition necklace. Contemporarily steal others' Beander abilities for one's own use, with a chance to steal one ability from a target within a 50-meter radius. The more one understands the target, the easier it is to steal the desired ability, the more ignorant, the closer to random, relying on luck. With the dream teachings of these past few days, Halier was no longer the ignorant girl she once was and had gained a certain understanding of the Beander world. She instantly realized that the necklace in her hand was a very powerful mystical item. Halier joyfully tucked it into her embrace, planning to have an identical-looking necklace custom-made tomorrow to hide the original, so she could legitimately wear it every day from then on. Although she didn't see any figure, Halier still bowed first and said excitedly, "Thank you, teacher. I will definitely diligently complete your tasks in the future and help you recover from your injuries as soon as possible." The deep, hoarse female voice sounded again. "Very good, then you may go back for now. Be careful not to be discovered by others." Halier clutched the necklace in her embrace, nodded heavily, and returned the way she came. As Halier's figure disappeared at the end of the passage, a large, grayish-white rat scurried out from a corner, seemingly chewing on something, with the package spread open behind it, its contents long gone. The grayish-white rat's crimson eyes looked towards the end of the passage, and a low, hoarse, resentful female voice came from its mouth. "I never thought I would fall to such a state. Where exactly is the hope of the Jacob family?" The grayish-white rat withdrew its gaze, and its hoarse voice echoed, "I need to cultivate her quickly. When the time is right, I can completely parasitize her and escape this rat's body." Flora Jacob had been severely injured when she explored the family treasure last time. Even though she managed to escape with the help of an ancestral treasure, she still ended up parasitizing a rat. To avoid potential pursuit from the major churches, she had been hiding in the underground passage. After much difficulty accumulating some power, she wanted to use her sequence to exert the power of a dream stealer. Using dream guidance and mind interference, stealing thoughts, and other methods, she sought a suitable target. Initially, the ideal state was to guide a Marauder Pathway Beander, but she couldn't sense even one Marauder Pathway Beander on Backland Street. In desperation, she finally found this curious noble young lady, whose counselor family background was also a decent choice. The necklace she gave away contained her power, which could subtly change Halier's thoughts, making her trust her teacher more and more, and become increasingly obedient. Backland, side hall of the Sadrak Palace. After a period of random thoughts, Aaron reined in his mind and walked towards Earl Hall and his wife, and Audrey, who was hiding behind them. Earl Hall looked at Aaron with a smile, satisfaction evident on his face. Unlike Audrey's worry, Earl Hall was very supportive of young people going out to experience and train. It was with this mindset that he had supported his second son, Alfred, in going to the South Continent for training. Thinking of this, Earl Hall's heart stirred, and he spoke with a smile. Aaron, when are you planning to depart for the South Continent? My second son, Alfred, is currently in North Bangkokwa City on the west coast of the Balam Empire in the South Continent. He wrote to me last time, saying that he led a special operations team of over 30 people, ambushed an Intis army of 1,000, completely defeated them, and is about to be awarded the rank of lieutenant colonel. Because of this, he is also about to be transferred back to the East Coast. He even complained in his letter that once he returns to the comfortable East Coast, there won't be as many opportunities to earn merit. Going to the South Continent, Alfred. Audrey, who had been hiding behind her mother, troubled and unsure how to face Aaron, couldn't help but secretly prick up her ears. Looking at Earl Hall, whose meaning was clear, Aaron understood and nodded in praise, saying, "What an excellent young man." He then realized that this statement was somewhat inappropriate, coughed lightly, and changed the subject. "If Mr. Alfred doesn't mind, I would like to invite him to my jurisdiction. I can personally submit a report to apply. As for when I'm going to the South Continent." Aaron paused, his peripheral vision meeting Audrey's eyes, which peeked out from behind her mother. Watching Audrey shrink back her head as if startled, Aaron's lips curled slightly as he continued, "The King's appointment letter requires me to report to Military Intelligence Department 9 in Pass River Valley by the end of February next year. There are still more than 2 months left. I plan to leave Backland after the Evernight Goddess's Winter Solstice Festival next week, first return to East Tarak County for a period of rest, and finally travel to the South Continent by ship." In fact, the original appointment letter required reporting by the end of January next year, because Military Intelligence Department 9 had prepared a military airship for Aaron and some other officers who were going to the South Continent for rotation, which would greatly reduce travel time. As a strategic resource, airships were not even owned by the East-Taker family, which held significant influence within the Loan military. To use one, an application had to be made in advance. Although he was very curious about the airship's structure, Aaron still held back his curiosity and declined the invitation. The reason was simple. Unlike previous operations in mainland Loan or coastal areas, this time he would be far from mainland Loan, crossing the violent sea to the South Continent. Even for the protection of the strategic airship, at least one military demigod would accompany the airship. If he really went, Aaron would not be naive enough to believe that the military demigod sent would be biased towards the East-Taker family. It was more likely to be a demigod from the king's faction. Aaron had too many secrets, many of which could not be known by others, especially the king's faction. Even with the protection of secrecy, there were many things Aaron could no longer do. Therefore, Aaron decisively chose to travel by ship on his own. Perhaps as compensation for assigning Aaron to the South Continent, Military Intelligence Department 9 readily agreed to Aaron's request and even granted an additional month of leave. At the same time, all of Aaron's positions in Military Intelligence Department 9 in Backland were also revoked, and the message conveyed was very clear, but Aaron did not care about this. It is worth mentioning that the original captain, Glenn Will, was also awarded the rank of lieutenant colonel this time and would travel to the South Continent with Aaron. Because of this, Joseph Will, who had previously been transferred to Garrison Pass River Valley, also personally sent a telegram, thanking Aaron for promoting his grandson, and also looked forward to future cooperation with Aaron. The Evernight Goddess's Winter Solstice Festival. Audrey lowered her head, silently noting down the time. Earl Hall nodded with satisfaction, his smile gradually widening. "Then I will thank Aaron on Alfred's behalf. I will send an urgent telegram and write a personal letter to him when I return today. I believe he will be very happy too." After expressing his gratitude, Earl Hall glanced at the nobles and counselors around him, who looked expectant and anxious, sighed, and said softly, "I'm sure you know their purpose. As soon as they heard you were leaving Backland, they couldn't sit still. You can make some preparations these days and put their minds at ease. Moreover, as a follower of the Evernight Goddess, the Winter Solstice Festival is indeed a holiday not to be missed, and it's also a very good social venue." Aaron nodded noncommittally. The establishment of the Kingdom Atmospheric Pollution Investigation Committee also facilitated the implementation of George III's new social order, which aligned with his requirements for the deification ritual, so Aaron was not at all worried that this bill would not pass. Since some things were destined to happen, Aaron didn't mind taking the initiative to propose them, accumulating more prestige and connections. December 20th, Violent Sea, Byam, the capital of the Rorstad archipelago, Dock District. Feilun and Danitz, already made up and disguised, stood in the Dock District. During this time, they had completed the tasks assigned by the captain, and the news of the Golden Dream treasure hunt failure had spread throughout Byam and even the Rorstad archipelago. After learning about the complex background of the resistance from Aaron, Feilun never again actively contacted the resistance, and even deliberately avoided that area, leaving Danitz utterly confused. While on Dilius Island near Byam, Feilun also exchanged some notorious pirates for bounties. Coupled with the wages previously issued by the captain, Feilun repaid the money he owed Danitz, and even had a good amount left over. As for Danitz, he was currently touching his chest with a silly grin, not because he was a pervert, but because it held a mystical item he had recently purchased at a Beander gathering in Byam, the Shadow Cloak. Its appearance was a black cloak, allowing the user to hide in shadows and move discreetly and at high speed, corresponding to the secret supplicant pathway sequence 7 Shadow Ascetic. The most crucial point was its minimal side effects, only causing photophobia with long-term use. Because of this mystical item was sold at an exorbitant price of £1,500, at least for Danitz it was an exorbitant price. Danitz spent all his gold pounds on it. The money Feilun had just returned to him was paid out before it even got warm, and he even ended up owing Feilun 200 gold pounds. However, all of this was worth it. With this mystical item, Danitz felt his life-saving ability was maximized. Looking at Danitz's silly grin, Feilun also felt a bit envious. If it weren't for the prohibitive price, he would also want such a mystical item. As he was thinking this, Feilun's spirituality was touched, and he suddenly felt a gaze fall upon him. Feilun's heart tightened instantly. He turned back casually, seeing an elder with hair as white as snow, no obvious wrinkles on his face, and a black blindfold covering his entire vision, looking at him. It was a strange feeling. Despite wearing a blindfold, Feilun instinctively felt the other person was looking at him, more precisely, at his left wrist. That was where the Great Order Master had once left his mark. Feilun instantly realized this and became tense, his whole body stiffening. Richard seemed to sense Feilun's tension. A gentle smile appeared on his face, and he nodded slightly towards Feilun before turning and leaving. As a counselor of the Fate Council and a Sequence 4 Misfortune Mage, after entrusting the Dice of Probability to Roy King, and relying on several other powerful sealed artifacts of the Life School of Thought, he escaped the pursuit of which King Kalaman and other Rose School of Thought members and came to Byam. Guided by fate, he saw Feilun in the Dock District. Through the blindfold and the faint connection, he felt the fluctuations of fate and immediately understood. It was the mysterious organization behind that young man that had previously lured away and severely wounded the Sequence 3 disciple of Silence Mahams. Sensing the other party's wariness, he did not initiate contact. Fate always had its own arrangements. Watching the strangely dressed elder depart, the surrounding pedestrians seemed not to notice him, yet they actively made way for him. Feilun frowned slightly. Although he didn't understand what was happening, he no longer had the mood to stay in Byam. He pulled Danitz, intending to board a ship. Danitz was still lost in his own fantasy and complained unhappily after being interrupted by Feilun. "What's going on? Can't you see I'm thinking about something? Don't blame me for not reminding you. Now that I have this mystical item, you can't beat me anymore." Feilun glanced at the smug Danitz, walked forward alone, and said indifferently, "Including the boat ticket, you now owe me a total of £215. Danitz's expression instantly froze. He caught up with Feilun's steps and coughed dryly. "Between us, who's who? Just over £200. This week? No, next week I'll definitely pay you back. Pritz Harbor, located in the southeast of the Backland region. A convoy of 6 horse-drawn carriages, decorated in an ancient and understated manner, drove through Pelican Street in the White Rose district of Pritz Harbor, heading towards the Dock district. Inside the second-to-last carriage, Louise Sears sat opposite her grandfather, Blood Count Mistral, feeling slightly awkward and unsure of what to say. Blood Count Mistral was the nominal leader of this sea expedition, while Marquis Nebe, as a hidden card, was quietly slumbering in a coffin within the last carriage. Blood Count Mistral thus learned the true purpose of this operation and was even more surprised by the role his descendant played in it. In this silent atmosphere, the carriages slowly drove onto a ship named Moon Shadow, docked in the Dock district. On one hand, for travel, and on the other hand, every Sanguin is a born beast tamer, so taming these horses was naturally effortless, and thus no one objected to the carriages directly boarding the ship. Louise then followed Blood Count Mistral into a room in the ship's cabin, and through the porthole, she saw the vast blue sea for the first time, which also helped Louise's tense emotions relax somewhat. Just as she was imagining an adventure across the 5 seas, Louise was pulled back to reality by a gentle voice. Marquis Nebe has already told me what happened. No matter what, I believe in you, and you must also pay attention to your own safety. Blood Count Mistral sat upright behind the table, his crimson eyes fixed on Louise, his face serious. Seeing Louise nod obediently, he seemed to think of something and cleared his throat. Roughly when do you expect to be confident enough to become a Sanguin Viscount? Or rather, when will you be able to acquire a Viscount's Beander characteristic? Louise let out an "ah," and then scratched her head awkwardly, replying, "Grandfather, if you are willing to lend me 3,000 Sul, I can guarantee to obtain a Sanguin Viscount's Beander characteristic within a week." Given that it hadn't been long since she became a Blood Clan Baron, and the potion hadn't been fully digested, she also worried about advancing too quickly and causing some negative remarks within the Sanguin. After the last mission was completed, Louise did not choose the Sanguin Viscount's Beander characteristic, but instead exchanged it for 3 opportunities for favored one to provide assistance. After all, within the Chaos Council, no one was competing with Louise for that Sanguin Viscount Beander characteristic. She could slowly save money to exchange for it, but the opportunity to ask a powerhouse of at least demigod level to act 3 times was rare. When Aaron learned of Louise's request, he thought for a moment and then agreed to her choice. Although he couldn't defeat a demigod in reality, above the dark golden mist, with the help of various sealed artifacts, he was definitely a demigod level combatant. He then gave Louise a charm through the door of sacrifice and grant, telling her that it was for locating the spirit world when requesting help, to facilitate the transmission of power from a distance. That charm was actually just a cover, an excuse to conceal Aaron's direct action above the dark golden mist without being able to appear in person. Blood Count Mistral fell silent for a moment upon hearing this, almost blurting out, "How long will it take you to get a Blood Count Beander characteristic?" However, he finally held back. Recalling his long years, Blood Count Mistral sighed lightly, looked at Louise, and said, "I think you must have also noticed that this time, not only you, but also many other young Blood Clan Barons have come with us onto the ship. It will be announced later, but I can tell you in advance now that the Sanguin Viscount Beander characteristic obtained from the last harvest will be awarded to the Blood Clan Baron who performs best in this operation. As a Blood Count, and as your grandfather, whether for public good or private interest, I hope you can actively participate and display your strength in front of all the Sanguin. Defeating all opponents and achieving victory is the only way to earn everyone's respect and support. This is also what true leaders who can lead the Sanguin to glory should experience." Saying this, Blood Count Mistral looked at the silent Louise and chuckled softly. "As for the Sanguin Viscount Beander characteristic you mentioned, if you can achieve final victory this time, I am willing to give you 3,000 Sul, and you can buy it. Whether you want to exchange it for contributions to help with your Blood Count advancement ritual, or exchange it for powerful mystical items, that Sanguin Viscount Beander characteristic can help you achieve these." And these are things that cannot be exchanged for money. Louise listened in silence, her fists unconsciously clenched, and fighting spirit burned in her crimson eyes. Dash 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 dash. North Backland, the plaza in front of St. Samuel Cathedral. Dusk was about to disappear, and deep night slowly enveloped the land. Flocks of white doves flapped and flew up, then circled and descended. Aaron, dressed in a magnificent tuxedo, chatted with Bishop Electra, while the plaza was bustling with people, all noble believers who came to attend the Winter Solstice Festival. The longest night of each year is the birthday of Evernight Goddess, commonly known as the Winter Solstice Festival. Aaron speculated that this day might be when Evernight Goddess achieved sequence 0. On this day, all followers of the night would go to nearby churches to witness the sunset and the arrival of night, then participate in Mass, partake in communion, listen to choir performances, and engage in various activities. Therefore, every year on the Evernight Goddess, Holy Sacrifice Day, which is the Winter Solstice Festival, the amount in the offering box would swell significantly. Commoners with ample money would choose 2 to 3 sul, the middle class around 5 sul, and people from high society would directly donate to the diocesan bishop and church charities, ranging from hundreds to thousands of sul. A portion of these donations was used for the church's daily expenses, including repairs and paying the Nighthawks team's salaries, etc., while the larger remaining portion would be used for the Church of the Knight's affiliated charitable organizations and church schools. Aaron had just finished discussing the follow-up arrangements for the charitable organization after his departure from Backland with Bishop Electra, when he saw Councillor Mahed approach with his daughter Halier. Aaron greeted him with a smile, as if knowing what he was about to say, and spoke first. There's no need to worry about the Kingdom Atmospheric Pollution Investigation Committee. I have personally spoken with those important figures in the Conservative Party. The House of Commons should pass it in principle this week, and it will soon enter the House of Lords for discussion. You can tell the others that even if I am not in Backland, this matter will proceed smoothly. Shifting his gaze from the excited Councillor Mahed, Aaron felt an extremely faint spiritual fluctuation, originating from the sheriff, but strengthened several times by his Beander senses, seemingly observing him. Aaron glanced at Halier beside him. The proud young woman instantly lowered her head, and the faint sense of being spied upon disappeared with it. Has she become a Beander? She's certainly bold. It's somewhat similar to the excellent observation ability of a sequence 9 feet marauder. It seems that the severely wounded Jacob family demigod from last time has also started to act. Aaron casually withdrew his gaze, bade farewell to Councillor Mahed, and walked towards the square, where a moon mass, the final part of the winter solstice ceremony, was about to begin. The Archbishop of the Church of the Knights Backland Diocese, St. Anthony Stevenson, ascended the high platform, dressed in a black robe with red patterns. He looked around, raised his right hand, and tapped his chest 4 times clockwise. Praise the goddess. Once the believers below responded, the saint, with a deep voice that everyone could hear, began the final moon mass. In the square, where white doves circled, the choir began to chant hymns, their ethereal and sacred voices seemingly echoing deep within everyone's heart, bringing peace and tranquility. Amidst the mixed waves of mass and chanting, Aaron also raised his right hand and tapped his chest 4 times clockwise, feeling a hard texture. Before attending the winter solstice, Aaron had placed Ms. Ariana's night mark on his chest. As he touched it, Aaron spoke in ancient Hermes in a low voice. Ariana. The crystal-clear emblem in his chest pocket emitted an aura of quiet serenity accompanied by invisible fluctuations, which then vanished. Archbishop Anthony on the high platform subtly shifted his gaze, met Aaron's devout eyes for a moment, and then withdrew his glance. After all the winter solstice activities concluded, Aaron made an appointment with Earl Hall to visit him once more before leaving Backland next week. Accompanied by the clatter of horse hooves, Aaron sat in the luxurious carriage. Just as he was about to instruct the coachman to head to the Pound family ancestral home on William Street, he suddenly felt a wave of fluctuation envelop the carriage, and a figure abruptly leapt into his sight. The figure wore a simple linen robe with visible patches, and a belt made of twisted bark was tied around her waist. Her dark, long hair fell freely, and her bare feet were covered in dust and scars. This was a lady. Her features were extremely ordinary, and her dark eyes were no different from a normal person's. However, merely seeing her, Aaron's heart became extremely peaceful and calm. Even the sudden rise of surprise and wariness could not shake this feeling. After a few seconds of silence, Aaron bowed solemnly. "Good evening, Your Highness Ariana." In various churches, if a Beyander of angel rank walks on earth, when addressing them in person, the suffix, Your Highness, must be added to show respect. Similarly, for representatives of a deity's will such as popes, pontiffs, or patriarchs, Your Eminence, should be added. Additionally, for the head of a church, Your Holiness, or Holy See, can be used as alternative terms. Of course, in many cases, Holy See can also refer to the location of the papacy. Ariana tapped her chest 4 times clockwise, responding devoutly. "May the goddess bless you." She then added, "I am an ascetic. You can simply call me Ms. Ariana." "Yes, Ms. Ariana," Aaron responded readily. Ariana looked at him calmly for 2 seconds, then withdrew her gaze from the Lord of Mysteries on Aaron's right hand, and directly asked. "The goddess's oracle only mentioned giving you help. What kind of help do you wish to receive?" Aaron replied concisely. "I know about the underground ruins where Tudor became the Blood Emperor. In those ruins, there is a red angel evil spirit formed after the fall of 3 angels. I hope to obtain some items from those ruins. And I also don't want anyone else to know about tonight's operation." Aaron did not seek help from Wei Ang Sai Ting for this operation, not because he was reluctant to share some of the spoils, but because he was worried it might attract greater trouble. Unlike merely helping to conceal anomalies in fate before, if Wei Ang Sai Ting were to directly intervene, it was highly likely to attract the fate angel Ouroboros. As Aaron's thoughts raced, Ariana spoke at a steady pace. "Very well. I will go with you, and ensure that everything that happens will not be spied upon." Aaron smiled and bowed sincerely. "Thank you for your help." After speaking, he tapped his chest 4 times clockwise, drawing the scarlet moon. "Praise the goddess." Ariana responded devoutly, "Praise the goddess." Her figure then disappeared, as if erased by an eraser. Did she leave by transforming into a hidden state? Aaron pursed his lips speculatively. Even if he could use a hidden state with the night mark, such a clearly more advanced operation was definitely beyond Aaron's capabilities. However, the night pathway is not a type that excels in teleportation. At the same level, traveling from the Winter County Cathedral to Backland would certainly not be as fast as a teleportation gate. And another thing, Ms. Ariana's attitude when discussing and communicating with me was very comfortable. There wasn't that condescending feeling of an angel or a high priest, she almost treated me as an equal. As Aaron's thoughts wandered, he felt the strange fluctuation that had enveloped the carriage disappear, and contact with the outside world was restored. Gathering his scattered thoughts, Aaron tapped on the carriage and spoke to the butler driving in front. To 8 Williams Street. Williams Street is located at the intersection of the West District and Empress Borough, a core and livable area of Backland, inhabited by a large number of nobles and wealthy individuals. Under the dim yellow gas streetlights, the street was slightly brighter. The air quality, though still not as good as the Empress Borough and West District, was decent, at least not as choking as some of the eastern districts. Aaron had everyone leave the basement and stood alone before a grayish-white stone door in the corner. After breaking the seal originally placed on the stone door, Aaron unhurriedly carried his lantern, activated his spiritual vision, and gently pushed open the stone door. As Aaron stepped through the stone door, the entire basement seemed to be enveloped in a dark mist, with no sound whatsoever emanating from it. Amidst the slightly heavy creaking sounds, Aaron, guided by the lantern's light, saw a passageway paved with dark stone slabs. On both sides and at the end of the passageway were several wooden doors. They showed signs of decay but were still barely usable. However, the door's flamboyant style and the stone slabs' deep, heavy appearance did not quite match. No spiritual light flickering, Aaron's eyes quickly scanned, and he continued forward without pause, arriving at the black double-leaf stone door at the very end. Extending his gloved right hand, Aaron slowly applied force, pushing the door open. A grating sound began to echo, making one's teeth ache, and the stone door gradually cracked open. Points of spiritual light suddenly appeared in Aaron's eyes, reflecting countless intertwined and overlapping aura colors. A long snake with a triangular head and red patterns suddenly dropped from above. It straightened its upper body, flicked its tongue, and looked at Aaron with cold, brownish-yellow eyes. Pat, 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 one snake after another fell from the door, piling up at the entrance. Stepping over them, Aaron saw that inside was a hall. In the center of the hall, countless snakes of various colors writhed and huddled together, forming an exaggerated snake nest about 10 meters long and wide. That slimy, disgusting sensation assailed him. Aaron's face twitched slightly. He subtly raised his right hand, and the ancient silver-gray ring glowed faintly. A huge, pure ball of light, entwined with countless sacred flames, appeared out of thin air. This was one of the Beyonder abilities Aaron had recorded above the dark golden mist, using the Lord of Mysteries, which originated from the sun-chasing scepter. The ball of light shot straight into the hall, igniting their flesh and rapidly dissolving the snake nest. 2 miniature suns appeared in Aaron's eyes. After the light dissipated and some of the burnt smell faded, Aaron covered his mouth and nose, carried his lantern through the stone door, and entered the spacious hall. The style here was consistent with the passageway outside, filled with the fourth epic architectural style characterized by defiance of logic, chaotic asymmetry, and a preference for black. From the high dome, metal rods hung down, their ends serving as candle holders carved into different creatures. Aaron's gaze lingered on the 2 ancient, iron-black chairs on the platform. On the backrests were emblem-like patterns, on the left, a black crown, and on the right, a hand holding a scepter. After a moment of silent contemplation, Aaron withdrew his gaze and looked at the 7 tall, heavy black stone doors on the wall at the bottom of the hall. They were arranged in sequence, 2 on the left, 1 in the middle, and 4 on the right, perfectly adhering to the fourth epic's pursuit of asymmetry. Aaron knew very well what was inside those 7 portals. Having no interest in the 6 gods' statues, he walked directly towards the middle black stone door. Upon reaching it, he saw the stone door filled with boulders and earth. Before Aaron could act, the obstruction in front of him vanished into thin air, as if erased by an eraser. Aaron's spiritual vision, previously blocked by the stone door, immediately made a discovery. Inside, at least 4 strong, dazzling spiritual light clusters flickered. 2 of them were close to a dark gold color, and 2 were deep blue like the sea. The firelight penetrating the room also illuminated black stone slabs, upon which lay piles of white bones covered with decaying clothes. From some of these, dark gold and deep blue light shone through. At the end of the room, on the dark wall, stood a bloody double-leaf door. This door seemed to still have fresh blood clinging to it, reflecting the firelight and continuously sliding down. With a creaking sound, the bloody door suddenly swung open, revealing 3 black high-backed chairs. They were not purely deep black, dark red colors permeated their patterns, as if interwoven with iron and blood. On the high-backed chair directly facing the door sat a man of normal size. 3 faces appeared on his head, all displaying strange smiles. Ariana's figure, clad in a simple linen robe, slowly appeared in front of Aaron, as if some barrier had emerged to block unseen pollution. Aaron was unaffected, and a gentle, warm smile also appeared on his face. He took out a crystal-like monocle from his clothes pocket, wiped its surface with his sleeve, and then slowly clipped it into his right eye socket. Aaron then looked at the red angel evil spirit, whose expression on the high-backed chair instantly changed, and his lips curved into a smile. "Found you." For a moment, the cold night became unusually scorching, as if invisible magma surged. However, all of this was quickly smoothed over by an invisible force. The red angel evil spirit scrutinized Aaron for a few moments, then spoke in a cold, deliberate tone. You have a great talent for being a provoker. After satisfying his mischievous streak, Aaron quickly removed his monocle and hid behind Ariana. Ariana glanced at Aaron, who had an innocent expression, then looked at the Red Angel evil spirit, whose 3 faces had turned as dark as water, and spoke calmly. Sauron, Einhorn, Medici. The 3 faces on the Red Angel evil spirit's face withdrew their stare from Aaron, and the middle face spoke. I never expected that you, who were merely a demigod back then, would survive that great war and now achieve angelhood. Tisk tisk tisk, how lucky you are. Unlike me, who was unlucky enough to be ambushed by that fellow tutor, and stuck here with these 2 idiots for thousands of years. The 2 faces on either side simultaneously spoke angrily. Shut your mouth, Medici. Ignoring this strange and comical scene, Aaron poured his spirituality into the night mark. At the same time, the scarlet moon emblem worn on his chest lit up with a red glow, like a miniature red moon. Aaron's entire body seemed to be enveloped in a dense scarlet moonlight, and his spirituality continuously grew and became abundant. Aaron took out a faintly glowing, iron-black token with red rust attached to it in his left hand. This was the token originally bestowed by his ancestor, Varna. The Lord of Mysteries flashed several times in succession. With the frantic consumption of spirituality, Aaron attempted it again and again. In a spacious underground hall in Irisil, the capital of the East Taker archipelago, walls were covered with rusty bronze swords, spears, and halberds, exuding a strong aura of iron and blood. A figure in classical full armor, with red hair and brown eyes, sat on a bronze chair deep within the hall. Those brown eyes, which seemed to flicker with flames and lightning, suddenly opened and looked in a certain direction. Suddenly, Aaron felt his arms sink, and a phantom figure appeared. It was the historical void image of Sequence 2 Weather Warlock, Varna Will. Summoning a historical void image could maximize the avoidance of the Red Angel evil spirit affecting the ancestor's state. As long as the summoning was terminated, there would be no problem. Moreover, 2 angels were enough to make the Red Angel evil spirit, who had status but no actual power, compromise. Aaron felt his spirituality gush out like a flood through an opened sluice gate. Even with the replenishment from the Scarlet Moon, he could only maintain Varna's historical void image for 5 minutes without fighting. If he fought, it would be even shorter. The Red Angel evil spirit, who had been arguing, had all 3 faces simultaneously turned to stare fixedly at Aaron, sensing the aura of night emanating from Aaron and the figure in front of Aaron also emanating an angelic aura. Feeling the consumption of his spirituality, Aaron dared not delay and quickly spoke. Gentlemen, how about a trade? I only want the Red Priest blasphemy card in your possession. In exchange, I can promise to free you from this prison 3 years from now. After being used by Tutor as material for achieving godhood, and still being able to transform into an evil spirit, maintaining self-awareness for 1,000 years without being discovered, Adam's hand was certainly involved in this. At the current stage, Aaron did not want to conflict with him. Not endangering the evil spirit's life and only taking a blasphemy card was itself a compromise and concession. As he spoke, Ariana withdrew her gaze from the historical void image and took a step forward. The entire underground hall seemed to be gradually enveloped in a layer of dark mist. You, feeling the change in the surrounding environment, the face on the left was about to speak but was interrupted by Medici in the middle. Heh, you want this? No problem, I can even give you a treasure for free. I wonder if you've heard of Binsi Town. If the weather warlock behind you wants to advance further, he can try his luck there. Saying this, the evil spirit chuckled, spreading his palm to reveal a normal-sized tarot card. On the tarot card was a male priest in a crimson robe, seated in a chariot. The priest's appearance was unmistakably Rosal Gustav. The starlight in the upper left corner condensed into a line of text. Sequence 0, Red Priest. Looking at the Red Angel evil spirit with a wide smile, Aaron showed an interested expression on the surface and silently recited a line, but sneered inwardly. Binsi Town. There was indeed a secret corresponding to the Red Priest pathway there, but it was not a treasure. Especially for high-level existences of the hunter pathway and demonist pathway, it was a terrifying contamination. What a cunning hunter. Even in this state, he's still plotting conspiracies. However, there seems to be a descendant of Medici there, a Sequence 2 weather warlock, who is probably half mad. An angel, and from the hunter pathway at that. If I can acquire her Beander characteristic, and with the subsequent World War, quickly complete the digestion and acting of the potion, the Jacob family might gain another angel. But that area belongs to the Church of Storms, which makes it a bit troublesome. As his thoughts raced, Aaron's expression returned to calm. He didn't speak again. The Red Angel evil spirit clicked his tongue and tossed out the Red Priest card in his hand. Worried that this schizophrenic lunatic would leave behind some tricks, Aaron didn't take it. The blasphemy card instantly appeared in Ms. Ariana's hand and disappeared silently. Red Angel, Medici immediately scoffed. Tisk tisk, how timid. Aaron ignored his mockery and collected the 4 clusters of Beander characteristics that emitted intense, dazzling spiritual light. Then, he quickly gathered the other Beander characteristics scattered in the hall and placed them in a specially prepared container. Looking at the Red Angel evil spirit's gloomy face, Ms. Ariana and Aaron, who was carrying a bulging package, vanished from their original spot as if erased by an eraser. The stone door, which had originally disappeared and been filled with boulders and earth, reappeared, with patterns flashing across its surface, once again blocking the hall. Seeing the 2 uninvited guests disappear and everything return to calm, the 2 faces on either side of the Red Angel evil spirit spoke simultaneously. Medici, were you a woman in the past? You've thrown the angel's honor into the toilet. Medici wasn't angered. He chuckled deeply. You 2 must have been sealed silly, don't you understand that impatience spoils the great plan? You didn't hear him say we can break the seal in at most 3 years, and I have a premonition that in a while, the history of the 4th epoch will repeat itself. Seeing the other 2 faces remain silent and unresponsive, Medici's lips curved slightly, and he added with a smile. If you're really tired of being sealed, there's a way to solve it. As long as you let me recite the Lord's honored name, helpers will immediately arrive, and they might even help us solve the problem of maintaining our own existence. Sauron, the left face, sneered and said disdainfully. Bah, I'd rather die than believe in the true creator. Einhorn, the right face, simultaneously scoffed. Medici, have you sacrificed your brain to the true creator? We were already sealed, and after finally breaking some of it, Ms. Ariana just added another layer of seal. How are you going to break the seal and get help? Medici scoffed, slowly stood up from the high-backed chair, and walked slowly towards the center of the 3 high-backed chairs, saying as he walked. Look, you had to get to this point. If you had listened to me earlier, nothing would have happened. Sauron, the left face, sneered and said disdainfully. What's the use of listening to you? Weren't you, like us, made into a potion by Alistair Tudor back then? Medici wasn't angered. His steps didn't stop, and he chuckled deeply. Hey, the reason I was captured back then was because I was dealing with you, you idiot. And it's not like I wasn't prepared, but my focus was mainly on the primordial demoness. Who knew that Alistair Tudor would suddenly go mad and actually try to jump pathways to become a red priest? As he spoke, a deeply hidden trace of anger flashed in Medici's eyes. He had already arrived at a central altar. In the center of the altar was a constantly beating heart, formed from blood, emitting waves of iron-blooded aura. Einhorn, the right face, immediately opened and closed his mouth. Medici, what do you want to do? Medici chuckled, his palm already extended, wanting to touch the heart. By using this heart, and as paying some price, we are fully capable of breaking the seal and transmitting messages. Einhorn, the right face, then angrily spoke. You lunatic, this is the foundation of our existence. Sauron, let's unite against him. Good. The Red Angel evil spirit's left mouth responded without hesitation. Medici, seeing this, laughed heartily. You 2 really fell for it. My plan has succeeded. So indecisive, so hesitant, I can confirm that you 2 were women before. Accompanied by the mockery, the Red Angel evil spirit's left and right mouths simultaneously roared. Shut up. Dash 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 dash. Night enveloped the world, and a huge, sacred red moon hung high in the sky, illuminating the monastery with its numerous ancient buildings below. Aaron opened his eyes and found himself standing at the top of this monastery. As soon as he had collected all the Beander characteristics, he had cancelled the maintenance of the historical void image and no longer used the crimson eye. As he surveyed the grey world and the high-hanging red moon, Ms. Ariana, dressed in a simple linen robe, slowly appeared beside Aaron. Her dark eyes looked at Aaron and she spoke calmly. "This is my secret world." Aaron nodded knowingly. After thinking for a moment, he still offered a simple explanation. During the Fourth Epoch, Medici, Sauron, and the two ancestors of the Einhorn family died during the Blood Emperor Alistat Tudor's godhood ritual. After their deaths, their residual spirits and hateful intentions together formed that evil spirit. He didn't explain why he knew these things, nor why it was only a seal and not a direct obliteration of the evil spirit. Ms. Ariana nodded calmly, and the Red Priest card, which she had completely purified, appeared before Aaron. Aaron's eyes lit up. He quickly put away the blasphemy card, coughed lightly, and continued. "Respected Ms. Ariana, I have one more matter that requires your help. Dash 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 dash. Backland, in the sewers in the middle of Buckland Street. Halier followed the rusty iron pipes and the slowly flowing sewage river to the end of a quieter, more eerie passage, where moss and dirty things covered the walls and ground. Halier had just stopped, wanting to share her observations from the winter solstice day with her teacher, when she saw two figures appear out of thin air not far away. One of the figures was Lord Aaron, whom she had just seen that evening. A hint of panic flashed in Halier's eyes. Instinctively, she poured all the spiritual power she controlled into the tinder necklace around her neck. 7 translucent emerald stones were strung on it, and one of them lit up, its emerald glow casting a somewhat eerie and sinister light on Halier's beautiful face. The emerald green light was fleeting, like an illusion, as if nothing had happened. Before Halier's confusion could fully rise, she saw another lady, dressed in a simple linen robe, slowly turn around. For some reason, just by seeing her, Halier's heart became extremely peaceful and calm. She couldn't help but close her eyes, and all the chaotic thoughts that had arisen subsided. Unbeknownst to her, the entire underground passage was enveloped in a layer of dark mist. A clear, vivid red moon suddenly appeared in the underground pipe, and a voice filled with resentment and vigilance followed. Who? Accompanying this voice, a long spear, pure to the extreme, blazing white to the extreme, seemingly composed of pure sunlight, appeared out of thin air. It was the demigod-level ability, Spear of No Shadow, recorded by Aaron using the Lord of Mysteries. The place from which the voice came was instantly enveloped by a miniature sun, blazing white to the extreme, large enough to illuminate a city, and the figure of a large, bloody rat appeared. Accompanying the painful howl, one hole after another ripped open on the rat's body, and vaguely, one could see one illusory worm of time after another, with 7 or 8 segments, under its skin. The rat's crimson eyes stared fixedly at Aaron, but it seemed not to see Ms. Ariana and Halier beside Aaron, as if the two were in 2 different worlds. Just as he was about to press the attack, Aaron's heart skipped a beat. The extra perception from the Beander level of Sequence 8 Sheriff and the imperative, Exile, from Sequence 6 Judge instantly disappeared, as if he had never possessed them. Despite being unaccustomed to this feeling, a smile still appeared on Aaron's face. For a severely wounded Marauder Pathway demigod, temporarily stealing 2 Beander abilities was the limit while maintaining control. And the misfortune provided by Ms. Ariana ensured that even if this Jacob family demigod successfully stole Beander abilities, they would be the ones least affecting the battle. The battle in the secret world would not destroy reality, and it was isolated from reality, so Aaron had no qualms and immediately uttered a name. Amen. Upon hearing this name, Flora Jacob, who had been somewhat hysterical, instantly stiffened and was, unluckily, stunned for a moment, as if caught in some terrifying memory. Aaron seized this gap. His right hand, which had been grabbing at something in the air since the beginning of the battle, suddenly sank, and the Lord of Mysteries flashed with a faint light. Joseph Will's historical void image, dressed in black with light golden eyes, appeared out of thin air beside Aaron. "Theft is forbidden here." A majestic voice rang out, and an invisible wave spread outwards from the historical void image's feet. At the same time, the historical void image's left hand raised and formed a grasping motion, which was imprisonment, from sequence 4 imperative mage, essentially in sublimation and enhancement of imprisonment, from sequence 6 judge, capable of restraining a target, making it difficult for even a spirit body to move. Flora Jacob had just emerged from shock and fear. She was already severely wounded and had to parasitize a rat, and after facing the attack of the Spear of No Shadow, she was already on the verge of collapse. Just as she was about to steal Aaron's impending action, causing him to briefly freeze, to find an opportunity to escape. Flora Jacob suddenly despaired to find that she could no longer use her abilities, and her weakened state also made her unable to move. Because her weakened spirit body was being attacked by spiritual penetration, personally cast by the historical void image, the chaotic thoughts made Flora Jacob only able to watch as another Spear of No Shadow magnified in her pupils. The Lord of Mysteries could record a maximum of 3 demigod abilities, and therefore, this was Aaron's last recorded demigod ability. And because the Spear of No Shadow currently had the strongest single target attack power, Aaron recorded it twice. No. Accompanying the soul-shaking shriek, a slightly illusory gray shadow escaped from the flames, but like a headless fly, it couldn't escape. Aaron exhaled silently and dispelled the maintained historical void image. Even though his face was a bit pale from the excessive consumption of spiritual power, it still couldn't hide his excitement. Even with the aid of a sealed artifact and some help from Ms. Ariana, and even though Flora Jacob was already severely wounded and in an extremely weakened state, this was Aaron's first true hunt of a demigod. Rubbing his slightly dizzy head, Aaron looked at the clear, vivid red moon and said, "All right." Within the huge red moon, a black dot instantly stood out, descending from the sky. It was the Archbishop of the Church of the Night, the servant of concealment, Ms. Ariana, dressed in a simple long robe with a bark belt. In this secret world, this ascetic monk did not use any Beander abilities. She simply floated in midair, casting her gaze upon the parasite spirit that was scurrying about. She gently raised her right hand, and the slightly blurred, bewildered, and resentful spirit of Flora Jacob, the Jacob family demigod, appeared in her hand. "You may ask." Looking at Flora Jacob's spirit, Ms. Ariana turned to Aaron and spoke calmly. Aaron glanced around, not seeing Ms. Halier's figure. As if seeing his thoughts, Ms. Ariana calmly explained. "She will forget what happened recently. Next, she will join the Nighthawks team in Backland." Aaron nodded, feeling a bit emotional. This could be considered the best choice. After all, as an extremely high-risk marauder pathway, staying in the Nighthawks team in Backland could at least ensure some degree of safety. Ms. Halier would most likely not have to experience the fear of being surrounded by almonds. Gathering his scattered thoughts, Aaron looked at the calm Ms. Ariana, cleared his throat, and asked Flora Jacob's already somewhat confused spirit. "Where is the Jacob family treasure you previously explored? What steps are needed to open the treasure?" The treasure is in the sewers at 116 William Street, at the end of the third passage after turning left." Accompanied by a hoarse, hollow voice, Flora Jacob's spirit showed clear signs of struggle, yet it returned to calm. The opening of the treasure requires the Jacob family bloodline and a token. Perhaps the successive severe injuries had caused irreversible damage to Flora Jacob's spirit body. Aaron only managed to get one address from Flora Jacob before she came to Backland. It was where the remaining Beander materials and sealed artifacts of her lineage were stored. As for what the token to open the Jacob family treasure was, no matter how he inquired, he couldn't get an accurate answer. Aaron's heart stirred, remembering the scene he had seen during his previous dream divination. He rummaged through the ashes. Finally, he found a badge the size of an eyeball. its surface a combination of the symbolic patterns of fate and concealment. Aaron, combining his inquiries to the spirit and the divination from the divination pendant, finally confirmed that the token was the badge of the Fate Hermit's gathering. Aaron held the badge, only the size of an eyeball, its surface a combination of the symbolic patterns of fate and concealment. Looking at Flora Jacob's increasingly ethereal soul, Aaron pondered for a moment before continuing to ask, "How do I contact other Jacob family members?" Flora Jacob had lost the ability to resist, responding blankly and muddle-headedly. To evade the blasphemers, search and prevent being wiped out, the various separated factions of the family stopped contacting each other. It wasn't until later that a group of Beyonders from the Marauder pathway, calling themselves Hermits of Fate, formed a regular gathering for self-preservation and resistance. My ancestor from this lineage was one of the founders, which allowed us to re-establish contact with some other branches that joined later. But we all upheld our ancestral teachings, never gathering privately outside of the Hermits of Fate meetings, nor inquiring about each other's affairs. Aaron frowned upon hearing this. Without the Jacob family bloodline, it would likely be difficult to enter that treasure vault with just this badge. However, Aaron was not in a hurry. Aemon was still lying in that treasure vault, and it was a trap Aemon used to lure Pallas Zoroast. He even deceived himself for this, placing an item inside that could allow Sequence 2 Pallas Zoroast to instantly recover to his peak Sequence 1 state, just to make the trap more realistic. Aaron was different from Klein. There was no sequence conflict between him and Aemon, and he didn't want to provoke such a big trouble so quickly. At the very least, he needed to wait until Aaron had the strength to face Aemon independently. Exhaling softly, Aaron suppressed the greed in his heart, and looking at Miss Ariana, who stood quietly under the red moon, dressed in a simple linen robe, he spoke with a solemn tone. "There are indeed very precious items in the Jacob family's treasure, but it is more of a trap targeting another Marauder pathway angel. There is an avatar of blasphemer, Aemon inside. This treasure involves too much and might affect the goddess's plans, so I want to wait a few years until I have enough strength before exploring it." Miss Ariana's eyes shifted slightly, and she re-examined Aaron from head to toe. After a moment of contemplation, she spoke calmly. "All right, but during this period, I will secretly seal and guide that area, isolating any other possible explorations. That place is where the goddess's believers gather, one cannot be careless." Seeing Aaron nod, Ariana's palm clenched slightly, and with a crisp crack, the Flora Jacob soul in her hand shattered. The shattered stardust gathered under an invisible force, and in just a few seconds, it formed a bizarre crystalline object resembling an infant's hand. Tiny fingers spread out, and numerous worm of time, each with 7 or 8 segments, swam and meandered rapidly within, their skin color constantly changing due to the aggregation of light and shadow according to the environment. After being pulverized by an angel, this Sequence 4 parasite Beander characteristic became pure, without the lingering madness and despair of Flora Jacob's final moments. At the same time, 4 other clusters of Beander characteristics, emitting strong spiritual fluctuations, emerged. 2 of them were close to dark gold in color, and 2 were deep blue like the sea, precisely the 4 demigod Beander characteristics harvested from the Red Angel's underground ruins. Aaron had already divined that 2 of these Beander characteristics were Sequence 4 Earl of the Fallen, and the other 2 were Sequence 4 Cataclysmic Enterer. Surprisingly, there were no Red Priest pathway Beander characteristics among them, not even among the Beander characteristics below demigod that Aaron had harvested. This could only indicate that the Hunter pathway Beander characteristics among them must have been absorbed by that Red Angel evil spirit, but such a harvest already satisfied Aaron greatly. Just thinking about having to give up at least half made Aaron's heart ache, but this was a necessary sacrifice. He was just relieved that Ang Sai Ting hadn't made a move, otherwise, he would have even fewer spoils of war. Undergoing the same process, the 4 demigod Beander characteristics were completely pulverized and then reformed by Miss Ariana, becoming pure and flawless. Before Aaron could speak, 3 Beander characteristics, shining with intense spiritual light, flew towards him, one each of the parasite, role of the fallen, and cataclysmic inter-or-beander characteristics. Meeting Aaron's slightly surprised and delighted gaze, Miss Ariana spoke calmly. When you reach the southern continent, cooperate with the head of the East Balam diocese, Eye of the Goddess, Elia, to jointly curb and combat the numinous episcopate's development. Is this a mission? Counting the time, Azek Eggers should have already arrived in Tingen. It seems this is to begin the planning for the artificial death. Aaron was slightly startled, then accepted, his thoughts immediately racing. He bowed to this servant of concealment, the dean of the night cathedral, to express his gratitude. As the red moonlight faded, Ariana's figure also vanished as if erased by an eraser. The previously dilapidated, secret world had become ethereal and transparent, revealing the intact underground passage. Hazel was lying quietly on the ground, her expression serene, as if she had fallen into a sweet dream. Aaron's mouth twitched. He first temporarily placed the several demigod Beander characteristics in a specially made box, and using the judge's ability, he cast the prohibition decree. This was to prevent the Beander characteristics from fusing with items to form sealed artifacts before Aaron returned home and sacrificed them to the dark golden mist. With a slight spiritual movement, the night imprint on Aaron's wrist glowed faintly, and Aaron and the several demigod Beander characteristics he carried entered a hidden state. He didn't want to run into some role of the fallen or the Archbishop of the Church of Storm's Backland diocese, Singer of God, Ace Snake, who might be out for a stroll at night, right after exiting the underground passage. And according to the Beander characteristic aggregation principle, if not concealed and shielded, such a situation was not impossible. Aaron put on the death mask, picked up Hazel who was lying on the ground, and as his spirituality spread, a colorful oil painting immediately appeared. Using spirit world travel, Aaron returned Hazel to her room, then returned to his own bedroom. Without delay, Aaron immediately went to the partitioned room, skillfully set up the ritual, and sacrificed the divining pendant, several demigod Beander characteristics, and the Hermit of Fate badge to the dark golden mist. His consciousness sank, and Aaron sat on the magnificent throne. With a slight spiritual movement, clusters of dark golden mist enveloped the group of brightly glowing Beander characteristics, placing them together in the pile of miscellaneous items. The Earl of the Fallen Beander characteristic. I can exchange it with Ancestor Valna when I return to Irisil. This way, the family can have another demigod, and I can gain the greatest benefit. As for this parasite Beander characteristic, I can trade it with Pallas Zoroast. Anyway, using this thing carries the risk of being discovered by Aemon, so it's better to sell it for a good price. I wonder if Pallas Zoroast is currently parasitic within Leonard Mitchell. As for this cataclysmic inter-or-Beander characteristic, Bansi, the Church of Storms. After a moment of contemplation, Aaron silently calculated in his mind, then placed these sealed Beander characteristics together in the pile of miscellaneous items. He then picked up the divining pendant, quietly suspended it over the Hermit of Fate badge, and performed a divination using the pendulum divination method. After receiving an oracle indicating no danger, Aaron breathed a sigh of relief, left the dark golden mist, and returned to the partitioned room in the real world with the items. Sitting on the sofa in the bedroom, Aaron held the Hermit of Fate badge. As spirituality was infused, a layer of misty radiance bloomed on the badge's surface. They quickly condensed into an inconspicuous beam of light, shooting upwards into the air. Before long, a similar beam returned, dispersing into a palm-sized ethereal parchment, on which a line of words was written in ancient Fusic. May 5, 1347, 9 p.m., Toscade River Estuary. Aaron released his hand, stopping the infusion of spirituality, and the parchment shattered and disappeared. Less than half a year left. Aaron rubbed his chin, looking at the red moon outside the window, lost in thought. December 31, 1346, afternoon, Earl Hall's luxurious villa in Empress Borough. The cold air was kept out by the windows and walls. Inside, it was warm as spring, and the fireplace was elegant. Audrey Hall was dressed in the latest gown conceived by fashion designer Madame Genia based on her recent physical and temperamental state, exuding grace and nobility with a hint of girlish playfulness. Aaron stood beside Audrey, leaning against the white gilded railing on the second floor, watching the servants come and go downstairs, bustling about. From the second half of the year to the new year, the nobles of the Loan Kingdom would, according to tradition, come to Backland to participate in various banquets, balls, and salons, which were very important activities for them. Many matters would also be finalized within these few months, just like the resolution to abolish the Corn Laws earlier. As years passed, this tradition gradually acquired a fixed name, the Backland social season. And according to the customs of the Loan Kingdom, nobles with fiefdoms would gradually leave Backland a week after the new year and return to their territories to enjoy a pleasant country or castle life. They would only return to the capital in June to resume their daily social activities. Of course, influential nobles and great bankers like Earl Hall would certainly have to travel back and forth frequently to handle affairs. Earl Hall anticipated that after the new year, the proposal to establish the Kingdom Air Pollution Investigation Committee would formally pass in the House of Commons. And according to past practice, discussions and wrangling in the House of Lords would be very lengthy and not something that could be resolved in a short time. Therefore, to avoid wasting time and also to celebrate the victories of the past year, Earl Hall decided to take his family back to East Chester County early to enjoy life. However, moving was not an easy task. Many things had to be organized in advance, with some servants sent ahead to the manor or castle. Only when everything was ready would the masters embark on their journey. Audrey smiled as she watched the busy servants downstairs, and spoke softly. Compared to the magnificent and expensive family castle, I still prefer the beautiful manor, and the scenery of the countryside. I already miss that kind of life. The various social events in Backland inevitably make one feel constrained, and its air is indescribably bad. Looking at the interested Audrey, Aaron glanced around and then said with a smile, "Then why don't we go for a walk in the suburbs and chat?" Audrey's emerald eyes brightened slightly, and she nodded gently. And from the corner, a large golden retriever instantly rushed out. It was Susie, who had grown much larger, excitedly holding a small bag and wagging her tail, circling Aaron and Audrey. Dash 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 dash. December 31st, Loan, Enmad Port, a basement in the port area. Cold air filled the dark and damp basement. Triss, with a round face, wore a single garment, enduring the cold, and stood firmly before an altar. Unlike before, the naivety and fear on his face had faded, replaced by ruthlessness and cunning. A female figure, completely shrouded in a black robe, chuckled and spoke. "Congratulations on passing our assessment. You are now qualified to officially join us. As long as you drink this potion and successfully become a Beander, you will instantly gain various powerful abilities and become an official member of our Theosophy order. But if you don't endure, you will lose control and become a monster." At this point, the woman paused, her voice becoming somewhat strange. I forgot to tell you, its potion name is Assassin. Good luck." Looking at the viscous potion pushed in front of him, recalling his experiences during this time, and his tragic childhood under the gangsters. A hint of madness flashed in Triss's eyes. He grabbed the potion from the table and drank it in one gulp. In the corner of the basement, the figure of Black Saintess, Mariska slowly emerged, a sapphire ring floating in her hand, as she quietly watched this scene with a smile. Dash 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 dash. Backland, on the outskirts of Empress Borough, within a spacious but audience-less racecourse. In East Chester County, there's a village that worships dragons, and an ancient ballad circulates there. Aaron roughly recounted the ballad from memory. Monsters are in your dreams. Dragons are in your dreams. That imagined, floating great palace is also in your dreams. There, you will have everything, until you awaken. Under the shade of a tree, Audrey Hall, leading a reddish-brown pony, listened intently to Aaron's narration. She wore white trousers and knee-high black boots, with a simply decorated ladies' shirt and a belted black jacket-style riding suit on her upper body. Coupled with a matching protective helmet, she appeared exceptionally dashing, with a beauty different from her usual self, while the golden retriever Susie obediently squatted at her feet, seemingly carrying a small leather bag. After Aaron finished recounting the strange legend of Eastchester County, Audrey slowly exhaled, her curiosity instantly satisfied, as she imagined the appearance of dragons in her mind. Looking at the dreamy-eyed Audrey, Aaron said with a mix of emotion and teasing, "A beautiful lady riding a horse is a sight to behold, no matter what she does." Audrey was pulled back to her thoughts by the sudden compliment. Then, as if remembering something, she frowned slightly and spoke with some distress. "When I arrive in Eastchester County and you arrive in the southern continent, how will we communicate? Telegrams are too short, and letters would take too long to arrive." Looking at Audrey, who had suddenly become a little dejected, Aaron smiled mysteriously, hinting, "Haha, don't worry about that. Later, I'll teach you a mystical ritual that will make our communication convenient." Aaron led Audrey to a lounge in the racecourse and took out herbal essential oils and candles from his bag. Looking at the excited Audrey, Aaron smiled and said, "This is a relatively simple ritual magic. It can summon a unique spirit, and my messenger." Spirit. Audrey chewed on the word, and her mind couldn't help but flash with the evil spirits described in folk legends and storybooks. Her expression froze slightly, and she seemed to hesitate to speak. Looking at Audrey's expression, Aaron thought for a moment and explained in easy-to-understand terms, "My spirit is a spirit naturally born in the spirit world. It is inherently a spirit body, not an undead transformed from the death of living creatures. You don't have to be afraid." Audrey nodded, half understanding, and secretly decided that she must read more mysticism books in the future. Aaron, while arranging the candles, said, "You give it the written letter, and it will accurately deliver it to me. It's not as fast as a telegram, but faster than a steam train. If you finish it at noon, even if I'm still in the southern continent, I can receive it before that night. And this is not a one-way trip. It can also bring a reply to you, and I can also send letters to you through it. How convenient. I wonder what other magical effects other ritual magic have." Audrey watched Aaron place the candles, secretly memorizing the positions, while sighing inwardly and listening attentively, like a diligent student in class. Aaron chuckled softly, then pointed to the chain of emeralds Audrey was wearing. The characteristic of this kind of ritual magic is to pray to oneself, drawing power from one's own spirituality. It doesn't require a deity, so it's quite concealed, though its power is often not great. And the drawn spirituality can be replaced by the spirituality of the chain of emeralds itself. As long as you don't perform the ritual multiple times in a short period, it won't affect your state. As he spoke, Aaron lit the candles and took out a bottle of dark purple liquid. He opened the stopper and sprinkled a few drops into the golden candle flame. "This is a hydrosol distilled and extracted from night-scented stock, deep sleep flower, and chamomile, called amantha, which means tranquility in Hermes. It's also a hydrosol we often use as followers of darkness when performing various rituals. It smells very good." As he spoke, the candlelight flickered a few times, and those few drops of hydrosol quickly evaporated, filling the room. A very familiar, clear, and charming scent entered Audrey's nose, relaxing her tension and quickly calming her mind, as if she were looking down at the darkness in the dead of night. Aaron placed all the other materials and then switched to ancient Hermes to say, I summon in my name. The spirit wandering in the void, the upper world creature driven by others, the messenger exclusive to Lucifer Joseph." Looking at the somewhat confused Audrey, Aaron repeated it in lowness, then explained, "That's the incantation part. There are 3 sections in total. Lucifer Joseph is my alias, mainly to prevent others from locating me through the messenger." Audrey nodded and, with Aaron's help, repeated it several times, somewhat unskillfully. Seeing that she had generally grasped it, Aaron looked at Audrey and solemnly emphasized, Remember, do not arbitrarily change the specific description of the summoned creature, as that can easily attract terrifying monsters. Okay. Audrey nodded obediently, her golden hair falling down and swaying with her movements. With Aaron's encouragement, Audrey rearranged the candles and other ritual materials. Immediately after, she dripped the night's kin, full moon essential oil, and Amantha hydrosol onto them. With sizzling sounds, the surroundings suddenly became quiet, and an invisible, subtle sensation surged. Audrey, with a mix of apprehension and excitement, softly chanted in the not-so-familiar ancient Hermes. I summon in my name. The spirit wandering in the void, the upper world creature driven by others, the messenger exclusive to Luciferic Joseph. Whoosh! The wind stirred up a humming sound, and the golden candle flame instantly took on a ghostly blue hue. Under its illumination, translucent ripples spread out from the center of the three candles. Suddenly, Audrey saw an eye, a round eye, an eye with clear black and white. That eye stared at her unblinkingly, with no head attached, and no corresponding body. The huge, black and white eye was translucent, quietly floating behind rich, vivid overlapping color blocks, showing neither hostility nor friendliness. It was Astolfo, the spirit world creature stored within the death mask. As Aaron gained more power and methods, he rarely used it. However, it had also gradually grown by continuously devouring other spirit bodies and had shown a desire for the prisoner pathway Beander characteristic. The portion of Beander characteristic extracted from Mehem's left arm, harvested last time, roughly equivalent to a sequence 5 level, Aaron had fed to Astolfo. Perhaps it was because the Beander characteristic hadn't been fully digested, or perhaps it was a transformation after this special spirit body grew to a certain extent. The originally somewhat illusory and shapeless spirit body had, to some extent, solidified into a physical entity after swallowing the Beander characteristic. However, this did not affect its activities in the spirit world. Instead, it gained abilities far stronger than other spirit world creatures, perfectly meeting the requirements of a messenger. Although its current strength was not high, Aaron did not intend for it to participate in future battles that might involve demigods or even angels. It was only for delivering messages. If there were better options in the future, the messenger could be replaced. And the most suitable messenger in Aaron's mind was Elvin Gallo, the Night Emperor's personal guard leader, an angel from the 4th epoch, who might be slumbering in the Ghost Empire. However, with Aaron's current strength, he couldn't open that treasure. He was beyond his reach and had to focus on the present. After communication, Aaron signed a messenger contract with Astolfo. Looking at Audrey, who was full of excitement from successfully completing the ritual magic, Aaron smiled and introduced, "This is my messenger. You can call it Astolfo." Saying that, Aaron demonstrated. He handed over a letter he had prepared earlier and placed it in the center of the ritual magic. Behind the rich, vivid overlapping color blocks, the huge, black and white eye suddenly turned pure black, like the abyss, directly swallowing the letter. Then it turned pure white again, ripples spread, and a letter emerged from it, flying back into Aaron's hand. Astolfo's huge, black and white eye stared blankly at Aaron, as if it didn't quite understand why it needed to be summoned for such a simple delivery. Dash 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 dash. Pritz Harbor, Oak Island, Royal Navy Base. A group of military officers from MI9, who had just passed the new year and were about to be transferred to the southern continent, stepped down from their carriages in neat military uniforms, chests adorned with badges, and heads held high. Glenn Wall was among them. He did not return to East Talk County with Aaron but took an airship directly to the southern continent. As the assistant to Lord Aaron, the new deputy director of MI9's Southern Continent branch, Glenwall also received a warm welcome from the surrounding military officers. Although unaccustomed to such occasions, Glenwall patiently socialized until everyone's attention was drawn to a site not far away. In the nearby military port, thousands of workers were hammering away at a majestic giant ship that gleamed with metallic light. It was still far from completion, but its general outline could already be seen. It had no sails, only a lookout tower, and gained 2 towering chimneys and 2 open-air turrets, one at the front and one at the back. It was so magnificent, so enormous, that the sailing battleships docked nearby looked like newborn dwarves clustered around a giant. Storms above, could this be the Navy's latest equipment? Oh, my lord, it's incredible. ... Exclamations mingled softly. Glen Wall, standing at the front of the officers' ranks, looked solemn, carefully memorizing every visible detail of the behemoth. He planned to report everything he saw to his grandfather, Joseph Wall, once he arrived in the southern continent. He had heard in Backland that the Loan military was developing a new type of weapon, and the Easttalk family, which had significant influence in the Navy, had been rudely and unreasonably removed from the research team by the king. Glen Wall had initially not cared. As a Beander who had already reached the mid-sequence, although he wasn't very clear about the fighting methods of high-sequence powerhouses, he knew very well that those terrifying demigod existences could not be dealt with by 1 or 2 weapons. It wasn't until he saw this behemoth that he couldn't help but doubt his previous judgment. After an unknown period, a black speck in midair grew from small to large, gradually occupying a third of the sky, once again attracting everyone's attention and making the atmosphere suddenly solemn. This was a colossal object floating and flying in midair. It had extremely smooth and graceful lines, painted entirely in dark blue. A sturdy yet lightweight alloy frame supported the cotton fabric containing hydrogen balloons. Below, suspended compartments housed machine gun ports, bomb bays, and flat-firing cannon ports. The exaggerated hum of the high-fuel steam engine and the frantic rotation of the tail propellers formed a breathtaking symphony. The airship that would take them to the southern continent had arrived, carrying an air of majestic authority, looking down on everything. A vertically downward, sword of judgment, emblem with a ruby crown as its hilt reflected the sunlight on both sides of the compartment. This was a symbol of the Augustus family, a legacy traceable back to the previous epoch. Pritz Harbor, White Oak Street, Pritz Harbor Fishermen's Association. Dorian Gray slowly sat down, his face weary. He was of medium build but had exaggerated arms, and his hair was meticulously combed, in stark contrast to the bird's nest hairstyles of most people in the association. Ignoring the tea, pastries, newspapers, and magazines on the table, Dorian Gray frowned in thought. After an unknown period, accompanied by a muffled sigh, Dorian Gray stood up and drew the curtains, plunging the office into dimness. He walked around the room once, confirming the environment, then Dorian Gray lit a candle mixed with crimson sandalwood. Amidst the flickering yellow light, he walked to the front of the candle and took out 2 bottles of water-colored essential oil and some common herbal powders. After completing the initial part of the ritual, Dorian stepped back, his expression serious, and switched to ancient Hermes. I summon in my name. The peculiar spirit body roaming the upper world, the void creature that loves music, Dorian Gray Abraham's contracted partner. Whoosh! A sudden wind swept through the living room, carrying a weeping tremor. The swaying candlelight was instantly dyed a ghostly blue hue. Rings of light rapidly spread out, seemingly forming a door beyond normal conception. A semi-illusory, semi-real spherical object flew out from the bottom of the light ring. It was milky white all over, with no eyes, nose, arms, or legs, only a slit on its surface that looked like a mouth. Dorian opened his mouth and softly hummed a folk-style lullaby. The sphere immediately swayed from side to side, looking extremely content. After humming a song, Dorian reached out his hand. Marmoth, give me the inherited Eye of Arcana that I previously deposited with you. The sphere bounced up and down, its body suddenly swelling, its mouth opening wide. Then, it spat out a strangely glowing crystal ball, as if formed by countless insects clinging together. Under the candlelight, the crystal ball floated with dazzling waves. Dorian caught the Eye of Arcana, interrupted the summoning, and ended the ritual. He held the Eye of Arcana in his left hand, while his right palm cut a bloodied opening and lightly touched the top, stroking it back and forth, muttering continuously, like a whisper. Accompanying the murmurs, the blood gradually integrated into the eye of Arcana. The glittering points within the crystal ball grew brighter and clearer, as if the night cosmos had cast its reflection. And those stars, often used to determine the course of fate and life's trajectory, appeared one after another, forming a three-dimensional astrolabe, interspersed with many spirit world revelations that seemed to be symbolic. Dorian Gray's face remained pale, his shoulders trembling slightly as he finally stopped, burying his head in scrutiny. A moment later, a low, hoarse voice sounded. Why is there still no revelation? Where is the future of the Abraham family? It's clearly recorded in the family's ancient texts that Venitin, one of the 7 lights of the spirit world, the yellow light, once prophesied that the Abraham family's curse would be lifted by an apprentice who received help from a hidden existence. When will this prophecy, passed down by word of mouth and even recorded in spirit world observations, finally come true? The light of the crystal ball gradually dimmed, and Dorian stood up, feeling a mix of confusion and urgency, his blue eyes even revealing a hint of despair. In the past year, the frequency of full moons had inexplicably increased significantly, far exceeding previous years, and most were blood moon nights, an enhanced version of the full moon. Having become a sequence 7 astrologer, he was more strongly affected by the full moon's ravings. Every time the full moon's ravings came, Dorian Gray felt it was difficult to endure and that he might not live to see the day the Abraham family's curse was lifted. Perhaps it was luck, or perhaps his faith was strong enough, but Dorian Gray endured each time. However, a significant portion of other family members with whom he could originally correspond by letter were now unreachable. And after the drastic change when the traveler Buddhists betrayed the Aurora Order, almost all the upper echelons of the entire Abraham family were wiped out, leaving only scattered branches in various places. There wasn't even a decent powerhouse, let alone someone who could roam the spirit world like the Abraham family's traveler ancestor and seek answers from the yellow light, Venitin. Backland steam train station, the setting sun was gradually replaced by night. Aaron stood in front of his exclusive carriage, bidding farewell to Earl Hall and his family who were outside on the platform. Evelyn lay lazily on Aaron's shoulder, her fluffy tail sweeping casually, but everyone around seemed to ignore her, as if deliberately overlooking her. Audrey waved her hand reluctantly, then mumbled for a while before whispering. "Remember to write to me. Let me know you're safe when you reach the South Continent. I'll write to you too and share my holiday with you." Susie, the golden retriever dog crouching at her feet, let out a bark, her big eyes blinking as she stared at Aaron's shoulder, a human-like puzzlement in her gaze. Aaron smiled and nodded, gently hugged Audrey, then stroked Susie's head and said with a smile, "Susie, you must listen to Audrey, okay?" Looking at the golden retriever's obedient appearance, Aaron couldn't help but glance at Evelyn on his shoulder. Having fully digested the Sequence 8 telepathous potion, Evelyn keenly noticed Aaron's gaze, meowed, and said lazily, "I'm just a cat, you know. Also, when are you giving me the Sequence 7 potion? I've been waiting for ages." Aaron rolled his eyes. Where did she learn such a self-righteous tone? After some thought, he replied, "We'll talk about it when we get to Irisil. You'll have to perform well in the South Continent after that." Because of the psychological invisibility cast with the help of the hypnotic necklace, only Aaron and Evelyn could hear these words. After reiterating matters to the butler remaining in Backland, Aaron turned and boarded the steam train, preparing to leave Backland and return to Irisil, the capital of East Tarok County. Whoosh! The sound of the whistle echoed in every corner of the platform, and the huge, monster-like steam train engine, dragging more than a dozen carriages, slowly started. As the layers of magnificent palaces and tall Gothic clock towers in the distance disappeared from view, the steam train finally left Backland, which was known as the City of 10,000 Capitals and the Land of Hope. Looking at Backland, which was half normal and half shrouded in a light yellow mist, Aaron's lips curved into a smile, and he murmured to himself, "I'll be back. It won't be long." As color blocks overlapped and a seemingly static, oil-painting world emerged, Aaron and Evelyn on his shoulder vanished in an instant. As the heir of the East-Taker family, Aaron was not suitable to leave quietly. At the very least, he needed to inform someone of his departure. After a high-profile departure from Backland, he chose the fastest method, directly teleporting back to Irisil via the spirit world. Outside Port Pritz, north of the violent sea. Under the moonlight at night, the sea was deep blue, almost black. Alger Wilson stood at the bow, looking at the quietly sprawling outline of Passu Island. This was the headquarters of the Church of Storms, a place blessed by the true God. As a low-ranking member of the church, Alger remembered having only visited once. That was a long time ago, when he, a mixed blood with dark blue hair, was selected to join the headquarters as a member of the children's choir. But having no talent for singing, he was soon sent away, returning to the small chapel on his birth island to serve as a servant with Quilangos, where the pastor was very brutal to his subordinates. Whenever he recalled this experience, Alger's expression would become quite solemn, longing to reach a higher position. Amidst the sound of the wind, the three-masted sailboat moved silently, sailing into the harbor. Alger took off the cloth strip wrapped around his head, and the illusory scales beneath his skin emerged. He pushed off from the side of the ship with his feet, leaping directly from the vessel and landing steadily on the dock. A man with soft yellow hair, dressed in a lightning-patterned robe, had been waiting for a long time. Looking at Alger Wilson opposite him, he smiled, raised his right hand, and clenched his fist, striking his left chest, saying, "The storm be with you." "The storm be with you," Alger Wilson replied with the same gesture, smiling. Then, the man dressed as a clergyman introduced himself. "My name is Sains. I used to be a pastor, and recently I applied to leave the clergy system to seek meritorious service on the sea. For the next period, we should be partners. Please take care of me. I will take you to this debriefing." Inside the Thunder Cathedral, the dome was vast, arches connected, and murals covered the walls without a single blank space, predominantly in gold and blue, making anyone walking inside instinctively feel sacred and solemn, involuntarily lowering their heads. Alger Wilson, like the surrounding sailors, kept his head down, looking at the ground, slowing his steps, and not even daring to breathe audibly. In the quiet atmosphere, they were led by the pastor to the back of the cathedral. Then, guided by a servant, Alger Wilson entered a room with a long table and was questioned by three Punisher deacons. Among these three deacons, only one had dark blue hair, as this was not a guaranteed change after consuming a seafarer pathway potion. However, this trait would be inherited quite stubbornly, much like the elf race, which originally had more black hair than blue, but in modern times, most mixed bloods with elf ancestry have blue hair. Alger sat at the lower end of the long table and answered the deacons' questions in an orderly manner, detailing what he had done on the sea during this period, what he planned to do, what he had succeeded in, and what he had failed in. This would then be compared with the accounts of other crew members to prevent anyone from lying. Towards the end of the debriefing, the dark blue-haired deacon looked at Alger and asked in a thick voice, "Alger, do you know Hurricane Admiral Quilangos?" Alger's heart tightened, and he thought, as expected. He had already suspected this when he received the debriefing order. He dared not conceal anything and immediately recounted his experience of growing up with Quilangos in the small chapel on the island and serving as a servant together. This was no secret, it could be found out if anyone bothered to investigate, so there was no need to hide it. Another deacon sitting to the side seemed impatient, interrupting abruptly and asking directly, "Then do you know if Quilangos had any abnormalities when he was still on the small island? Or did he come into contact with any strange organizations when he was weak?" Alger shook his head. Keep calm, but he had some guesses in his heart. The three deacons exchanged glances, and the one who had remained silent cleared his throat and slowly said, "Alger, your performance has been consistently good, so the church has decided to assign you a partner to carry out a mission together in the Sonia Sea. Before the next debriefing, if your performance is good, you will have the opportunity to be promoted to a seafarer." A look of surprise immediately appeared on Alger's rugged and deeply etched face, while a cold sneer rose in his heart. "Partner, I think it's surveillance." Then, with a solemn and proud expression, he replied, "The sea belongs to the storm, this is the Lord's kingdom. I am willing to follow the Lord's will and patrol this kingdom for him." "Very good." The dark blue-haired deacon nodded with satisfaction, clenching his fist and striking his chest, saying, "The storm be with you." "The storm be with you," Alger replied with a standard salute. Leaving the interrogation room and returning to his own room, Alger stood by the window, looking at the surging sea, lost in thought. There were countless folk of rage within the Church of Storms, and their vast numbers made promotion difficult. Many struggled for 7 or 8 years without getting a chance to advance. Alger did not believe that he, a mixed blood who had risen step by step from a servant, would receive any special treatment. He felt fortunate to experience less discrimination, thanking himself for his adeptness in handling people. Moreover, within the church, for members like them who drifted on the ocean, out of the Church of Storm's sight, sequence promotions were directly given as potions. There was no prior understanding of the formula or preparing oneself. If Alger wanted to gain an advantage in the fierce competition, he could only accumulate enough meritorious deeds. During this process, he had to constantly drift on the ocean, not join the Punisher team with its complex interpersonal relationships, and try his best to stay out of the Church of Storm's sight to avoid exposing his secrets. "Once I have the opportunity to advance to Sequence 5 and gain enough strength, I will be able to secretly return there." Alger subconsciously looked to his right. His gaze seemed to penetrate the vast ocean, landing on an ancient and secluded island. Dash 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 dash. South Continent, Caesar Port, a basement in the East Borough. Candlelight flickered. A man in his 40s sat on a single sofa, with a high nose bridge, nearly blue eyes, soft facial features, thick, slightly curly black hair, and a skin tone that was neither dark nor fair, seemingly a mix of Loan and Barum ancestry. This was Enzo, the winner, who had defected from the Life School of Thought under the Rose School of Thought's instigation. Moreover, he was not one of those Beander who could become a vampire through the apothecary pathway, nor did he worship the primordial moon. He simply no longer wanted to accept the various rules set by his teacher and his teacher's teacher, hoping to live a life as he pleased, and wishing to fully utilize his advantages as a winner. This mindset made him highly approve of the Rose School of Thought's indulgent philosophy. It didn't take long for him to officially join them, indulging in all sorts of desires. This time, he represented the Rose School of Thought to contact the sleeping faction of the numinous episcopate here in Caesar Port to discuss the possibility of cooperation on several matters. As a Sequence 5 winner of the Monster Pathway, his intuition and foresight had reached a very strong level. He glanced around and chuckled, then said in Duton language, "Anthony since you're here, let's sit down and talk. We've come with great sincerity this time." Whoosh! Just then, a chilly wind blew without warning, and the dim yellow candlelight suddenly turned eerie green. Behind the candlestick, a face abruptly protruded from the wall opposite Enzo, the winner, a translucent face with no eyes, no nose, only a mouth. "Enzo, are you representing the Rose School of Thought or the Life School of Thought?" The face opened and closed its mouth, speaking slowly. Its voice was ethereal and piercing, with strange syllables, but it could not conceal the mockery in its tone. As the numinous episcopate's person in charge of Caesar Port, Anthony although he also disliked the Life School of Thought, he despised traitors even more. On the other hand, he was only a Sequence 6 spirit guide, and his strength often depended on which deceased and natural spirits he could find and command. Without understanding the other party's intentions, facing a Sequence 5 powerhouse, Anthony still chose to communicate with Enzo through a controlled spirit, his true body not appearing. Enzo looked at the translucent face on the wall that had only a mouth, not caring about the other party's mocking tone, and said with a chuckle, "Of course, it's the Rose School of Thought. That's where I belong," Enzo said, and without waiting for Anthony to respond, he took out a strangely shaped box from his pocket and opened it. A black-based, multicolored door-shaped crystal lay quietly inside. Hoo-hoo. A rapid gasping sound arose, and the translucent face twisted its form accordingly. Enzo watched with a chuckle, saying nothing. A moment later, the translucent face, without eyes, nose, or ears, suddenly laughed aloud. Tell me, what does your Rose School of Thought want to do? I didn't complete your last mission. You're not planning to give me this Sequence 5 Gatekeeper Beander characteristic, are you? Enzo smiled and shook his head, putting away the box, and said indifferently. Of course not. I was ordered by Lord Kalaman to specifically come and cooperate with you. As far as I know, you've been a spirit guide for many years and have been waiting for a chance to advance. Your royalist and death factions within the numinous episcopate occupy almost all the resources. Your sleeping faction is so weak, are you content with that? Enough. The translucent face suddenly roared, if you only came here to say these things, I don't think there's any need to continue the discussion. Enzo's expression was calm. He leaned back on the sofa, not at all anxious, and slowly began. Of course not. Lord Kalaman wants to welcome back an old friend, but his current state is very poor, he has become a wraith. Therefore, Lord Kalaman has made a promise. As long as you are willing to help us, we can advance the payment and help you complete the ritual to assist you in advancing to a gatekeeper. Inside a house in the Dock District, Anthony Us, dressed in a black robe, heard all the conversations through the spirit he controlled. Although he was only at Sequence 6 strength, he could already be considered a quasi-high-level figure within the numinous episcopate's relatively weak sleeping faction, which had only one saint. Because of this, he gained the saint's attention and learned much more profound mystical knowledge. He knew that most wraiths were products of high-sequence powerhouses after death, and a small number were resentment that had broken through their own limitations through various opportunities. And a wraith that could be called an old friend by the shaman King Kalaman must certainly be the former situation. Wraiths would gradually weaken and eventually dissipate over time, but they could assimilate the area where they were born, allowing the spirit world and even the underworld to merge with it, drawing power from it to maintain existence and form a territory. They could not leave their territory until they accumulated enough power and their form of existence changed, but there was a simpler way. By possessing a death pathway Sequence 5 gatekeeper, they could leave their territory by utilizing the small underworld within the gatekeeper's body. Anthony Us narrowed his eyes slightly, tapped the table, and then manipulated the spirit to ask. I'm not completely ignorant either. I also know the use of a gatekeeper for a wraith. Do you think I'm stupid enough to carry an unknown bomb on me? Moreover, if I remember correctly, Hell Admiral Ludwell, who also has some connection with your Rose School of Thought, is a gatekeeper. Why do you bother coming all this way to find me? Enzo raised his eyebrows, a flicker of surprise on his face, and after a moment of silence, he spoke. That's right, Lord Kalaman's intention is to hope that after you become a gatekeeper, you will provide a temporary dwelling place for that evil spirit. And presumably, you also know that evil spirits can strengthen their power by devouring souls, and obtaining Beander characteristics of sufficient sequence from their original pathway can make them special spirit world creatures. By then, he will no longer need to reside within your body. You only need to be a vessel for a period of time to successfully advance to Sequence 5 and gain Lord Kalaman's friendship. Looking at the translucent face on the opposite wall, which had no eyes or nose, only a mouth, Enzo added in an unnatural tone. As for Hell Admiral Ludwell, he is indeed an option, but not the best one. If there's an opportunity, we'd prefer to cooperate with you. I can also tell you clearly that I only represent Lord Kalaman. This can be considered a private cooperation, do you understand? Only representing Kalaman. The translucent face immediately fell silent. Amidst the flickering dark green candlelight, the basement was enveloped in a strange atmosphere. Still receiving no response, Enzo maintained a calm exterior, but inwardly he was somewhat agitated. As a new member of the Rose School of Thought who had defected from the Life School of Thought, he was neither a Beander of the apothecary pathway who could become a vampire, nor did he worship the primordial moon. he merely strongly agreed with the Rose school of thought's indulgent philosophy. Such a heretic and defector as he was quickly marginalized after joining the Rose school of thought. If it weren't for his sequence 5 strength and the crucial intelligence he provided during the encirclement of the life school of thought, he would probably have been sent to some forgotten corner long ago. Originally, this was nothing, not being taken seriously didn't matter, as he simply didn't want to abide by the various rules of the life school of thought anymore and just wished to live a life as he pleased. However, ever since he learned that the last encirclement of the life school of thought had failed for some reason, and Richard, the counselor of the Fate Council, had successfully escaped and was currently nowhere to be found, things changed. That was a sequence 4 inches misfortune mage. If he encountered other sequence 4 demigods, Enzo might have a chance to escape, but if he encountered a misfortune mage of the same sequence, he would undoubtedly die. Quickly realizing this, Enzo, who had originally planned to just let things be, swiftly began to try to curry favor within the Rose school of thought, but made no progress. In desperation, Enzo had no choice but to seek refuge with Shaman King, Kalaman, who was also marginalized, hoping to gain his protection. With a sequence 5 powerhouse coming to seek refuge, Kalaman was naturally happy to accept, especially since his own days hadn't been easy lately. A crucial sealed artifact of the Rose school of thought was lost, another important sealed artifact was damaged, sequence 3 Mahams was severely injured, and the mission to capture important members of the life school of thought failed. Among these incidents, only the last one concerned him, the other matters, in fact, all problems, could be attributed to Mahams. However, as a student of the Abomination, Sua, a descendant of the Pharaoh, and one of the leaders of the Highland resistance, no one in the Rose school of thought dared to truly do anything to Mahams. But Kalaman did not have these resounding identities to protect him. When he was held accountable, some people wanted their subordinates to advance further, coveted his Beander characteristic, and even proposed executing Kalaman as a warning to others. Although this punishment was not adopted, Kalaman had already keenly sensed the crisis. After all, he had joined the Rose school of thought because he had received a gift from the primordial moon, and yearned for a longer lifespan. Feeling deeply isolated, Kalaman decided to find a helper for himself. As a demigod who had lived for a long time, he had an excellent candidate in mind, Alsarthas Eggers, a sequence 3 inches ferryman, of the death pathway who had fallen at the end of the 4th epoch during the Pale Calamity. That was a true divine descendant. In terms of identity alone, he was far more distinguished than Shah Palenque Eggs, who called herself the Pale Empress, and currently led the royalist faction of the Numinous Episcopate. However, considering that cooperating with the royalist faction, which did not lack angels and demigods, was almost like playing with fire, and also considering the attitude and potential reactions of the Pale Empress, Kalaman ultimately chose to cooperate with the declining sleeping faction. Even if something went wrong, the other party only had one demigod. Thump thump thump. Enzo lightly tapped the table. After the translucent face slowly turned back, he spoke in a low voice. You can consider it carefully, and you can also ask for the opinion of the saint behind you, but you must give me a reply within 1 month at most. This is also the deadline given by Lord Kalaman. I hope you cherish this opportunity. Dash 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 dash. Even though there is no distinction between far and near, high and low, up and down, left and right in the spirit world, and positions and distances are very chaotic, it still takes a considerable amount of time to travel from Backland to Irisil. To prevent unnecessary trouble caused by the Beander characteristic convergence law, Aaron sacrificed the Red Priest card and the Lord of Mysteries to the dark golden mist before entering the spirit world. Evelyn, on Aaron's shoulder, widened her eyes, looking at the surrounding space filled with indescribably shaped ethereal transparent entities. All colors became vivid and distinct yet overlapped, while a hazy mist permeated and enveloped everything, fading into nothingness. And in the depths, high in the sky, 7 clear, luminous glows of different colors slowly glided. They seemed to possess life, containing endless knowledge. This was the spirit world, completely overlapping with reality, omnipresent. Although it wasn't the first time she had undergone spirit world transmission with Aaron, previous spirit world transmissions had always been within Backland, basically completing the transmission in an instant. So, this could be considered Evelyn's first serious observation of the spirit world. Her curiosity exploded, instantly throwing the sequence 7 potion matter to the back of her mind, and she chattered away, asking about everything. Aaron patiently explained to her, but his hands didn't stop. His spirituality poured into the night mark on his wrist, and a layer of gloomy mist quickly covered both him and the cat, entering a semi-concealed state, erasing their traces. The existence of the spirit world is quite marvelous. It completely overlaps with the real world, entirely so, allowing everyone to receive revelations from the spirit world at any time. However, the spirit world has no up, down, left, or right, and past, future, and present can all converge here, like a bizarre ocean formed by the aggregation and compression of countless knowledge, countless information, and countless ethereal spirits, completely different from the world, in normal concepts and logic. Therefore, appearing in the spirit world, a place filled with various information and revelations, will inevitably leave many clues, with the possibility of being divined at any time. So, whenever he uses spirit world transmission, Aaron habitually erases his traces and conceals his whereabouts. However, in the spirit world, if there is no positioning, it is easy to get completely lost and never be able to get out. Moreover, Aaron is not a Beyander of the death pathway who can shuttle through the spirit world. He relies on Beyander items, and his means of discerning direction in the spirit world are very limited. Except for places he has already visited and knows the corresponding spirit world coordinates for direct transmission, many unfamiliar places require the aid of the divination pendant for divination to assist in identifying the location. But Aaron now has a simpler method, which is to let the messenger lead the way. Aaron had previously sent letters to his father, Duke of East Tarok Gusmanwal, in Irisil using a messenger, so Astrolfo knew the corresponding spirit world coordinates. The surrounding colors instantly thickened and overlapped. A perfectly round, black and white eye appeared, which was Aaron's current messenger, Astrolfo. The huge, distinct black and white eye was translucent, silently floating amidst the rich, vivid, overlapping color blocks, looking around but not finding Aaron's figure. It let out a questioning low hum, but still followed the command Aaron had given it before entering the spirit world, flying towards the area in the spirit world corresponding to Irisil. Astrolfo floated forward, neither fast nor slow, while Aaron and Evelyn, in a semi-concealed state, followed it, flying through the spirit world, which was both real and illusory, strange and mysterious. Aaron chased Astrolfo, which occasionally flew up and down, shuttling through distinct and overlapping colors, passing by numerous indescribable, half-hidden spirit world creatures, making it difficult to know how far their destination still was. During this time, Aaron educated Evelyn about the contents recorded by the ancestor of the Abraham family in spirit world sightings. Try not to make eye contact with any spirit world creature for more than 3 seconds. This is considered a provocative act, unless they have expressed a desire to communicate. Also, do not appear fearful or nervous, this will increase the predatory urges of certain predators. Looking at Evelyn, who had suddenly become eager to learn, Aaron suddenly remembered that the emerald necklace he had given Audrey also had the ability to transmit through the spirit world. Next time I write a letter, I should also tell her about the precautions for the spirit world, just in case. Aaron continued to follow Astrolfo, who was flying ahead, neither fast nor slow. After all, in essence, the spirit world is a very dangerous place, and one might encounter terrifying demigod-level existences if they are not careful. Aaron continued to shuttle. The 7 clear rays of light, which could indicate location, remained high up, covering the sky, but they could often be seen below, to the sides, and in front or behind him. As he floated along, Aaron saw Astrolfo in front suddenly contract and become transparent, completely losing its aura, as if it were avoiding some terrifying thing. If not for the special connection between him and his messenger, Aaron would have thought it had vanished into thin air. Just as he was surprised that his messenger had such an ability, Aaron's heart suddenly skipped a beat, and he abruptly dodged to the side. A flash of yellowish-green swept past his eyes, and a foot so large it could flatten him landed, stepping into the red and blue interwoven color blocks. Above that foot was a festering long leg oozing yellowish-green liquid, exceeding 3 meters in overall length. Further up was a massive body wrapped in corpse oil bandages. Amidst the almost solidifying aura, those 2 legs, dripping with yellowish-green pus, alternately lifted, carrying an indistinct body, quickly moving away and disappearing into the depths of the spirit world. Aaron hid in the distance, feeling the soul-shaking pressure, not daring to make a sound. Having already seen several angels, he silently exclaimed in his heart. An angel, this is actually an angel. After a long while, Aaron finally confirmed it was safe. While comforting the bristling Evelyn on his shoulder, he thought with a grimace. I always feel like it's searching for something. The state of this angel is also a bit strange, but it should still be considered within the scope of spirit world creatures. It's just that its consciousness seems to be unclear. Fortunately, it didn't discover me, otherwise, it would have been a big deal today. Oozing pus all over, wrapped in bandages, could it be the reassembled body of a fallen angel from an exotic pathway in some epoch in the spirit world? But why would it be in this state? Aaron shook his head, no longer pondering, merely making a mental note of the question. Looking around, Aaron had frantically dodged earlier to avoid that existence, and now he couldn't quite discern where in the spirit world he had wandered. However, relying on the divination pendant and the connection with his messenger, Aaron only took a short while to find Astolfo. It was just that the messenger's state was a bit strange. For some reason, its originally translucent large eye had shrunk and solidified considerably, and some discontinuous patterns had appeared on its body, seemingly trying to connect and form something. Aaron watched for a while. Because the patterns were discontinuous, he couldn't guess what they represented, but he had a premonition that once Astolfo successfully digested the sequence 5 characteristic, the patterns would completely connect. Aaron, having gained an unexpected pleasant surprise, felt much better. He dared not linger, fearing he might encounter something else. Perhaps his previous bad luck had run out, as there were no further incidents during the rest of the journey. Following Astolfo to a certain area of the spirit world, Aaron secretly noted the location information, then revealed his figure. There was no other way. Duke of East Tarok Gusmanwil must have written to Aaron in his study, so this critical coordinate also corresponded to the study. To prevent unnecessary misunderstandings, like being hit hard by his old father as soon as he got home, after all, the fluctuations of a Beander using spirit world travel are different from those of a messenger delivering a letter, and his father, being a demigod, would certainly be able to distinguish them. Aaron took out the token of identity given to him by Varnawil, infused it with spirituality to activate it, and displayed his aura. Backland, Irisil West District, East Tarok Duke's Manor. On the desk in the study on the first floor were several newspapers with slightly wrinkled edges, clearly the result of frequent reading. Lord Aaron assists police in solving murder case. East Tak Bicycle Company established. Lord Aaron attends ribbon-cutting ceremony. Lord Aaron foils couple's conspiracy, saves numerous innocent civilians. Lord Aaron awarded by the king. Lord Aaron's proposal to establish the Kingdom Atmospheric Pollution Investigation Committee passes in the House of Commons. Duke of East Tarok Gusmanwil, with a smile at the corner of his mouth, flipped through the newspapers on the desk. The usual seriousness on his face was gone, replaced by a sense of satisfaction. Suddenly, he looked up and towards the corner of the study, his brows slightly furrowed, and a pale white flame spear appeared out of thin air. Then, as if sensing some aura, a hint of surprise and unexpectedness flashed in Gusmanwil's eyes. He then thought of something and dispersed the flame spear in his hand. Without any visible movement from him, the newspapers on the desk folded themselves, jumped into an open cabinet, and as the cabinet closed, Gusmanwil leaned back in his chair, his face returning to a serious expression. In the corner of the study, that area suddenly became intensely colored. Aaron, with a white cat perched on his shoulder, holding a dark gold token, stepped out of the spirit world with a chuckle. Looking at the familiar surroundings, Aaron took a deep breath and said to Gusman behind the desk, his tone quite complex. "Father, I'm back." Gusman stern face softened slightly, then he lightly coughed. As the future heir of my East Taker family, you must have a calm mind. Come and sit." Aaron nodded, straightened his clothes, and walked to the desk. He took Evelyn off his shoulder and placed her in front of Gusman, introducing her with a smile. "Father, this is Evelyn, my Beander pet. Mother and younger sister should have told you about her when they returned from Backland last time." Gusman hummed, his large palm stroking Evelyn's smooth, unblemished fur, and the corners of his mouth also turned up slightly as he smiled and said, "You did very well in Backland. Before, when Joseph and Reinhardt escorted that batch of sealed artifacts back from Backland, they both praised your abilities to me." Aaron was startled for a few seconds, then remembered that Reinhardt was the Sequence 4 iron-blooded knight who had explored Amon's mausoleum with him. At the same time, he secretly muttered to himself, "This old tool, Joseph actually praised me to father. It seems the flattering words in the letter he sent me earlier were indeed his true feelings. Alas, my irresistible charm." Not noticing Aaron's momentary daze, Gusman continued with a hint of deeper meaning. "The things you did in Backland afterwards brought fame and many benefits to my East Taker family. This has established sufficient prestige for you among the lower-ranking members of the family, laying the foundation for your future inheritance of the ducal title. Perhaps in a few more years, these old bones of mine can retire early." Aaron immediately snapped out of his thoughts and said with a chuckle, "How can you be old bones? You are in your prime now, still far from retirement." Gusman smiled and shook his head, not responding to his little cub's flattery, and his tone became much more serious. "This is the ancestors' arrangement, and it has already been approved within the family's high-level members." As he spoke, he scrutinized Aaron, then continued with satisfaction, "Very good, you are already Sequence 6, much faster than I expected." Aaron showed a shy and innocent smile. "Just so, this speed is merely acceptable." Gusman glanced at Aaron, and only when Aaron realized something was amiss and dropped his innocent smile did he slowly speak, "I think you also have the talent of a hunter. Perhaps you would advance faster on the hunter pathway." Aaron coughed lightly, feeling that these words sounded somewhat familiar, as if someone had said something similar to him recently. Evelyn, being stroked, looked at Aaron, who was busy talking and ignoring her, and felt the pressure from the divinity on the hand stroking her. She felt incredibly wronged. She remembered how majestic she was when she commanded all cats in Backland. Now, she could only pretend to be cute and adorable, which was truly a lack of cat rights. Not dwelling on the topic, Gusman pondered for a moment before speaking. "Although I am not of the arbitrator pathway, I have communicated with the family's imperative mage. Her name is Mashiana. Her, a female imperative mage." Aaron was not surprised by this. After all, with the Beander pathways controlled by the East Taker family, a female who wished to become a demigod could only follow the Justiciar pathway or the Black Emperor pathway. Originally, Mashiana, knowing you would be returning soon, wanted to speak with you personally, but there was a problem with the Loan Kingdom's colony in the southwestern tip of the South Continent. The local resistance forces, secretly funded by the Faesac Empire, caused considerable losses to Loan. The king dispatched her to lead a fleet to quell the rebellion, and it is said that the Rose School of Thought also had a hand in it. That colonial area is surrounded by the Fosak colonial area, the Intis colonial area, and the undeveloped West Baron native area. It is far from Loan's other colonial areas in the South Continent, a sort of exclave, and the situation is extremely complex. They say it's an opportunity to earn merits, but I'm afraid only such thankless tasks fall to us. If a demigod of my East Taker family were to fall there, perhaps that would truly please the king." Aaron frowned slightly as he listened. Gusman also realized he had said too much and quickly reined in the conversation. Returning to the previous topic, before Mashiana left, she also entrusted me with some things to tell you. In her understanding, the sequence advancement of the arbitrator pathway embodies the process of gradually evolving from an agent of order to a formulator of order. At your current sequence level, you should already be able to vaguely perceive this. Aaron gathered his thoughts, nodded, and confirmed some of his previous conjectures. Low-sequence arbitrators, sheriffs, and even interrogators, who have gradually been classified as mid-sequence since the fifth epoch, can be said to be merely agents of order. However, the Beyander abilities of Sequence 6 Judge are essentially about establishing new rules within a certain area. Things within that area must act in accordance with these rules, and if they violate them, they will be bound by the rules. From Judge onwards, one gradually touches upon the formulator of order or rules. The various abilities of subsequent sequences are all based on the various imperatives obtained at the Judge stage. Looking at the thoughtful Aaron, Gusman will give him some time to think before continuing. Therefore, starting from Judge, the advancement ritual of the arbitrator pathway begins to gradually connect with the established order and formulated rules. The higher the sequence, the tighter the connection. Based on her understanding of imperative mage and the advancement ritual, Mashiana speculates that subsequent advancements to sequence 3 and even angel level will require establishing an area, similar to a territory, that already has its own order and fully formulated rules. These will take a considerable amount of time to establish, so you must not rush for quick success. This is the foundation for your future advancement to higher sequences. It can be considered as early acting for the potion and early preparation for the ritual. Although the advancement speed will slow down in the short term, it will help your advancement to demigod and even higher levels. These are also the ancestors' intentions. As for the subsequent potion formulas and rituals that the family lacks, the ancestor said that he would solve them. Aaron had been listening attentively, as this was advice from a high-sequence powerhouse of his own pathway, until he heard the last sentence, at which point he couldn't help but curl his lips. The ancestor will solve it for me. If he could solve it, he would have already solved it. The family's imperative mage, who is stuck at sequence 4, would have already advanced to sequence 3. In the end, I'll probably still have to rely on opening the treasure left by the Night Emperor. Looking at Aaron, who was listening attentively, Gusman will softened his tone and said with a smile, "As for the situation in the area of the South Continent you are going to, while it is complex, the family will provide you with the greatest possible support. This is also your final test to inherit the title of Duke of East Tarak. I believe you will not disappoint the family's expectations, right?" Aaron was stunned for a few seconds. After a moment of silence, he nodded firmly. He glanced at the clock on the wall. It was almost midnight. Aaron planned to return to his room to rest first, then discuss his experiences in Backland with his father tomorrow, and surprise his mother and sister. Just as he was about to bid farewell, he heard his father say, "Ancestor Varna previously issued a secret order for you to come to him as soon as you return. You don't need to prepare anything else, just hold the token, and you can pass through unhindered. You have been here for a long time. You can go in a moment. Don't bring your pet. I'll have a servant prepare a special room for it." Aaron froze for a moment, suddenly remembering that he still had a cat. He exchanged a somewhat guilty glance with Evelyn's resentful little eyes, then nodded. Just as he was about to use spirit world teleportation to go to Ancestral Tower where Ancestor Varna was, he was interrupted by Gusman Will. Aaron turned his head in confusion, only to see him speak with a serious expression. "There's one more thing I need to remind you. The South Continent you are going to is different from the Northern Continent. Although the 7 churches jointly eradicated the Death Pathway Church in the South Continent after the fall of the Death Pathway at the end of the 4th epoch. However, their remnants are still not to be underestimated. They have resurfaced and formed the numinous episcopate, with no lack of angels and saints among them. They are all high-sequence powerhouses of the Death Pathway, and this mask of yours also contains a sequence 4 undying Beyander characteristic. Although it has been sealed by the ancestor, under the almost mystical influence of the Beyander characteristic convergence law, No one can guarantee whether you will encounter high-sequence powerhouses of the death pathway or strange spirit world creatures formed after the death pathway's fall when you traverse the spirit world in the south continent. And you are not a Beyander of the death pathway, and your control over the spirit world is limited to this mystical item. Once you encounter them in the spirit world, you will be in great danger. Looking at the somewhat stunned Aaron, Gusman will lightly coughed and continued, "This is just a reminder, not to make you give up using it. I just hope you are mentally prepared in advance, as these things are only possibilities." Aaron looked at the death mask in his hand and immediately felt a headache. It seemed he either had to ask the ancestor if there was a solution, or find a way to get a traveler Beyander characteristic to create a mystical item. Sighing, he bowed to his father, then activated spirit world teleportation. Ancestral Tower was within the East Tarok Duke's manor, so no special spirit world coordinates were needed. Dash 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 dash. West Bayern, Northern Province, Kukova City, with the blood moon hanging high. Checkwald followed Bishop Montella, who was dressed in typical South Continent attire, through the core area of Kukova City, Joyful Feather Square. They were heading to their destination, Masanyes's general's mansion, which was located there, next to a downward-sloping death pathway church. Checkwald held a fruit locally called Dalawa in his hand, and sighed in his heart as he looked at the dark night. Perhaps it was due to his efforts, or perhaps he truly had a talent for learning. In the assessment presided over by Bishop Montella last week, Checkwald miraculously passed by the skin of his teeth. Checkwald still remembered the look of relief on Bishop Montella's face at the time. His usual strictness was completely gone, and the age spots and wrinkles on his face seemed to exude warmth. Truly impressive. However, Checkwald was also very happy, not because he'd passed the exam, but because according to previous practice, passing the exam would come with a substantial bonus. Just as Checkwald was still wondering if this money would be enough to buy the Sequence 6 Conspire or Potion formula from the Chaos Council. Bishop Montella, whose face had become very kind and amiable, told Checkwald, in a tone that implied, "You've hit the jackpot," what he himself considered to be very unfortunate news. The reward for passing this assessment was to go on a secret mission with Bishop Montella. In other words, there was no bonus. Checkwald almost forgot how he walked out of Bishop Montella's room at the time, and he certainly didn't want to remember it. However, perhaps as compensation, he was given a full 3-day holiday. 3 whole days without studying. This slightly alleviated his discomfort until Bishop Montella found him this evening and told him to first go to Masanyes's general's mansion. Checkwald gathered his thoughts, took a hearty slurp of the Dalawa in his hand, drinking it all down. He exhaled comfortably, feeling the sour sweet, extremely refreshing taste. The first time he drank this stuff, perhaps due to not being used to the local conditions, Checkwald really didn't think it tasted good, preferring a beer. But later, he couldn't escape the true fragrance theorem. After throwing the empty shell into the trash can, he quickly caught up with Bishop Montella in front. As a noble former Intis noble, even though he had lived in this city for a week or two, Checkwald still felt a sense of incongruity and incompatibility when walking through it. After all, foreigners were so few here, almost only seen frequently around the celebration square where the major consulates were located. In other places, most of the people coming and going were local Baram people. They had brownish skin, black curly hair, and soft facial features. In the eyes of many northern continent people, among the same gender, there was only a distinction of height, weight, and build, looking quite similar. And these local people, regardless of gender, liked to smoke East Baram tobacco, which was made by directly wrapping dried tobacco leaves with herbs. Even though it was late at night, as he walked along, Checkwald still occasionally saw local residents by the roadside or outside doors, exhaling smoke. This tobacco was really not good, too choking, Checkwald muttered silently. Because of the Dalawa true fragrance theorem, earlier, he had specifically tried the local East Baram tobacco, and the result was obvious: this tobacco was not favored by the true fragrance theorem. While Checkwald was lost in thought, Bishop Montella had already led him to the general's mansion. Bishop Montella lightly coughed. Checkwald quickly came to his senses and, as previously instructed, stepped forward to find the guard on duty and requested to see a man named Haggis. Based on his obviously non-native appearance and gentlemanly attire, the guard did not refuse or make things difficult for him. One of them went inside and called out a man under 30. This man's features and skin color were standard Barum, but his slightly curly black hair was pulled very straight and neatly combed back, seemingly imitating the upper-class figures of the northern continent countries. He wore a white shirt, a black vest, and a very formal tie. As soon as he saw Bishop Montella, his eyes lit up. Without saying much, he welcomed the two into the mansion. Bishop Montella smiled and nodded, walking in front. Checkwald followed honestly and silently, while muttering in his heart. Say more, make more mistakes; say less, make fewer mistakes; say nothing, make no mistakes. Checkwald stepped into the general's mansion, curiously observing the architectural style, but unexpectedly, he didn't see any South Continent characteristics. The interior of the mansion neither controlled the lighting, making the rooms gloomy, nor boldly used a small amount of human bones as decoration to create a strong impact. Instead, it resembled a transplanted northern continent mansion, with an indelible intis color. Each column was segmented with gold leaf, the murals on the walls were vibrantly colored, surrounded by golden sculptures, and a spiraling, luxurious staircase descended from above, connecting all 4 floors and landing in the center of the hall, directly facing the entrance, making it extremely grand. Checkwald's gaze swept over the stair railings and the palm-sized golden angel statues protruding diagonally from the middle of the columns, with a somewhat complex expression. As a former Intis noble, he was extremely familiar with these, which brought back memories and made him feel a bit down. Bishop Montella walked ahead, entering the hall first, followed closely by Checkwald and the butler, Haggis. In the magnificent and luxurious council hall, 2 men stood on either side of a sofa, seemingly bidding farewell. The man on the left was hatless, dressed in a sharp black military uniform with gleaming gold buttons and a blood-red sash. His skin was light brown, his facial features were soft, and his facial features seemed undeveloped, tightly squeezed in the center of his face, making his face appear larger than average. Having done his homework in advance and obtained information from various sources, Checkwald immediately recognized him as Massagnès, the de facto ruler of the northern state of West Bayern, who called himself a general. He outwardly wavered between Loan, Intis, Fossack, Fenaport, and several rebel forces, maintaining a balance, but secretly, he had already gained the support of the numinous episcopate's royal faction. At the same time, he suspected that this indigenous general had also established a secret connection with the God of Knowledge and Wisdom Church, otherwise Bishop Montella wouldn't have come tonight. What surprised Checkwald was the young man with blonde hair and blue eyes on the right, who had a slightly familiar feeling and a distinctly Loan appearance. More importantly, Czech could clearly sense that the other party was also a Beander, and his sequence was higher than his own. Massagnès also noticed Bishop Montella entering and shook hands with the young man, smiling. "I'm sorry, Lieutenant Colonel Alfred, I have another guest. We can discuss the cooperation in detail later when we have the chance." Alfred smiled and nodded, his peripheral vision scanning the incoming guests. He then calmly followed a servant out of the hall, every movement subtly revealing a convincing charm and authority. After he left the general's mansion, Massagnès dismissed everyone around him. When it was Checkwald's turn, Bishop Montella suddenly waved his hand, signaling him to stay, and said to Massagnès, whose eyes held a strange look, "This is one of us. He will also participate in the upcoming operation, and he can know some things." Czech felt a string of question marks flash through his mind. Who is one of us? I don't want to know your affairs, don't talk nonsense. He opened his mouth, but ultimately didn't say what was on his mind. Massagnès, however, nodded, no longer holding back, and quickly walked to Bishop Montella's side, saying, "Bishop, did Mr. Luca not come?" Bishop Montella nodded and explained, His Grace the Archbishop received a secret mission from the Church and will not be returning for some time, but this will not affect our cooperation. And I'm sure you know, the Rose School of Thought has been making moves recently, and they suffered a big loss a while ago. For safety reasons, let's change our transaction method. West of the Duke of East Tarok's manor, on the open ground in front of a tall circular tower, its exterior covered in red copper rust and adorned with blades, spears, swords, and halberds. The void twisted, colors vivid. Aaron stepped out, holding a box covered in complex patterns, and looked at the tall tower before him, remaining silent for a long time. It wasn't until the ancient black iron token, gifted by his ancestor Varna, in his arms grew slightly warm and emitted a rich aura of iron and blood, that Aaron collected his scattered thoughts and stepped forward. Entering the spacious hall, he walked past the high platform to the depths of the first floor. The passage behind the altar had already opened, and a winding stone staircase descended, bringing with it familiar pressures. Aaron followed the winding stone steps downwards. Strange symbols on the walls emitted points of red light, illuminating the path ahead like fireflies in the dark night. Suddenly, Aaron felt an irresistible force assailing him. Suppressing his instinctive reaction, Aaron closed his eyes. When he opened his eyes again, he was in a spacious hall. The walls were covered with blades, spears, swords, and halberds, all covered in red copper rust, exuding a strong aura of iron and blood. A figure in classical full armor, with red hair and brown eyes, sat on a bronze chair deep within the hall, his brown eyes quietly watching the young man descending the stone steps. Just as Aaron was about to bow, the box in his hand broke free, floated into the air, and opened on its own, revealing a tarot card. The card depicted a male priest in a crimson robe, seated in a chariot. The priest's appearance was clearly Rosal Gustav. The starlight in the upper left corner condensed into a line of text. Sequence 0. Red Priest. Varna's brown eyes narrowed slightly. The Red Priest card instantly appeared in his hand, and the aura of iron and blood throughout the underground hall immediately intensified, a more powerful majesty emerging than before. For a moment, Aaron seemed to see a phantom, peculiar crown covered in rust and bloodstains appear, only to vanish instantly. The oppressive and stifling atmosphere lasted for a few seconds, then, as the blasphemy card left his hand and floated in the air again, everything returned to normal. Varna's deep sigh echoed in the underground hall, lingering for a long time. Is this the blasphemy card Rosal made? Can a sequence 1-foot knowledge emperor, of the mystery prior pathway truly achieve such a degree? Aaron was stunned, the words he had prepared to explain how he obtained the blasphemy card caught in his throat. Then, he understood a little. Rosal achieved Black Emperor at the last moment and fell shortly after becoming Sequence 0. Even Bernadette wasn't sure if Rosal had taken that final step. Moreover, this was over 100 years ago, and Varna had been in slumber since the early 5th epoch, only shaking off the slumber state in recent decades. It was reasonable for him to understand Rosal and the blasphemy card, but with limited information, he could indeed only infer the strength of a Sequence 1 at most. Thinking of this, Aaron pondered for a moment before looking up at Varna on the bronze chair and saying, Rosal was not a Sequence 1, but a Sequence 0 Black Emperor. As soon as he finished speaking, Aaron felt an extremely oppressive gaze fall upon him. He didn't feel uncomfortable, so he continued, the path of the mystery prior pathway is almost broken. Rosal, with the help of certain individuals, obtained all the materials to become a Black Emperor. In the end, he became a god, but also fell. Black Emperor. Varna listened in silence, as if recalling something. After a moment, a long sigh came. Varna looked at Aaron below the platform and said with a touch of emotion, Rosal was indeed a rare talent. If he had been born in the early 4th epoch, perhaps there would be 8 Orthodox churches now. Then, with a hint of meaning, he continued, then do you know why he jumped pathways to become a Black Emperor? Aaron pretended to think for a moment before responding, because the Black Emperor pathway has the characteristic of resurrection. Even if one loses control or dies due to jumping pathways, as long as they successfully advance, there is a possibility of resurrection. And once resurrected, they will not be bound by the original pathway. Varna nodded and then said, I once told you that there are 2 blasphemy slates, both containing the mysteries of the sequences. But most high-level existences have only seen the second blasphemy slate. That blasphemy slate contains more about the advancement methods of the 22 paths of gods, but it lacks some more important knowledge. At this point, Varna sighed and continued, when the first Black Emperor, Solomon, established his empire and ruled the northern continent, an existence who had seen both the first and second blasphemy slates first proposed a conjecture about the Black Emperor's resurrection conditions and characteristics. Simply put, the Black Emperor's resurrection process has 3 stages. First, the uniqueness detaches from the owner, becoming conceptual and abstract. Second, the Black Emperor's subjects hear the majestic voice of this god again. Third, the Black Emperor, fused with the uniqueness, reappears in the astral world. 3 Sequence 1 Beyander characteristics automatically return to their emperor's hands, and this is an order that other true gods cannot reverse or stop. True gods cannot reverse or stop it. At the time, it sounded like a lie to deceive the 6 gods and a boast about the Black Emperor. And when that Black Emperor Solomon fell, and my father and that one established the Tudor Truncest United Kingdom, this theory gradually disappeared. It wasn't until later, when Solomon resurrected in the astral world and my father also fell to Sequence 2, that the 6 gods couldn't successfully prevent any of it from happening. At this point, everyone knew that the existence's conjecture was actually true, and the uniqueness of the Black Emperor pathway was thus remembered by all high-level existences at the time. Aaron listened with great interest, never expecting that the Black Emperor's resurrection ritual, which he thought was already common knowledge, had such a story behind it. Aaron also had a vague guess about the existence Varna mentioned and was secretly guessing the intention behind his words. As Aaron pondered, Varna's gaze returned to the Red Priest card floating in the air, his tone unusually ethereal. Sequence 1 Foot Conqueror, Sequence 0 Feet Red Priest. Inciting a continent-wide war and achieving sufficient victories, the essence of this god ascension ritual is an examination of the conqueror potion's acting. Only a true conqueror can pass the test and advance to Sequence 0. Varna chuckled twice, his voice complex as he continued, that existence also mentioned another conjecture at the time, which is the origin of many subsequent events. Aaron's heart skipped a beat. He couldn't help but look at Varna on the high platform, who silently opened his mouth. The Red Priest can also be resurrected, but the conditions are more stringent. As long as the conquered still fear and revere him, and his subordinates still wage war, then he can resurrect from the chaos of war, and from the fear and reverence of the conquered. Alistair Tudor, that lunatic, also believed this conjecture and did everything, just to achieve Red Priest. And after his fall, to prevent Alistair Tudor from truly resurrecting, what were then the 7 Orthodox churches jointly annihilated the Tudor family. At the same time, they covered up the history of the 4th epoch and eliminated the public's fear and reverence for him. What Alistair Tudor did at the time could only be eliminated by this method, otherwise he wouldn't have been called the Blood Emperor. Aaron's mind raced, quickly flashing through the influences and attitudes of various factions towards the Red Priest pathway, and many conjectures immediately arose in his mind. Southwest of the Violent Sea, on the sea north of West Baron in the South Continent. Feilun Edis stood leisurely on the deck, enjoying the sea breeze and the leisurely time without classes. It had been a long time since he and Danitz returned from Byam. The captain's plan had worked well. Now, almost all well-known pirates knew about the Iceberg Admiral's failed treasure hunt. And the captain, for some time recently, didn't seem to have researched anything. Instead, she purchased a lot of military supplies at Bodo Port and informed them that their next stop would be the South Continent. In the Golden Dream's captain's cabin, Iceberg Admiral Edwina Edwards sat behind her desk, holding a deep red ink pen, writing something unknown. Suddenly, She raised an eyebrow, put down her pen, pulled at the lace flower-tied collar of her shirt cuff, and walked behind the rows of bookshelves. On the side of the last row of bookshelves, a figure slowly emerged. This was an elder in a plain white robe with brass-colored silk threads, his hair completely white but meticulously combed, and a pair of deep gray-green eyes that seemed bottomless. It was none other than Archbishop Luca Braust of the God of Knowledge and Wisdom Church. He placed the large black iron key he was holding on the shelf and said at a steady pace, "I have returned from Isaura's cathedral. This key is still in your keeping, and you can dispose of it as you wish." As he spoke, a book bound with parchment appeared in Luca Brausti's hand. On its dark brown cover was a line of ancient Fusic language. Grossel's Travels. This came from a sunken ship at the bottom of the sea, submerged for 165 years, and still undamaged. Luca Braust briefly introduced it, then added, "This item, like that key, you can dispose of as you wish. You can also sell it to people who are interested in it." Edwina Edwards' eyes deepened. After a moment of contemplation, she slowly spoke, "Is this also the cathedral's intention?" Luca Braust nodded, and then his figure strangely twisted and dissipated as if he had never appeared, leaving only a box behind, his lingering voice still echoing, "I've given you the Beander characteristic and the coordinates. Go there as soon as possible to complete the transaction, I have other tasks." For more thrilling fanfiction stories like this, check out my channel Fanfic Audiobook. Dive into epic adventures, mysterious realms, and legendary journeys brought to life through immersive storytelling. Don't forget to like, share, and subscribe for more amazing audiobooks.